See What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amani Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant hyper future. Cyber future, whichever one I'm supposed to say here. Cyber, hyper. How are you doing? How are you, chat? How is everybody? I see we got the jellyfish in chat over on the YouTube side. I see we got the weasels in chat over, backwards. Jellyfish on the Twitch side. Weasels on the YouTube side. Of course, you can't see these sides because you're not looking at my OBS software. That's where that's appearing. It's on my side, my visuals. Probably looks a lot different to you depending on what platform you're watching me on. But whatever platform you're watching me on, love. Holy shit, the Golden Dome. Oh my god, yeah, the Golden Dome. Have people heard about this? Davy Cliff is talking about the Golden Dome. Here, let me make sure that we resurrected my ability to show chat on screen in hopes that it might clue some of the bodies, and some of the bodies, they don't know their bodies, right? They're like, I'm watching YouTube videos and this one came up and I clicked it and I don't know, for some reason there's music at the beginning and she's talking about her hair, and well, I would just hope that maybe if we flash some chat up on screen that it'll be easy for them to tell that this is a live stream. It's a live stream that you can participate in. It's a live stream that goes on every evening and American time, every morning Thai time. And yeah, you can talk to me live, and I will talk back. I'm real. That's the difference between me and the rest of the YouTubers you might be watching. Some of them, you know, some of them may be AI. I don't know, chat. I can't really, like, allegedly, all right? Allegedly. I don't want to get sued, but some of them may be AI. What are we doing here? Let's try to get this up here. Your Golden Dome is what they are calling it. Now, look, this should sound familiar to you because Israel has something called the Iron Dome. It's their missile defense system that intercepts usually just kind of homemade rockets. Right, but this is something that the United States provides for Israel. Trump is, in his recent appearance with Pete Hegseth in the Oval Office, Trump is talking about the Reagan administration, the great Ronald Reagan. Does anybody remember the great Ronald Reagan? The great Ronald Reagan. Sorry, that's a Sarah Palin quote that will always, like, yeah, Sarah Palin said a lot of cringe stuff that people will remember. Some of the stuff she didn't even say, like, right? Some of the stuff got a little bit, I don't know. But yeah, one of the things she did say for sure was the great Ronald Reagan. And I just really wish that had stuck. I mean, people don't find that to be cringe because they're like, oh yeah, Ronald Reagan is great. No, he's an objectively great. Oh my God, chat. Is Ronald Reagan going to be on Mount Rushmore? Is Donald Trump going to be on Mount Rushmore? That's what I'm asking. Is Pete Hegseth going to be on Mount Rushmore? But yeah, they're trying to get the Golden Dome because if Israel has an Iron Dome, then we, the United States, the late great Hannibal Lecter, the way you walk, the way you talk. Yeah, because I'm real. Exactly, Donald Duck. I'm as real as, like, look, I'm as real as I'm allowed to be, given the limitation of bandwidth and, you know, I'm not as real as I would be if I was actually, like, coming into your living room in 3 dimensions, but I'm pretty close. I'm pretty close to that. And for that reason, I don't know, it might be a little different than some of the stuff people are used to watching on YouTube. We do this show without a net. Turkey is building a steel dome. Who's gonna build the diamond dome? Like, I love how he thinks that, like, the golden dome, well, it's Trump, right? So of course it's gonna be a golden dome. You know, gold is not like a particularly hard metal. Does anybody know that? Like, diamond is known for being hard, steel is known for being hard. Gold, kind of known for being soft. If we're being real about it. If we're being real about it. We should have jellyfish member emoji on YouTube if Twitch gets weasels. Wait, Twitch does get weasels? Are they? Yeah, there's weasels. Well, Twitch has a lot of things. I don't know. Trump is good. Yeah, Star Wars Project 2, exactly. So let me, oh my God. I was doing a whole bunch of things just so I could do this. If I can, in fact. There we go. The Golden Dome, indeed. Trump is doing Star Wars Project 2. Yeah, so Ronald Reagan, at the, sort of towards the end of the Cold War, Ronald Reagan ramped things up by spending more money on defense. A lot of people, if you hear people credit Ronald Reagan for ending the Cold War or winning the Cold War, yo, Parthenon with the 15-month membership that you are re-upping right now and getting us started off. The Bronze Age was great. Yeah, don't forget the Bronze Age, Authentic. Lest we forget. Friend of the VOD, Bronze Age pervert. Oh my God, chat. I'm worried somebody will take that seriously. She's friends with Bronze Age pervert. Like, right? Look, like as a left tuber, I don't know if you want to call me a bread tuber or a left tuber or what you want to call me. I'm some kind of tuber. But some of the people that have come before me have kind of left a bad taste in people's mouth, right? One of the reasons is, you know, kind of being a little friendly with right-wingers behind the scenes. And sometimes, you know, so I mean, like the whole debate meta, you know, kind of fucked things up, right? Because when you are doing debate, you've got a interest, you've got a conflict of interest, I would say, between the ideology that you're defending as a leftist and the, you know, the people who are becoming your business partners, that being right-wingers. You want to debate people? It's not a lot of fun to debate somebody that agrees on everything with you. You got to bring in Sargon of Akkad. You got to bring in Bronze Age pervert. I don't know if anyone's trying to debate Bronze Age pervert, but like, right, you know what I'm saying. So I got to be real specific when I say stuff. Otherwise, I'm going to cause a scandal. And we've already got enough scandals with me crashing out. No, I mean, I don't know, chat. I'm not really crashing out. I feel like I'm crashing out a little bit. I'm feeling the pressure, let's just say. And I'm trying to be aware of that too, because like I don't want to, especially the beginning of the show, to become a negative place. This being said, let me just make it real clear, all right? Yeah, we are not at war with anybody who has criticisms in the comments. Whether those criticisms are well-informed, apt criticisms, or whether those criticisms are coming from somebody who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. No harm, no foul, criticize away. I might even make a change in the stream based on it, right? I just don't want anybody to think that, you know, just because I pulled somebody's comment up yesterday and kind of made fun of their entitlement a little bit. We don't hate them. We don't hate anyone. And, you know, I just want to make sure there's an atmosphere for some criticism. So chat, what do we got going on today? Well, we got to finish up the Ethan Klein stream from yesterday. That means watching Ethan reacting to Denims. There's a little caveat, I guess, that Ethan issued, a little revision. I would say he's trying to retcon some of the things he implied earlier about Denims, possibly to head off a lawsuit. Denims, you know, I don't know for sure whether Denims is thinking of filing a lawsuit or not, but Weasels do a dead dance to confuse their prey. Wait, is that a real thing? Wait, what, a dead dance? That sounds like a... I know a lot of ducks, some people call them mighty. They used to live in Minnesota, but now they're in California. Huge hockey fan, it's these mighty ducks. Have the Ducks ever won the World Series of Hockey? What is the Stanley Cup, right? Do they get, do they know that those Stanley Cups have lead in them? Supposedly, allegedly, maybe, possibly, not for sure, because I don't want to get sued. Do they know about the scandals with the Stanley Cups? Like, I don't know, what, why are coffee, also, how, you know, hockey players, right? You're skating. You're not just like on the field. You're not just casually there like a football player, a basketball player, a soccer player, right? You're on ice skates, all right? How are you supposed to manage a drink with ice skates? How do they know that the straw is not going to go into somebody's eye? I feel like hockey's an exceptionally dangerous sport. I don't understand how they do it. I don't know why someone has not been unalived. Like, think about this, chat. They're skating around on sharp blades. They got these big sticks that they're just like into the air and then whoosh, you know, hit it. They're like hitting things with big, like, what other sports has sticks that you hit stuff with, right? Like, and like, I don't understand how do hockey players not constantly end up gravely injured or dead? How much sexism was Ethan doing towards Denims 7? He was doing a 7 level of sexism. No, I don't know. I don't know how to quantify that, Davy. But a non-zero amount. Yeah, that I can say with certainty. That I can say with certainty. One more mention of Reagan ending the USSR might give Hakeem a stroke. Yeah, so like, right, Reagan was credited with that. Part of the reason because he spent an absurd amount of money on the defense budget. He also kind of invented the budget deficit. A lot of people want to give Republicans credit somehow for being good on economic issues because they present themselves as being business-minded and concerned with things like deficit. So people get this like brainworm in their head. They get this brainworm in their head where they think that maybe the country is just like a company, right? The country is just like a business. And what do you need with a business? Well, you need to cut the budget, right? To make the shareholders happy. And they forget that there's some stakeholders when it comes to the... There's some stakeholders when it comes to the operation of the business known as the American government that are also known as we the people, right? That's who the government should be concerned about, right? The government doesn't need to save money at the expense of the people who supposedly make it up. But I mean, like, that's, you know, that's hopelessly naive, isn't it? Like, lacrosse has metal sticks, or has sticks. Baseball has sticks. Cricket has sticks. Yeah, I mean, like, look, baseball, wait, people have been hurt with the baseball sticks, right? Baseball sticks. I think it's called a bat, right? It's called a bat. It's not called a stick. But yeah, like, what is it? Like, they hit the ball and then sometimes they kind of like throw the bat. Don't they? Am I wrong about that? Is it illegal to throw the bat, chat? I feel like they get rid of the bat real surprisingly fast, right? They hit the ball, they get rid of the bat surprisingly fast, and maybe not the safest way in the world, and then they run. And then lacrosse, yeah, kind of like a hockey stick, isn't it? Or wait, no, it's not. Lacrosse is one of those ones that it's like a stick that has a net, and it can catch the ball, and you go whoosh, and you throw the ball to somebody else, and they go whoosh, and they catch it, and you throw it to someone else, and they catch it, and then eventually you get to close to the goal, and you go whoosh, and try to get it into the goal. How does that work? God damn, lacrosse is complicated. My plumage is beautiful. Same, Donald, same. You're supposed to drop the bat, not throw? Do they get in trouble for throwing it? Bat shatterings have hurt people. Wait, so wait, is that when they hit the ball with the bat and it breaks into a million pieces? Chat, I didn't play a lot of like softball or baseball growing up, but the little bit I did play was done with aluminum bats, which are still kind of tough. Anyway, what was I talking about? Reagan, Star Wars, spending money, getting credit for winning the Cold War, and then and also proposing a strategic defense initiative, I believe is what it was called. This program, dubbed Star Wars by some of Reagan's detractors because of its non-serious nature, was supposed to be a missile defense system, similar to what Trump is talking about with the Golden Dome. The idea being that in the escalation of the Cold War, you'd already gotten to the point where both major powers, the Soviet Union and the United States, could destroy the world several times over, right? So building more missiles, building more bombers. What is the nuclear triad? ICBMs, bombers, and submarines, right? I mean, maybe you could add more submarines, right? That's the last leg to be built of the nuclear triad, but you can't do as much on those things, right? Those things have kind of reached a natural saturation point, if you will, right? So the idea was, well, what if we work on defending ourselves from the opponent's nukes? And like, look, they have been working on that.
Thomas Jur, super chatted $5.84. Jayalai. Speaking of cocaine, Miami in the 80s.
Wow. I've seen this too. Wait, is this is a sport that's played indoors, kind of like a gym, right? Also, thanks for getting us started off on the butterfly goal, Thomas. Yeah, we're 1 out of 10 now with 1 hour and 6 minutes left today. I'll do a second one if we don't get this one, right? But and this is your chance to make me add a little bit of add a certain accessory at a certain place. We're trying to go for color contrast here, although I really like this, right? This isn't exactly color contrast, but the yellow one is really good. The pink one, I mean, technically, doesn't this clash? Is this clashing, chat? Is this what clashing looks like? Oh my god, chat, I'm all over the place, aren't I? Purple does kind of, that's not enough color contrast, and I'm sure red is going to be much the same. What does the red look like? Ooh. I mean, again, not high contrast, but kind of cool still. Because it matches. It sort of matches. But Highlight uses like a giant claw. What, like the claw machine? Yo, chat. Look. Okay, here's the deal. Okay? We need to get full communism. Like really soon. Just straight up get full communism. Get advance past capitalism, all right? Leave that in the past, all right? Advance past world wars, advance past nations, and then then get to the point where like more and more of our work is being automated, and that automation, rather than cutting our leverage with our bosses, that automation is actually affording us more luxury and more free time. And with that free time, chat, with that free time, I say one of the things we could do is design a bunch of new sports. Look at our sports. Aren't they kind of boring? Maybe this is why I'm not into sports. Maybe sports kind of suck because people are too busy with, their day-to-day struggle to really be able to thank the Basques for Highlight. I didn't know it was the Basques that had invented Highlight. Congratulations, Basque country. Like, I feel like they should get autonomy just based on that. Like, if I was Spain, that's I don't know. I don't want to tell Spain how to conduct its business. I've isn't there a thing? Wait, what's going on in Spain right now, chat? Spain is they're experiencing over tourism in Spain. For some reason, tourism is so off the chain in Spain that it's actually making it hard for people living there to live, right? Their quality of life is being negatively impacted by the amount of tourism going on in Spain right now. Donald Trump said Irene doesn't need 20 butterflies. She can have 2. Well, we're just working on 1 right now. I'll be happy with 1. Gotcha, communism. But yeah, where's Blurns Ball? Wait, what was Blurns Ball again? Suspiciously looks like an Aztec game though. Wait, highlightas? Wait, you don't mean the Aztec game that Joseph Campbell talks about, right? You're not talking about that one. I know about that sport thanks to PBS. Thanks to what's that guy's name? Bill, not Mar. Who's the Bill dude?
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. I've seen things, Jack, that you wouldn't believe. Social Security burning on the Senate floor, Tom Hanks glistening in the dark of the Lincoln Memorial, all these moments lost like tears in the rain.
We got a Blade Runner. We got a runner, chat. Is it Ken Burns? No, it was like, I thought it was Bill something. Ken Burns is the Civil War guy, right? Thank you for the super chat, Davy, and thank you for bringing Blade Runner. Thank you for bringing up that I need to actually watch that at some point. Chat, I feel like I might have seen, I think I've seen the reboot or something of Blade Runner, but people are telling me it's not the same. I got to see the original one. Bill Nye the Science Guy, Bill something else. Spain is tired of winning. They're winning when it comes to, they're winning too hard when it comes to tourism. But yeah, as a result, they have, I think they're going after Airbnbs, which probably a good idea. Airbnbs have raised the price of rent in various countries substantially, right? They experienced blackouts like Chile, Ontario, and Buenos Aires. Wait, what? Spain did? Who's the Bill guy on... Oh my god, chat. Who's the Bill from PBS? Let me look this up. No, I'll end up getting like the bill to curtail PBS from the Republicans. Bill PBS. Bill something. Murray Gates. Bill Maher, Bill Nye, Bill Young, Bill Moyers. Yeah, that's who it was. Thanks to Bill Moyers, I believe is he dead? But no, he's not dead. Still alive, still with us. Bill Moyers. Okay, that's who it was. No, it's definitely Bill Moyers. Does nobody in chat know about Bill Moyers? Like, this was this guy, whenever I would go to my grandmom's house, I don't remember why, but I'd always end up watching PBS before anybody woke up, because, like, right, you know, it's vacation and the adults want to sleep in, and of course, grandma wants to sleep in, and so, you know, you just put on the TV, and invariably I would end up watching PBS. And I remember, like, Bill Moyers interviewing Joseph Campbell about, I don't know, one of his books. It was like an old, I think it was like an old interview that they just keep on rerunning, right, from like the 70s or 80s or something like that. PBS is great for rerunning stuff like that, right? You'll find all manner of different... I've seen things, Jack, you wouldn't believe. AM tracks on fire on the streets of Delaware. Tom Hanks glistening in the dark of the Lincoln Memorials. All those moments lost, like tears in the rain, Jack. There's the Biden one. Have I seen... Oh, I love Bill Moyers like crazy, says Rachel. Moyers was the man. You never watched PBS? It was also one of the only places you could see like British broadcasting programming. Like they bought a bunch of shows that were on in Britain in like the 80s, or I don't even know, like old shows from the UK, right? Bill Moyers, The Power of Myth with Joseph Campbell. Oh, so it was on The Power of Myth, yeah. Oh, thank you, Aaron Patton. Thank you for reminding me on something that I'm supposed to do right now, chat. Right now, let me give you my personal news. This is my personal news, the things that happened between hitting stop streaming at the end of the day yesterday and hitting start streaming today. Well, so like right after right after streaming, chat, I traveled down to the immigration department, right, in my city. And oh my God. All right. People complain about getting their driver's license. People complain about waiting at the DMV. But an insane, I wouldn't even call it a line. You kind of queue, like you fill stuff out online to get like a place in the queue, and then you get called up to different windows. And yeah, so anyway, that being said, yeah, it was just like packed. It was packed, right? It was at capacity. There's seats there, you know, just like there is at the DMV. So it's not like you're just standing there, you're standing in line or anything like that. You are sitting on a seat waiting for either your name or your number to be called. And surprisingly, chat, not a lot of trouble, not a lot of difficulty. The person that I encountered at immigrations, you know, like, look, they're speaking English, right? They're speaking enough English to get by, and then they're speaking English. And this dude spoke English, right? Which is kind of rare, because like I told you, Thai language and English are very, very different. And so my expectation in learning Thai is that it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle, and that my proficiency in understanding the nuances, right? It's the nuances that I'm worried about. I can learn vocabulary. I can learn the alphabet. I can learn the numbers. I can learn, you know, euphemisms and stuff like that. But there's little nuances that are communicated in language in ways that are kind of difficult to enumerate. And that's what I've noticed, that a lot of people that learn English with Thai as a first language don't quite get the nuances, right? So when you're trying to talk about something like, you know, I remember citing a contract here and expressing to the person that I was talking to, who does speak English, speaks, you know, pretty good English, right? Expressing that because of some grammatical mistakes in the contract, I was worried that, you know, this is a legal document, right? And so I was trying to tell him that, you know, if we could clean up some of the grammar, just for me to be assured that this contract says what it does say. And he apologized for the grammar. No, you don't have to do that. You don't have to apologize for not having perfect grammar in a language that's so different than your own. You don't have to apologize for that. But I couldn't express to him that that's not what I was upset about. I'm not a grammar, I was about to say Nazi. I'm not a grammar, I'm not harping on grammar, all right? I am harping on the way that a legal document is written. But then I realized it's really the Thai, right? Because you know, a document that you sign, it's written in two language, right? There's a Thai version and there's an English version. And as far as I understand, I think the Thai, like the what's written in Thai is what determines the actual, you know, the actual how the contract works. But yeah, people also have a very see, let's put this in the right way. I want to explain this correctly, right? I was about to say that people in Thailand have a very relaxed attitude. But then I realized that there's two sides to this, right? Me looking at this as an American maybe has a very non-relaxed perspective on things, right? And I'm given to maybe side with the Thais on this one. Right? So he's like not worried about it at all. He said something about honor, of like, you know, no, we're good people. We're both good people. So therefore it doesn't matter what's written in the contract, because whatever happens, we'll work it out. And I want to make sure you're happy, and you know, you are, you know, like, right. And it was such a refreshing perspective, rather than, you know, being at each other's throats, being in these, you know, inherent contradictions in the US, which, you know, there's still an inherent contradiction between a landlord and a tenant. But it's just a little bit different of a, there's less of a cut. You know, this comes through in Muay Thai too, chat. One thing that Thai people who do Muay Thai will say about Farang or you know, foreign fighters, people that come to Thailand to either, you know, fight in sanctioned matches or that come to Thailand to learn Muay Thai, is that the Farang tend to be like out for blood, right? They'll use phrases like they want to kill you, right? And if you look at people learning Muay Thai, a lot of times it's really playful. It doesn't. It's you know, it's a game. It's a game. It's a serious game. It's a fighting game. And yes, people do get hurt at it, and yes, people do want to win, and they're playing for keeps. But there, you know, there's a certain level that I guess, you know, the sort of ambition that's really common in like MMA training, for instance, right? In the US, is just not the perspective that Muay Thai fighters in Thailand really have. So yeah, there's I got a Daily Wire ad, had a second most forgettable guy on there. Muay Thai, say hi. Yeah, hi to you, Decipher. Hi to you, Deci. Oh my god, there we go. We gotta speak in bars if we're if I'm conversing with Deci. Thai bureaucracy sounds mellower than the US. I mean, I don't know. What have you heard, chat? What have you heard about Thai bureaucracy? Oh god, we can't talk about this too much, can we? I gotta avoid talking about Thai politics. Look, here's the deal, chat. I moved to Thailand partly so that I could be a little bit more free to say what I think about US politics. Probably what I give up in that is being able to really not look, Thailand's not doing what the US is doing. The US is unironically, oh my god, chat, have you seen this Adam Conover on Tim Pool? Do I know the 5 tones in Thai? Let's see. There's the high tone. Sawadee ka. There's the low tone. Oh my god, I'm trying to think of an example of the low tone. There's a high tone. There's a low tone. There's a flat tone. So that's 1, 2, 3. And then I think the last two are there's a down then up tone. Like when you're saying dog is ma, right? So it's like down then up, right? And then there's the up then down. I'm trying to think of an example of the up then down. Free speech is limited in Thailand. Well, and the other thing is I just really don't understand the limits. Like I understand a big limit, right? Which is that, you know, the monarchy is taken very seriously. There's a lot that I don't know about Thai, honestly. There's a high tone and there's a tech tone, says Charlie Kelly. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I would say, you know, before I try to describe like the difference between free speech in Thailand and in the United States, I don't think I could even like I don't think I'm knowledgeable to speak on that. So apart from, you know, possibly being worried about having differences of opinion or criticisms of anything, that I don't even know enough to criticize, even if grammar prescriptivist, that's right.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. I've seen things you dogs wouldn't believe. Big Mac sizzling on the grill in Festerville. Robert Patterson tweet glistening in the dark. All these moments lost like Stan Chera in the sea virus.
Oh my god. Javi Cliff, you are on fire tonight. You are on fire. Who did I hear make a Blade Runner reference? Was it Chapo? Is that the secret to understanding Davi's tweets, is to have watched the previous episode of Chapo? Is that all that I need to do? Yeah. So yeah, Lumpen Maoist bringing up correctional system in Thailand, which is something that is much discussed, much talked about in like American media, but again, something that I don't know anything about, and maybe that's for the best. I will hope to remain ignorant, chat. I must remain ignorant. I must endeavor as I do to remain ignorant of controversial topics such as that. All right, so where are we at? I think I'm behind. Oh yeah, I gotta say too, Narwhal is taking a little time off. So if I've got anybody in chat that wants to keep an abacus or check me, right? You know, make sure that I'm accurate in my abacus. Not okay. So we're like 20. I think we're at 22. If anybody wants to check that and make sure that I am accurate, go ahead and get your abacuses out. Also, let's see. Thank you, Decipher, for the gifted membership too. Wait, who just got that gifted membership? ACAB includes Tone Police. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Yeah, I mean, and the other thing about Thailand is that Chapo is my mind worm. Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of we're at 29 now. Oh shit! Thank you, Moeno. Is it 29 and then 34 now? All right, somebody check that, but I think that sounds right. 34. We're at 34 out of 100 again. This is the bonus counter, the bonus goal. We can possibly get extra content. I could possibly stay on a little longer. And tonight I actually can. Last night I had to get off early. I had to get off on at a certain time because of that appointment at immigrations. But I made that. I got my stamp. I am good. I am legal. I'm very, very cool. I am very, very legal. So yeah, is that accurate now, Moeno Ape? Is it 34 or should it be 29? I still want more goddamn gaming. Oh, me too, Decipher, me too. I gotta figure out a way to find some time for that. And still cover... Oh yeah, that's the other announcement that I wanted to make, okay? So, I still have stuff that I need to do, right? Like I've got my, you know, my visa is, like I said, I'm legal, I'm stamped. I got more time here, but the next thing I need to do is set up my, appointment, my, visa for education, right? That is going to be the visa that lets me stay here long-term, right? And also gives me the chance, right, because it's an education visa, and I am definitely going to be pursuing language school, right? I want to know what people are saying. I want to know what signs say. I want to know what's going on around me. I want to be, you know, when you come to this country and you don't speak Thai, you're somewhat limited in just being able to really talk to people that either, you know English really well, or they, or they are from, you know, different country, right? And I want to bust that limit open and be able to really experience Thai culture, and not just being geographically here, right? Because there are a lot of tourists, there's a lot of expats, there's a lot of English teachers here, right? And you know, those people, Duolingo. If I want to get taught by AI, yeah, I'll go. Duolingo's got a little bit of a scandal of their own right now, but no, I'm going to need to go to like a real deal language school. They don't want to just see that you're like, oh yes, you're practicing your vowels and your consonants. You're practicing. You know how to count to 20. You know how to count to 30. You know how to count to 100, right? They're not just concerned with that. They want to see that you're, you know, with a accredited language school. So that's what I'm doing, and in pursuance of that. I have got a Thai visa fund set up on throne.com/nocommentchick. If you want to help me out with that sort of thing, if you want to help me out staying in this country, first and foremost, but also learning the language, which is really important to me, and it's something that I really want to do. But yeah, you can help me out by going over there on Throne and supporting me there. I've got that the Thai Visa fund. Yeah, I'm talking about the things that make the bonus number go up. So there's the Throne thing. There is oh my god, chat. I'm so overwhelmed, so tired. Duolingo's gotten controversies with AI. Yeah, they fired a bunch of people. Yeah, Babbel Decipher I found is pretty good. I don't think they have Thai though. In fact, I don't think Duolingo has Thai. They were going to expand, if I remember correctly, Duolingo was going to expand to Thai and a bunch of other languages, right? And they decided against it, I guess, based on the number of the amount of interest they had in learning different languages. How long is the Thai course at school? 1 year. 180 hours, 1 year long, and I think it's like two-hour classes a week. So yeah, I mean, it's not full-time school by any means, but it is serious. And the other thing that's annoying about it is that you got to pay for it up front, right? You have to go ahead and pay for the year. And so that's what's making things a little bit tight. So if you want to help me with that and make that less tight, you can contribute to my Thai Visa fund over on throne.com. That's what that is for. Is Babbel good? From what I've seen, there were some advantages, let's just say, to Babbel. I don't know, like compared to your best like option in learning a language is generally going to be if you can do through a university, right? I would say obviously that can be expensive, so you got to take that into account. But if you can take a course that has both like a textbook component, like a class component, along with a what do you call it? Speaking groups? Is it called are they called speaking groups? Rosetta Stone, is that too expensive? I used it a long time ago. I don't really know. I don't know how good it is or how expensive it is anymore. I think somebody gave me a free version of Rosetta Stone a long time ago. That they probably torrented. If I don't know. But I have not used that in years and years and years, so I can't really speak to Rosetta Stone. But yes, language group, what do you call that, chat? Do you know what I'm talking about? If you take a course and you and there's a class component, right? So you got your class, and then maybe you go to another, like a breakout group or something like that, where it's like a smaller group of people in the class, and you've got like a TA that's managing it, right? And what they're doing is they're having you talk to each other in the language that you're learning. And that's the thing that's missing, because it's really easy to learn, to study, to be proficient, to be able to recognize this word means that, this word means that, this word means that, to get the spelling right, to get the grammar right, to get everything, proficient in terms of knowing the language. But then you show up at the country and you try to have a conversation with somebody, and it's a whole different thing, right? That's why these language language labs, yeah, I guess some people, sometimes they'd be called something like that, a language lab. But really it's like a dictation. I'm trying to remember, it's a something group is what like most people call these, right? And that's the part that really is going to help you learn, right? When you're in a space and you got to use the language, that's when you really learn it. And whether that is you traveling to a foreign country and being immersed and being, necessity being the mother of invention. You now have the necessity to learn the language. If you want to survive, you need to know what people are saying. You need to understand the language. Or, maybe better if you could just start speaking the language with other people that are learning. But, there's something kind of invaluable. There's something kind of invaluable about speaking the language with people that speak the language as a native, right? There's something invaluable about speaking the language with natives. Like, let's take, for instance, Japanese, right? I'm sure you've all seen anime where a character speaks a little bit of English, you know, and it's kind of like to be cool. Like, it's cool to go off and speak English in Japan, or sometimes it's considered not cool, right? There's a character that I'm thinking of from Bleach right now that speaks a lot of English to be cool, and is not very successful at being cool, but that doesn't stop him from speaking English, right? So if you know what I'm talking about, there's a certain type of English that's spoken within Japan that is not necessarily pronounced correctly, not necessarily spoken the way that most English people would speak it, and but is understood by other Japanese people, right? Because most Japanese people have like a certain, you know, they know some English, right? But they're not super proficient with it, right? So because of that, like a version of English exists within Japan that is that if somebody were to speak this English to you, you might have trouble understanding, because it's not the way that English is spoken in the United States, in Australia, in the UK, and New Zealand, right? You might have some difficulty understanding this person, even though they are speaking to you in English, right? If all you do is like communicate in a language with other non-native speakers, there is some chance that you're gonna like, in other words, like, you're gonna say stuff that might not be understandable to a native speaker, but that is understandable to somebody else that's learning, right? Like they are, you know. So yeah, there's a value in that too. Duolingo pissed me off trying to learn my native Gaelic language. They bastardize my people's language and then teach it in the most ineffective and stupid manner possible. Holy shit. That's right. Yeah, Joseph Joestar. Thank you, Davi, for reminding us a great example in anime. Yeah, Joseph Joestar, if you've ever watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Joseph Joestar, specifically the older Joseph Joestar from part 3, speaks a lot. He's, you know, supposed to be English, right? And especially curse words, right? He'll say in English. The idea being that, you know, he speaks Japanese now, but when he gets mad, he forgets his Japanese and he's got to say "son of a bitch." But yeah, he's speaking it in a way that would be very easily understood to a Japanese, you know, person that speaks a little bit of English, and you know, sounds very different than the way that we say "holy shit" in the United States, in England, and wherever. Gaelic is the Irish language, for those who do not know. Slang and localized words are difficult to catch if you don't practice. Yeah, with native speakers. Yeah, somebody that can like really notice what you're doing and kind of correct you. That's what you need. Like dialect, my family speaks Southern dialect, and the family from Central doesn't understand what they're saying because the words. Well, no, it's just like in other words, chat. The what I'm trying to say is that the French that you speak in your French language group, right, is not necessarily going to be easily understood by like native French speakers, right? You'll almost develop like your own version of the language if you're learning from other like non-native speakers, right? And it's only when you get somebody that has spoken, that has just a high proficiency. I guess they don't have to be a native speaker, right? But they have high proficiency in the language. That person can correct the little things that you're doing, the mispronunciations, the language that you're using that might be grammatically correct, might be syntactically correct, but it's just not the way that you say things in that language, right? It takes that. Anyway, chat, we got to get to the subject matter. We're going to take a look at what Denims is Wait, I gotta add this, don't I? You know, Ethan's made what some people are calling a retraction in terms of things that he said about Denims in the past, right? He, I would say, heavily implied, although I'm sure he would deny this, that Denims was in some way responsible for the CPS call, and he does seem to be retracting that. So one wonders, chat, did Ethan get some advice from his counsel to maybe get ahead of some of those things and make some clarifications, make some retractions, or you know, what exactly is going on? We don't know yet, but we're gonna find out in this episode of No Comment Chick. All right, so let's take a look at, if I can, the poll that we got going, right? So yeah, I told you before about the bonus goal, right? That's this down here. It's at 39 out of 100. If it gets to 100 out of 100, I'll stay on a little bit more longer and cover another subject. If somehow it gets to like 200, then I'll stay on even longer and cover 2 extra topics. If it 300, 3 extra topics, etc., etc. I think the farthest we've ever gotten is 3 topics, right? So I mean, that's how that works. What topics though are available? Well, if you're watching me on YouTube, you have access to that right now in a poll that I am conducting in YouTube chat. All right, so when I look at the poll, 59 of you have voted so far. Of those 59, Emma Vigeland on TYT's downfall. Yeah, she apparently stopped in to the Vanguard, had a little conversation with the boys. She had sushi with the boys on the Vanguard, and talked a little smack about certain Anna Kasparian and her new enterprise as a PBD, Valuetainment Network breakout star, right, on her new show, Her Take, along with Lindy Lee and Jillian Michaels. Yes, Jillian Michaels. And the other person whose name, no, there's like 2 more people whose names I always forget. That's in first place, Emma Vigeland on the TYT downfall. Second place, we got LGBT slang in Thailand. This was an interesting video that I found talking about language, talking about the language, the language of LGBT, like slang that is particular to queer culture in Thailand, as well as, you know, sort of definitional terms for different groups that you may not be familiar with, right? So yeah, we'll do a little deep dive into LGBT culture in Thailand, as well as the language, the slang, the idiomatic expressions, if you will, that surround it, right? In third place, we have Slop Tubers deny Hassan's detention. This has been on here for a little while, but yeah, it looks like Dan Saltman, I think it's Dan Saltman that started this up. It's basically Hassan detention trutherism is what they're doing, right? And either knowingly or unknowingly, they are echoing Trump administration talking points, right? When the Trump administration was asked about the detention of Hassan Piker, they said, dude is lying for likes. They said he's literally lying. And then they slammed the table, chat. They slammed the table again and again and said, what a weaselly little liar. No, they didn't do that. But like, right, they did call him a liar. They did say that he's lying for likes. That's in third place. And in fourth place, near and dear to my heart, Tabernacles Butlerian Jihad versus AI, which is, you know, a great concept for a video, and Tabernacle has made that video, so we haven't covered Tabernacle in a while. If you want to hear from Tabernacle, you know, that's on the menu for today. These are your 4 options, right? So, button, where's the button? There's the button. Whoa, did chat just stop? What happened? Oh no, it's not updating for some reason. Maybe I need to refresh this. Let's try refreshing. I know what's happening, chat. We're kind of using a new, some new technology in recent days and getting used to it. But yeah, that is the, yeah, you can see up here, these are the topics. So like I said, we're at 39 out of 100. If we get to 100 or 100 of 100, I cover the top scoring topic. If we get to 200, then I cover the top 2 scoring topics. What determines the score? Well, I've already told you that there's a poll on YouTube. That is part of what determines the score. The other thing that determines the score is when you donate, you know, in addition to like bumping this number up, which whether you do through super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, or if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me over on Twitch, which I greatly appreciate since I don't get paid at all for Twitch other than the support of viewers like you. So thank you, subs on Twitch, for supporting me like that. Right? Any of those things, it makes the number go up, but it also gives you the chance. Remember, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat, like, hey, I want to see Emma Vigland. Hey, I want to hear about LGBT slang in Thailand. Hey, I want to know what slop tubers are out there denying Hassan's detention. Oh God, I got to fix this, right? Because it should not have numbers on it right now. We need to revert these to 0. These are from yesterday. So we're reverting everything back to 0 right now. But yeah, feel free to let me know in the chat if you've got a preference of what topic you want to see when you're donating. You can also say Vox Populi if you want to reinforce the results of the poll at the expense. If you want to de-emphasize the effect of donations and emphasize the effect of the poll, you can say Vox Populi. Essentially, what you're saying is, I'll have what the YouTube voters are having, right? That's what you're saying. You're like, it's like, I'll have what she's having, right? You're saying, I'll have what the voters are having. Whatever the voters decide on, that's fine by me. That's Vox Populi. You can say that too. The other thing you can say that I never really mention, we got a video game stream down here at 15%. In the past, I've done these when it reaches 100%. Hopefully I'll find some time for that. There are some video games that I want to play right now, chat. You're listening to the soundtrack of Soul Hackers, a Atlas game from the 1990s, from way back in the 1990s. I think this was even done maybe a little bit before Persona 2. So I played Persona 2 on stream a little bit. It was really cool, really fucking cool. Like old school graphics, like really old school graphics, right? Like the avatars and everything. And like, what do you call it? It's like bit. It's like bit characters, right? Which is pretty cool. And looking for more of that with Soul Hackers. Of course, I need to finish my playthrough of New Vegas, right? And what are the other games that people keep on telling me about new games, and I forget them. So if you got any suggestions, let me know. We also started playing Metaphor a little bit. But yeah, that's how that works. Like I said, oh my God, what am I doing, chat? And that's what drives this goal forward, is a super chat, super sticker, getting yourself a membership, gifting memberships to other people, which I greatly also, I should put in a plug for that, because there's not as much, you know, that our memberships are going down a little bit, and I want people to have the ability to post weasels. That happens when you get yourself a membership on YouTube. That also happens if you gift memberships you're creating more weasels by doing that, right? Signing up for a Patreon, supporting me on Throne, or supporting me on Twitch. These are the things that make the number go up. If it gets to 100, we do one topic. If it gets to 200, we do 2 topics. And of course, you have the ability to let me know in the chat when you donate which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is. With that being said, chat, it's time to thank my Patreons. Right, I greatly appreciate people supporting me on Patreon. Obviously, any support or whatever is the easiest way for you to support me. I appreciate that, including a way that you could do it for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, you can use it on Twitch to get yourself a sub for free, get access to the weasels, to the jellyfish, to all the emotes, and also support the stream at no cost to you, right? One of the ways that so yeah, in addition to support on the platforms of Twitch and YouTube, which I stream on, I really appreciate people supporting me off platform on Patreon, because yeah, these platforms can be taken away from content creators really fucking easily, and we've seen examples of that recently. So yeah, thank you to all of my Patreons. I'm gonna give you an official shout out. Everyone at the $5 level and above, you know, you get a shout out every time I stream. So shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a shout out to Animus. And a fancy shout out goes to Zara Xerex, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. With that, chat, we must endeavor to cover the content. What content? Well, I'll tell you. This content right here. Oh yeah, little bit of housekeeping before we get started. All right. I know that the maybe over coverage of Ethan related content has, you know, some people annoyed, none more so than myself. It gets a little bit much. This guy's hard to take. He's hard to listen to sometimes. So I have heard, both the pleas of, people in chat as well as my own plea to maybe, you know, start to, well, I mean, look, we'll try to what I'm trying to do is cover the story, right? There's a story of that, you know, that has to do really more with Hassan than anyone else, you know, kind of Hassan, versus people trying to deplatform him, Hassan, versus, you know, people that call themselves, you know, liberals or progressives and yet like hate everything that, you know, and resent him as the most popular progressive content creator, and people like Ian who, you know, even say that they are not just progressive and liberal but are also supporters of Palestine, and yet everything that he does seems to fly in the face of that support, right? So we've been covering this ongoing story, but and partially because I've been moving and you know, focusing on one thing is a little bit easier than focusing on multiple things. But I do want to get back to covering the news. There's a lot of it going on right now, a lot of it of great importance, and also just to have like what I envision, chat, for a stream is something a little bit more along the lines of what Hassan does. Yo, Funkmaster Ka, with the subscription. Resubscribing, thank you. So yeah, what I'm trying to say is that I'm gonna still cover you know, Ethan. I'm gonna still cover TYT. I'm gonna still cover any of the drama slop that's going on, but I'm gonna try to cover it in a more truncated way. I'm gonna try to just hit the high points from now on of this stuff and not go every single bit of this guy's VOD, because it's getting a little bit much even for me too, right? And I'm going to try to throw in more different stories of politics, of pop culture, of all kinds of things. So that's right. So let's take a look at, you know, it's really weird when a sock puppet says something like Hassan is a right-winger cosplaying as a progressive lefty. Somebody literally cosplaying in my chat as somebody that wants the left to succeed, with a you know, Hassan is actually the right winger, you know. That's right. Hassan actually secretly loves Trump, chat. Don't you know? Are the Vanguard guys considered slop adjacent? I don't know. SK, wait, what just happened? Something just happened. I gotta check on this. Yo, SK just became a sponsor. Well, I don't know. Some people would say I'm slop adjacent because I'm covering this stuff, right? I don't know. I guess like slop is as slop does. Is that a good way to say it? I think what are you at 45 now? Any of you abacus geniuses out there? Any of you abacus nerds? Feel free to let me know. And thank you for becoming a sponsor, SK. I need my sub again. My star is gone. Well, yeah, more than that, your weasels. You renewed, yes, just like me. Just like I did yesterday at immigration, I renewed my visa so I could stay in the country longer. And more importantly, stay out of the United States. I don't know if I'm going to stay 48. Oh my gosh, thank you, Moinoip. I missed something, obviously, but you did not. So thank you for keeping track of that. You're a slop translator and news anchor. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. And look, I just, whoa, what the fuck? Oh my God. Is this okay? I think this is okay. It's kind of epic, right? Chat. This is what the battle music for Devil Summoner Soul Hackers is like. So yeah. Basically, the TLDR chat is that I'm looking to diversify. I'm looking to do more different things. Maybe a little bit of gaming. Maybe a little bit of coverage of my life in Thailand. Some people are, interested in that. Those things might occur, I don't know, on different channels or something, just to keep it, good for people who are more interested in the political stuff. But yeah, also diversify the content that I'm covering in the day-to-day. So yeah, whereas for a while now, it's been a lot of Ethan Klein, a lot of Hassan, a lot Destiny, Dan Saltman, whatever the fuck is going on in this battle over, Hassan's ability to maintain any kind of platform, right? Which some people would rather him just disappear. They'd rather him drop off the earth, right? A lot of people tried to create a large-scale successful platform of, progressive minded politics on Twitch. Most people failed, and some people, even in the midst of their failure, kind of sold out, kind of lost their way, kind of started supporting, and making alliances with people on the other side, and turned out to, their leftist bona fides are pretty questionable. Hassan has stayed true to, his ideology and has succeeded largely, right? So that is why people are gunning for him. Is he perfect? No. I've made a lot of videos discussing, Hassan's opinions. Some of them are critical, right? When I disagree with something he says, I let you know. I don't think he's perfect, but I do think that he is the, most advanced of the, attempts to bring left-wing content into streaming, right? So for that reason, he represents, I guess, an important chess piece on the board. That's why we're covering this stuff. Anyway, speaking of chess pieces, we gotta let's take a look at what Ethan's got a message for Denims here.
So Denims, I have a little bit of a thing I want to read to her. She's been talking a lot.
A thing you want to read to her?
Oh, I didn't announce this. She closed.
A poem?
Hold on.
Like a bedtime story. Yeah, Ethan's gonna read a bedtime story about Giardia to Denims so that Denims can get a nice, comfy, cozy sleep. That's what he wants to do.
She closed her fucking GoFundMe. She was you guys remember she was crowdfunding to sue me for defamation.
Did we not talk about this on Friday?
No.
Wow. Okay.
I don't think we ever talked about it.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
I know. Can you imagine?
Well, it's oh boy, big news. Do you like that new tag? We added some new tags on the subreddit recently.
Yeah, it's very good.
Oh boy.
So she was posturing that she was going to sue me for defamation. We sent them a letter back. She sent me a cease and desist. I sent a letter back just being like, basically, your client is fucking out of her mind. She did not show you the context. And also she's deleting evidence. Exfoliating evidence is the legal term. No bueno. Judges and juries tend to frown upon erasure of evidence, right? right? So she said,
Progressive Voice. That's a name that I haven't heard of in a long time. Sahil, right? Was the guy behind Progressive Voice? Is the original politics slop guy? I wonder whatever happened to him. He did make a short comeback. He did pop up again and start doing videos. I haven't seen him in a while. Wait, how many more months with the visa? Well, the extension I got was for 1 month, but in terms of the way that the educational visa works, I'll be signing up for a year of courses, a year of Thai language courses, and so, you know, essentially it'll be, I think, a year. I mean, I'll have to see, but it'll be a year-long extension of my visa. And it'll be a it's not, you have to renew it, right? So it's not just like you know, sign up for language courses, you go to them and you stay in them for a year, or you stay in the country for a year. You also have to continue to file extensions and stuff like that. But effectively, you know, I'll be staying here for at least another year. After that, will I maybe do, you know, like you know, visit some other countries? That's a possibility. You know, there's a lot. Or will I maybe do more language school? That's another possibility. Or will I maybe focus on Muay Thai? That was one of my goals in coming, you know, here, and you know, it's something that I'm really interested in. So we'll have to see. Like, a year's a long time from now. I don't want to say anything for sure, but. So Sahil went on a centrist bent. He still streams sometimes. I haven't seen him in a while, but yeah, I did see him fairly recently. She didn't delete anything. It was removed a year. Wait, who?
now, why she closed it is anyone's guess. I think it's...
Oh, that chatter is responding to Ethan. So Denims... Wait, removing? Wait, I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out what what everybody's saying. She didn't delete anything. It was removed a year ago. Are we talking about Denims there? Okay.
Either because either her lawyer dropped her. That's what my lawyer thinks. That they saw this and they're like, I'm not defending you on this shit. Especially,
did you guys not get a response from your response?
Mm-mm.
Huh.
This was the response.
Ethan is saying that she removed evidence. It was removed last year. Videos. I was under the impression that the Denims videos that were removed were actually a clip channel. Is there any truth to that? So you're saying Denims removed some videos a year ago that, obviously being a year ago, wouldn't have anything to do with the Ethan Klein controversies. Ethan is saying Denims is trying to remove evidence. Yeah, he did say, what did he call it? The spoliation, I think, is the word that he used. I don't know if that's a correct legal term. Maybe somebody in chat can tell me what the word that Ethan was trying to say there when he said spoliation, because, you know, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, even when it comes to litigation, which is one of his favorite topics. It's one of his hobbies as a rich, famous guy, right? Not her YouTube channel, clip channel. It was the clip channel that removed. Yeah, so it's not even anything that Denims did. People are acting like Denims is trying to hide, you know, her streams or something like that. Also, like, do they know that, like, look, on Twitch, retaining a VOD is not necessarily something that, you know, happens all the time. Though the way that Twitch is, the way that Twitch works, right? If you want Twitch to save your VOD, like, the default setting for Twitch is to dump your VOD. It only saves your VOD if you know, go into your settings and you say, no, save my VOD, save my VOD, save my VODs, right? And again, VODs have even a limited life. I think there's a less limited life for somebody like Denims. Denims is a partner We are affiliates. So, oh God, chat, I gotta see if they deleted all my highlights. Twitch is, for the longest time, Twitch allowed you to keep unlimited highlights on your Twitch channel. So I kept like a lot, right? And then they recently were like, yeah, we're gonna delete all those. You know, you should delete them. And you know, nobody's got time for that. Let me see if I can open this up and see what's going on here. Content, video. Let's see what it looks like now. Did they delete all my highlights and upload storage limits? Oh no, you're currently at over the 100-hour limit and cannot create new highlights or upload content until you delete your old highlights and free up space. I wish there was a button I could press just to be like, to get Twitch to just delete everything. Okay, we started deleting highlights and uploads for any accounts that were over 100-hour limit on May 19th. We will complete deletions on May 31st. So they're just putting me on notice that, you know, all of my memories, chat, will be deleted. That's okay. They're on YouTube too. So I think we're okay with that.
Okay. Yeah. Right. I mean, who knows? But that doesn't seem like a great development.
So I think it was either her attorney dropped her, or her attorney was like, I strongly advise against doing this because, again, a certain loss, and she would have to pay my attorney's fees. It would be the fattest fuck.
That was the other thing Denims mentioned. Twitch only saves her VODs for like 3 months. Yeah. So yeah. And that's if you have, oh my God, chat. I think it saves my, I don't even know. I don't think it saves my VODs for very long at all now, right? I don't have Prime anymore. When I moved to Thailand, my understanding is there's not a lot of advantage to having, if you live in Thailand, the free delivery and stuff that you get out of Prime, you don't, it doesn't apply to there. So there was no advantage of that. So I canceled it. But that also means that, yeah, my Twitch VODs will be hanging around for a shorter amount of time too.
L ever for her. Going ahead with that would have been total.
I deleted everything on Twitch today. Yo, I wish they would just delete my shit. I'm just like, just fucking delete my shit. If that's what you want to do, if you don't want to save my videos, then just you delete it. I don't want to spend 5 hours, chat, going through and deleting everything.
Suicide, right? Mm-hmm. But and also people were accusing her of like scamming, right? Because everyone was like, yo, where's that?
I'm sorry, people were accusing her of scamming, or you and your minions were accusing her of scamming?
When are you gonna go?
That's such a weird thing to say. That's such a Trumpian thing. Well, people are saying I've lowered the crossings at the border to the lowest level ever. People are saying it's such a bullshit thing.
Oh, actually. Well, she gave the money back, which is good.
She gave the money back? What are you talking about? There's not a scandal here. There was never a fucking scandal. There was never a fucking scandal. There was a GoFundMe to potentially raise money for, legal action against Ethan Klein, who had threatened legal action against nearly everyone, and had also said some shit about Denims that she felt might be legally actionable, right? There's no scandal. There's no attempt to is she going to spend the money on, you can't turn Denims into Keffels, which is, I know what you're trying to do here. That's exactly what Ethan's trying to do. He's trying to rehash the whole Keffels thing with Denims. And the problem is that Denims is not Keffels.
Embarrassing Denims, no matter how she tries to spin this. 1 week, 1,692 donations, and $46,000 later, I'm refunding the GoFundMe. Wow. I love how she says 1 week like it's this insane span of time. Well, guys, it's been 1 week. If and when I go forward as a plaintiff, I will be self-funded. Oh, so you admit that you never needed the donations? Are you admitting now that you are not in need of money from your fans who you asked to give you money for? And then once they actually rallied behind you, you kind of just like...
Chat, this is bringing back my trauma from streaming. I don't talk about this shit a lot because, I don't want to live in the past and stuff, but, I've been in controversies before where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Like, for instance, I was asked by Aristocracy to make a video, just telling my community that that I didn't want anyone harassing her, right? Because she was like accusing me of stoking, hatred against her, right? So I make the video, and then Aristocracy turns around and uses it like Irene admits that she was stoking fucking hatred against me. I do the video to just like, hey, look, I don't know if anybody out here needs to hear this. I don't think anybody in my community would do anything like this, but just so you know, I never want you, going after another creator, bothering another creator, harassing another creator on my behalf. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. We need to chill the fuck out. Everybody needs to and I was ready to just like, all right, I fucking disagree with you on nearly everything, Eris, but if you want me to make a video saying turn the temperature down, I will do that. Because at the end of the day, I legitimately don't want people, engaging in harassment, engaging in these kind of team sports, engaging in this kind of stan culture bullshit, right? I don't want that, right? And she turns around and fucking uses that shit against me. So it's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. That is the situation that Denims is in right now. If Denims keeps, the GoFundMe going, keeps the money for now, then Ethan will criticize her for that. If she releases the money, if she refunds the money, then he will criticize her for that. She is literally damned if she does, damned if she doesn't. That is how you know you're dealing with a bad faith actor, right? This was my experience with Dylan Burns. This is my experience with Demon Mama, with Eris, with everybody who was on that huge dogpile against me, right? Is that it was so fucking disingenuous. There was not like a desire of like, hey, I don't like what Irene is doing, but like, there's no negotiation that can take place with a bad faith actor like that. In other words, right? These people were trying to fucking bury me. All right. Just like Ethan has no interest in doing anything other than burying Denims. He has no interest in anything other than using her as like an object lesson of this is what happens. Like, I can't deplatform Hassan. I can't get rid of Hassan. I can't bury Hassan. But if he can bury Denims, or if he can bury Noah or something like that, then it'll be a thing to, it'll be a head on a pike essentially for him to disincentivize other people criticizing him.
Why did she do that? She is the queen of self-own. I like at every turn, this girl's owning herself. Thank you for everyone for proving Ethan wrong. His behavior is unacceptable, and people do proving me wrong by you conceding in shame. You said
no.
Letter.
The proving you wrong is that she raised 46 grand. That's
she wanted
to play something. I think she explained it in the perfectly logical way. She crowdfunded because many more people were impacted by his actions and would want to support. But then she recognized the added drama, or the drama it would add.
To raise like 150. Her goal was 150.
I'm not saying.
Oh crap! I'm supposed to mention. Thank you, Moe Noe. What, the butterfly goal? Is that what we're dealing with? Let me take a look. Oh no! It expired. All right, here's what I'm gonna do, chat. We're at 4 out of 10. All right. I only gave you 2 hours this time. On the goal. Oh my god, it won't. It's not wanting to work. Here, let me put Ethan back on, and I'm gonna put up another goal. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do another butterfly goal. You got another chance to put a butterfly in my hair. If you're interested in doing that, you can do that with a super chat of $5 or more. That makes it teal, and that makes it eligible to put a butterfly in my hair.
I think that it makes sense, but that is.
How's that? I never. Said
that's how I'm interpreting what she's saying.
But I never said she couldn't raise 46,000. I may have said I don't think she's raising 150.
Well, you got proven wrong,
and I know I got proven right in every single conceivable way. I think. I think Well, it means there's at least $46,000 worth of interest in seeing you sued. It's not nothing, I guess. I'm sure there's lots of people that would love to see somebody sue me, but
about $46,000 worth.
Well, good. I mean, you know what would be so funny is if, let's say, hypothetically, I do sue her.
Hypothetically, huh?
And then she goes, she has to do another crowdfunding. She has to reopen it and ask for money again. That's my favorite outcome. Yes, Dan, if I sue her.
Right.
The question, Dan, is not if, it's how many times.
Oh, interesting.
She didn't want donors to worry or buy into people like Ethan saying she was stealing from them. A bunch of people started donating to her on stream and were like, fuck no, take my money.
But I can't, I've over-delivered and I've over-promised and under-delivered, which is the biggest no-no, right?
Right.
Because I kept being like, the lawsuit's coming, it's coming, it's coming, and then it never came. So everyone's just kind of confused about it. So I'm not talking about it until something actually happens, which should be soon, by the way, which I'm doing it again.
You're doing it all again.
I'm doing it again.
Every step of it.
Every step you take. Anywho. Thank you, Ethan, thank you, everyone, for proving Ethan wrong. Proceeding with a defamation suit against Ethan is a monumental undertaking. His suit with Kavanaugh started almost 4 years ago, and it's still ongoing. I don't want to fundraise to start a fight that I can't finish and feel like I have let down those who have donated. Well, then why the fuck did you make the thing to begin with? Like, I just can't. From the beginning, I was like, the fact that she's crowdfunding before she's even decided to sue me is insane. It's insane. Because anything could happen, right? And of course, $46,000 wasn't going to be enough to do a whole defamation lawsuit. Of course, she's talking about over 4 years, which I don't think ours is going to last that long. I think ours will be over pretty quickly. Although the legal system does, move at variable speeds.
Yep.
I don't want to fundraise to start a fight that I can't finish and feel like I've let those of you who have donated down. With that in mind, if this is a journey I wish to undertake, I'll be doing it with my own funds. Then why the fuck are you begging for money? What? Why would you?
She says Please. I don't want to start a fight that I can't finish. So let's take that. That presumably is her saying she doesn't necessarily have the money to follow through
on top of their
and finish a 4-year-long process of a lawsuit because she's citing the ongoing one with Kavanaugh.
Well, I think she also probably just learned that she's going to have to pay my attorney's fees when she loses.
Well, let's just assume for a second that she thinks
she's
she
like,
could
oh
win.
Shit, I don't want to have to spend any money.
Right, but what if she thinks she could win? She's still saying that she doesn't want to do it because it's a fight that she can't finish. But then she goes on immediately afterwards to say if she does sue, it'll be with her own funds.
She's not suing. She's not.
I mean, I don't know, but
she's not.
It sounds like she doesn't think she can afford to.
Then why did she return the money?
I don't know. I'm confused.
Clearly, this is because something behind the scenes.
Ethan Klein is a sophist. Ethan Klein doesn't know what words mean. Here's the deal, though. I feel like the show illustrates a certain point that's very crucial to understanding late capitalism, right? We look at Ethan Klein and his crew, and we understand what we're seeing here is a relationship between employer and employees. Now, in a society that is what the United States capitalist system represents itself as, the employer, the person at the top of the hierarchy, would be in some way there out of merit, right? He's smarter than other people. He's more creative than other people. He's funnier than other people. He can he's more knowledgeable, right? So he's the one at the top of the hierarchy. He's the one giving the orders that, makes some level of sense organizationally, right? However, this is not what we see in the relationship between Ethan Klein and his employees. We see quite the opposite. Ethan is the one that doesn't know shit. Ethan is not the providing most of the humor, right? He's not bringing anything to the table. And this is what shows you what bullshit the meritocracy that he defends every time he talks about capitalism. It's like, well, you know, if somebody's really good at something, they deserve to make money out of that. Why would you take that away from them? Right? And he's not the worthy individual that he is describing. He's describing a situation in which case the capitalist, the boss, is more worthy than the people working for them. And therefore, that's why they're in that position. And yet what he's showing us is the exact opposite. Somebody that you get the feeling this guy can't even wipe his own ass, let alone, like, he's constantly having to be corrected by his crew. They're constantly having to, you know, proverbially wipe his ass, clean up messes for him, sometimes literally, sometimes figuratively. It's so wild. It's a perfect illustration. It's a perfect illustration of what is actually going, because of the amount of privilege, ever increasing amount of privilege afforded to capitalists, right? Capitalists are far from the most competent people in our society. They are often the least competent people in our society because there's nothing forcing them to be competent. Nothing changes whether they know what they're talking about, whether they don't know what they're talking about, right? They've got somebody that they've hired to do that for them. So it doesn't matter. I agree with Irene wholeheartedly. The crews are the one that bring the humor. Ethan's batting average on joke telling is crap, and even if he knows comedic techniques.
Things happened that strongly persuaded her against doing this, right?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe her lawyer advised her, like you suggested, or even dropped her. Yeah.
Look.
So anyway,
we're gonna see later in this program whose lawyer may have given them a little advice that he may be following right now.
She put a flag in the ground and said, "Ethan will be sued by me. Everybody rally behind me." And then everybody rallied behind her and donated her money. And she sat there powerfully, strongly. She sent me a cease and desist. We sent one small one-page response, and she's like, "Okay, maybe not a good idea. I'm going to give everyone's money back. Please don't sue me, Ethan." What happened, tough lady? God, she's such a fucking pathetic human being.
It's like Weekend at Bernie's with Ethan as the old dead guy.
Holy Toledo.
Well, I'm not wishing any harm on the dude, but
if I still sued her though,
after all, he is the rent payer.
Terrible. I think it's so fun that Noah just did this massive fundraiser. And let's say hypothetically I'm planning to sue a bunch of these people. They just keep raising money because Noah's like, let's prove to Ethan that we can raise the money to fight this.
All right, chat. This might be a segment in and of its own. Let's rewind this a little bit. All right. So now Ethan is talking about Noah's fundraiser. Right? Dude has been up, or not necessarily up, but he's been on stream for several days now, has raised, what is he up to, Chad? Is he up to like $400,000 now? He has raised an absurd amount for Palestinian related charities. And you know, this is essentially Ethan's response to that, right? This is what Ethan has to say about that. So,
I think it's so fun that Noah just did this massive fundraiser, and let's say hypothetically I'm planning to sue a bunch of these people. They just keep raising money because Noah's like, let's prove to Ethan that we can raise the money to fight this lawsuit, which is fine. Like I said, I prefer them raise the money so that I know that at least there's something left when I win, right?
Now look, I don't like this guy, obviously. I don't agree with this guy, obviously. But I always try to give the devil his due, and I never want to report something false to you just because it's about Ethan Klein, right? But does not what he's saying sound an awful lot like he's going after the fundraiser money? Now, I don't think this can actually happen. I don't think that you can sue a fundraiser. Like, right? You can't like I want to believe, in other words, chat, that he's like misspeaking somehow and not serious in as an effort to go after, you know, the funds raised for Palestine. I don't think he could go after those funds, and I don't think he's necessarily saying that that's what he's doing here, but it does sound an awful lot like that, does it not? I've had the same damn Arky song stuck in my head. Wait, the Arky song? How do I not know this? There's an Arky song. I'm so easily entertained, chat. Noah's on track to hit 500,000 soon. Damn. Lord told Ethan he'd build. Oh, he'd benefit from hierarchy. Lord told Ethan he'd build him. Lord told Ethan he'd build it out of malarkey. Children of H3. Yeah, I can dig it. This is just how Ethan thinks. So even if he can't actually go after the funds that Noah raised, like, I don't know. Can somebody explain to me what the fuck raising money for Gaza has to do with Ethan? Why does he think everything is about him? That money goes straight to UNRWA, not to Ethan. Lord told Noah that Ethan is snarky. Play something thinks that's what he's saying. It's just so ridiculous. Like, chat, I don't think, like, oh my God. I think we might have lost. If there's anybody with legal knowledge in chat, let me know. Please confirm my belief that Ethan can't go after those funds, right? There's not a path for him to go after, like, there's no way. Well, I mean, just listen to what he says. Just let's. I'm sorry. I'm pausing obbying. That's one of the things people complain. That's one of the things the bodies don't like. So let me not pause and obby.
That we can raise the money to fight this lawsuit, which is fine. Like I said, I prefer them raise the money so that I know that at least there's something left when I win, right? Man, that's just math. That's just logic. That money's coming to me eventually. So.
All right, let's rehear that. Let's just listen to that again, because I want to make sure I understand what he's actually what he's trying to say.
A one-page response, and she's like, God, she's such a fucking pathetic human being. Holy Toledo. It'd be a shame if I still sued her, though. That would be terrible. I think it's so fun that Noah just did this massive fundraiser. And let's say, hypothetically, I'm planning to sue a bunch of these people. They just keep raising money because Noah's like, let's prove to Ethan that we can raise the money to fight this lawsuit, which is fine. Like I said, I prefer them raise the money so that I know that at least there's something left when I win, right? Man, that's just math. That's just logic. That money's coming to me.
Okay. So look, the most charitable interpretation I can have of this is that what he's saying is that he wants them to be able to crowdfund money for a legal case, because when he sues them, when he inevitably sues them, and when he inevitably wins, he doesn't want to have a judgment, go forth and be Davy Cliff, no, he can't unless Noah is doing some finagling to get a big tax break with the charity money. Oh, wow. I didn't think about that, but yeah. So in other words, likely no. Yeah. So I don't think he's actually saying that he wants to go after the charity funds. The way he says this, right, does make it sound like that, but I don't think that's what he's saying. I don't think that's what Ethan Klein is saying here, right? I think what he's saying is that they raised the money to show him that they are able to raise money, that if he does sue them, that they're not going to be an easy target that can't afford any sort of legal representation, and that he is fine with this because he wants that he wants to take some of their money, right? And the idea being that if he sued them and they didn't have money, then he wouldn't take anything from them. But because they're able to fundraise, I guess what he's saying is that, like, if he sues them, or if he sues Noah, if he sues Denims, if he sues whoever, and knowing that they can fundraise is good, because that means they'll raise some money for their defense, and that when he wins and forces them to pay court costs, he knows there's going to be something. Why does he care, though? He doesn't need the money. Like, he can cause them. I thought the whole point of the lawsuit was to fuck their world up. I'm not convinced that he actually, like, wants money from this. Lemon Wizard, Noah can't get tax breaks from other people donating. Each individual donor claims their donations on their taxes. Debbie Cliff says it's probably not, but you can sue charity events through back channels to attack, is my point. Would this be more likely to happen, Davy, like suing through back channels, if they, would I be correct in assuming it's more like that sort of thing more likely to happen if they are, the more they talk about Ethan on the fundraiser, the more likely he could do something like that? Or is that unrelated? I think he's going the Asman route. He doesn't mean or care about anything he says. Oh, you think he's farming? I gotcha, play something. He'll go as low as he needs to continue getting views. Yeah, I mean, this does seem to be about views. And little reporting on Ethan's views. So now I was a little bit alarmed the day after the iDubbbz content cop, right? Because Ethan did a full response to the content cop, and he actually had close to his old numbers, right? He used to get about 50,000 concurrent viewers before the Palestine crash out, right? Those were his numbers, right? And he got back to that level when he covered the content cop. Now, that's obviously going to be a mixture of hate viewers, both viewers who are watching because they hate Ethan, or viewers that hate iDubbbz so much and they're watching Ethan because of that, right? But you know, it is a big increase. And then when we saw him debate Hassan, his numbers actually doubled that. He had close to 100,000 in chat.
Joshua Kell super chatted $5. He's saying that it's good Noah can raise money, so when Ethan sues Noah, there is actually money to take. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Ethan is also a spiteful.
I agree with that. I think that's what it is. I don't think he's going after the charity funds. Like Davy said, you know, that would be a difficult, that would be an uphill battle. Maybe there's back channels where he can do it, but most likely not. I think most likely he's saying exactly what Joshua Keller is saying there.
Eventually. So it's good. If he was bankrupt, I wouldn't collect at all. So in a way, it's good for me that he's crowdfunding. But I do think it's funny.
But he's not crowdfunding for his lawsuit.
No, well, he said, I'm going to crowdfund but I'm doing it to prove that we can. I said, instead of crowdfunding for the lawsuit, I'm going to crowdfund for Gaza.
But that's like an actual good cause.
Yes, it is.
So what?
I'm just wondering how this would work. Like, I kind of think he's full of shit even about this, right? So look, I'm steel manning what he's saying here, making the assumption that he's not talking about some kind of back channel way of suing the charity event itself or going after that money. I don't think that's the money he's talking about. I think he's talking about the charity event as Noah flexing, right? Denims doing the crowdfunding as flexing, right? To show that if need be, they could raise those funds, and that he's happy to see that they can raise those funds because he thinks that is money that is coming to him, right? How does that work? I've always wondered about this. Like, we're even in the Crowder. Does everybody remember the Crowder, the Steven Crowder divorce proceedings? That, like, I kind of want, like, like Hillary Crowder was kind of in a bad position because a lot of the money was in Steven's business, right? There was a certain amount of money that she could access for her own legal defense, but she was facing not just Steven Crowder, not just his legal resources. She was facing the Steven Crowder show's legal resources. And I always wondered, like, how that works, like in a divorce, for instance, right? If somebody, is using community assets to, hire their legal representation, you know what I mean? Like, can somebody, like, sue the money that you're using for your legal defense out from under you? Right, because, like, my assumption would be that if Noah were to crowdfund Omega Star picking Emma to go with the butterflies. Emma does go with butterflies. Wait, what am I supposed to be at? Oh my god, I gotta look. Habakkuk says 63. 63 plus 5 is 68. I think we're at 68 now, chat. We're at 68% on that goal. Closing in on our first bonus content. Remember, if this thing gets up to 200, we do the two top topics. If it gets up to 300, we do the 3 top topics, etc., etc. Wait, I gotta go back to the. Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Omega Star. Davy Cliff. They could talk about Ethan all they want. That doesn't mean anything about the money.
Rachel super chatted $5. Your adventures in Thailand are wholesome content.
Oh,
big fan.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope to be able to bring you those somehow. The reason I haven't done more of that, chat, is that I know that there's some people that are just tuned in for, politics and for, it's at 73 now. Oh my God, we're at 73, chat. I just want to, there's a whole consideration when you do content of, like, how much do you want to diversify your content, or do you want to split up, if you're covering, 2 different things, maybe, you cover them on different channels or something, but I'll try to, I'm going to try to get that going in the short term here. And thank you, Rachel. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. So I'm supposed to put this, goal is at 73. I really wanted to take you along with me for Songkran, right? Had this whole plan of going out there with my water blaster and with my I just couldn't get, like, the phone, like, trying to keep the phone from getting sprayed with water was going to be the big challenge in covering Songkran. And also IRL streaming, I haven't done any of it, and it's supposedly very dangerous, right? It's dangerous because if somebody, anyway, I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into why it's dangerous. Davy Cliff, can you sue your, wait. Can you sue your legal defense funds? I mean, yeah, that's just you having to cover the other person's attorney fees, like legal defense charity. Legal defense charity are weird and has a variety of rules.
So what's funny though is that he's asking his audience to chip in to prove, right, that he can crowdfund.
It doesn't prove anything like that of the sort at all.
There's got to be a limit. Like he can't go and you think he's going to go?
Well, and also
another
more people are obviously more willing to give to a cause that's going to a good cause versus some dude's lawsuit.
Yeah, totally. That too. But like at the end of the day, it's awesome. Yeah. I think it's fucking great. I love it. These guys are the best. So let's continue forth, shall we? That was fun. So in response to...
So wait, Davy, is that one of the dangers then of going up against somebody that's got like kind of unlimited money to throw at a lawsuit, I think is the word I was looking for. Is that one of the dangers, right? That they could, if your funds are limited and their funds are not limited, and let's say they, let's say there's multiple potential cases in either direction, and they, file a suit against you, they win and get you, or you know what I mean? You have to pay attorney's fees, right? That's I guess one of the dangers then, is that if you get felted, right? In other words, that's a gambling term, I think. If your money gets exhausted and they've still got their bans, they could still throw more bans at it, then you're kind of fucked, right?
Oh, by the way, she made right before she retracted her lawsuit and closed her her GoFundMe, she made this small adjustment on the page. It used to say here, if he retracts...
Oh, good point. V says you need to check your local laws about recording in public too. Yeah, especially considering that so many American streamers, I don't know if they're just American streamers, but there's been a lot of streamers that go to Asian countries and kind of make a public nuisance of themselves. So, even if you're not doing anything like that, there might be more sensitivity towards the local laws about recording in public.
This will be refunded. And then she changed it to modified to comply with GoFundMe terms of service. Sorry? That seems like she's trying to find a way to keep the dang money. So,
Davy Cliff, yeah, it's a very risky game to play. That's why I thought the Denims situation was too risky. I mean, that's the rap about U.S. law, right? Is that the person being right on the facts is not necessarily what makes you more likely to come out on top of a legal struggle. It is more likely your access to unlimited money that determines, right? Like how much justice, the phrase that people use to describe the American legal system, and I'm assuming this applies to other legal systems as well, is how much justice can you afford?
She didn't, though. She released it. Here she is. I'm trying to watch all the videos and stuff before I read this document I've prepared for her. Denims implies that she will be going through with a self-funded lawsuit. No, she won't. Says she included the if I sue him language because Ethan technically has 10 days to retract. She's so fucking dumb, she doesn't even know the law. It's 20 days to retract, you absolute imbecile moron loser. I love how Noah, too, he does this video where he's like, oh, hey, guys, I had to go learn about defamation. And now that I've gone and spent 3 days reading about defamation on the internet, let me talk to you as if I'm an expert on the she says I have 10 more days to retract. So maybe she doesn't know. But anyway, whatever.
Saw a lot of people confused on what this meant. So I was like, okay. I will elaborate.
Please.
I will elaborate a little bit more. I saw a lot of people being like, well, I don't understand. Why would you start this journey and then say you're not going to do it? Why are you saying if? I'm saying if because the 10 days haven't run out yet.
Oh, please. Shut the fuck up.
He can still retract his statements. The correct term to use there is if. Because if he retracts his statements, which he still has,
I still have what?
Wait, which video are you talking about? I am the first me. He said anything after his legal fees goes to Palestine. Oh, in the Ethan Klein response video. So that's the money, right? That could potentially be in question if Ethan gets his way, right? Money that he would have otherwise been able to donate might then be due to Ethan. I don't know. Does he think that's a good look though? Omega Star with the super chat. Get over yourself, for fuck's sake, Ethan. That is mood right now, Omega Star. And thank you for the super chat, getting us to 6 out of 10, getting us to 83% of the goal for that first sweet taste of bonus content. He didn't say that. It's not true. Okay. Wait, was I supposed to? I feel like I was supposed to. Emma, that's right. Okay, so Mega Star picks Emma. Remember, you can let me know in the comments or in the super chats if you when you donate where you want that donation going for, and just like Omega Star, I can put your money towards in this case Emma Vigeland on TYT's downfall. That is the I believe that's the Vanguard's video, their conversation with Emma Vigeland, and that's got an extra 10% on it now.
3 days?
I also have three.
2 or 3 days?
So I have 2 or 3 days left. No, I think she thinks it was 10 days.
Play something. If these guys actually decide to sue me, though, I'll just do another fundraiser, I guess, when we can donate whatever we don't use once the case gets dropped. Yeah, that was his plan. Once the case gets dropped, okay, so he wouldn't. But I don't know. Would that allow him to? It does look like there is a way. Like it look, as much as I wanted to. Like, even with somebody like Ethan, I try to not assume the worst, right? But it does sound like with Noah, he wouldn't be necessarily going after the charity funds from this fundraiser, from this streamathon that Noah's doing, but he might go after funds that are raised for Noah's defense that would otherwise be donated to charity. So he gets to be the supervillain if he does get to be the supervillain if he wants to.
It's total then. Which means that she's just completely fucking ignorant.
I can't sue him because he's retracted the defamatory claims.
That's not true also. Like, again, these people, you can still sue if they retracted, right? Of course you can.
Davy Cliff, unless some crazy lawyer will do this pro bono, Denims really honestly shouldn't be threatening this. So you think that Denims threatening a lawsuit is a mistake then? And is it because of that whole band for band thing that there's a limit to the funds that even Denims would be able to crowdfund, right? Whereas the amount of, the money that Ethan has access to is effectively unlimited. And so that's what makes it a bad case. That's what makes it a bad bet. That's what makes it a dangerous lawsuit, as you're saying. Am I understanding this correctly?
You idiot, you imbecile, you moron. It's not a legal...
So... the if has to be there. Like, that's just... how that works? I don't understand. Girl, he is not going to, sure, but you can't say, I am going to do this, and then
yes,
he retracts.
Lampecia, yeah, this current fundraiser is separate from any lawsuits. Yeah, so like this Noah's fundraising for Palestinian charities, not for any lawsuits. That's correct. Davy did point out that, when we heard what Ethan said earlier, it kind of sounded like he could be, he said something like that, money's coming to me eventually, right? And there's some question of like, what money does he mean? The worst case scenario, like the assuming the worst, as Craig Ash is pointing out, maybe we should with Ethan Klein, would be to say that he's going after the charity funds. But in reality, from what Davy said, that would be very difficult to do. There might be like a backdoor way of, depending on what Noah's doing with taxes, which is one of the things that makes fundraisers really hard. Is if you don't do it through Tiltify or something, then you gotta kind of, if the money's going through you, then it becomes something you gotta account for in taxes. But the concern that we do have is him going after money that Noah or Denims had crowd sourced, that would have otherwise been donated to charity, right? If he wins his case or gets them to pay his lawyer fees, then that would come out of money that would otherwise go to a good cause. But yeah, that lets him play the supervillain if that's what he wants. He wants to be the villain.
Yes, you can. You can do both. Okay, whatever. Who cares? She's not suing me. And it's been, when did she film this? It's been 3 days. I'm waiting.
Dane Ver brings up an interesting point. To be fair, once Ethan possibly loses or settles the Kavanaugh lawsuit, Ethan won't have that much money left. Yeah, is that true? I don't know how big the Cav lawsuit is, but speaking of bottomless pockets, Cav is pretty wealthy guy in his own right? Lampecia, yes, the only verbal link Noah made said fundraising for charity could stand as an example. Yeah. That, like I said, kind of a flex, right? To show Ethan that, in a situation where his community is behind him, i.e. fundraising for UNRWA, i.e., fundraising to fight off frivolous lawsuits by Ethan Klein, that he can, he has the capacity to raise a substantial amount of money.
Although, to be fair, Noah's still waiting too. People think that you get sued the second after the window closes. She literally sounds like she's making this up as she thinks about it. It's so true, dude. So fucking true. So anyway, she's been kind of dodgy. She gave the money back. She seems to have got a little docile on the issue, right? And she's also she's accused. Did we watch clips of her being like, Ethan's accused me of calling CPS? Did we watch that where she says like explicitly, Ethan says that I called CPS? I'm like, no, you did not. What the fuck?
What? It sounds like he thinks he's disagreeing with her that she called CPS. This is kind of a double Uno reverse, chat. I don't know even what this is, right? Ethan may not have said specifically that he thinks Denims herself called CPS, but he has certainly implied that she was responsible for doing so. Davy says, yes, Ethan can just outspend her, and all she could do is win, or all she could win is with the CPS case separately, but that's only if, wait, what? CPS case separately, but that's only if the person who called the person who actually reported Ethan agrees to disclose themselves per Cali law. Yeah, so discovery is a thing, right? And stuff that would otherwise remain, private can come into public, can be made public through discovery. But Davi's pointing out a part of Cali law allows the somebody who has made a anonymous somebody who is, for instance, called CPS anonymously or not publicly, like, right, they can keep their identity private, or they would keep their identity private unless they agreed to disclose that they were in fact the person reporting the case to CPS.
We watched that.
I don't know. This all blurs together for me.
I feel like we did. Yeah.
He gives off real life Eric Cartman vibes. Yo, Beaver, that's kind of true. Wait a minute. I think you're onto something, Beaver. Right? Because you know how I keep on describing him as Trumpian? Now, obviously, I don't mean that he has the politics of Donald Trump. Obviously, I'm not trying to imply that Ethan Klein supports Donald Trump or the Trump administration or might have voted for. I think I said that about Dan Saltman. I said it's Dan Saltman. I thought maybe I could imagine Dan Saltman possibly being a secret Trump voter, but I'm not saying that about Ethan. But what I do think is similar between him and Trump is the shamelessness that he displays. And this shamelessness, as wielded by Donald Trump, seems to be a new media meta, right? That there's a power, as Hassan Piker himself would say, lying is OP. Please nerf, right? And that's where what I think you're talking about, giving off a real life Cartman vibe, the same way that Cartman is just disingenuous beyond belief, shameless, etc., etc. That this is what Ethan is displaying. It's the same thing you see with the Donald Trump. It's the same thing that you see with a lot of right wingers, to be real. Same thing you see with even people like Lindy Lee or TYT in some ways, right? It's a new meta, and you've got all kinds of people adopting this meta, and it needs to be nerfed. Can we please nerf? Lying is OP, chat. Please nerf.
The beginning of this. So anyway, I prepared a response to her with some things that I want to just say for the record, and if she wants to respond, that'd be great. If she doesn't, then it really doesn't matter either way. But I'm going to read this to you, Denims, and I hope that you enjoy it. And feel free to correct me where
I just watched a video about how Eric Cartman is Kanye West. Wait, does this have to do with the fish sticks episode? Does this have to do with friend of the VOD, Gayfesh? No, not really. Gayfesh hates me. And it's too bad. It's really too bad. Like, chat, I don't tend to say like
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Ethan Klein is in fact the same person as Donald J. Trump. They are not similar. They are actually just the same man.
it's the Davy, are we dealing with some kind of a Jekyll and Hyde issue? A Jekyll and Hyde type situation? In other words, Davy, what I'm asking you is, does Ethan Klein potentially consume vile foamy liquids to turn into Donald Trump and then go rampage around the city, right? And if so, chat, could Ethan/Donald Trump possibly be defeated with a simple B, a la the NES game Jekyll and Hyde? Oh my God, Omega Star, I really wish this had read your dono out loud, right? Do you like to put fish sticks in your mouth? Yes, I love to have as many fish sticks as possible in my mouth, right? Which one is Hyde? Oh, good question. Jeez, you're right. They're both Hyde. They're both Hyde, says Lampetia. Good point. Anybody know the game I'm talking about? Like, I used to watch Angry Video Game Nerd, and he would go over these like really old, like back in the day in the 80s, apparently video games were like impossibly hard and super frustrating. And like one of the worst of these offenders of these games back in the day was a game called Jekyll and Hyde, or I think Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde or something like that, right? And it's an NES game that is nearly impossible. Like, you gotta, like, the game mechanics are not straightforward, and they were not explained to you. Like, back in the day, there would have been no game facts back in the day for you to figure out like how to actually play. There's no internet. It's the 80s, right? So so people would just buy this game and they wouldn't be able to make any progress at it. One of the most frustrating things about the game, though, chat, is when you play as oh wait, that's right. When you play as Dr. Jekyll, you can't defeat any enemies. You have to avoid every enemy. because anything will kill you, including a goddamn bee. Just a bee will kill you. But I think if I remember correctly, the bee was one of the enemies that you actually could, like, I think the bee is, like, you can hit the bee. You have like a walking stick, right, that you can hit things with, but literally nothing works, right? Nothing works. You can't, like, right, if you try to hit something with the walking stick, you will lose. But the bee, I think, is the one enemy that if you hit it with the walking stick just right, it'll actually die. Anyway, Jekyll was a pacifist, that's right. Wait, what is this about a skunk's beehole? While Crowder sings Brains Jekyll Hyde song? Oh my god, I need to rewatch Arthur, apparently. You lost me, but I suddenly have hope. The chat, that was a deep cut. That was an entirely deep cut. So when he becomes Donald Trump, he becomes... I don't know if it makes him gain weight. Maybe it's this, chat. Chat. What did Donald Trump say about the fat pills? Do you remember this? When Donald Trump was talking about his friend who goes to the UK to buy Ozempic and finds that it is like a fraction of the price that it is here in the US, and was complaining to him about that. This really rich dude who could totally afford, Ozempic regardless of what price it was. And he was saying, like, we're going to make, they've been ripping us off. That's why Ozempic is so cheap for Europe, because they're ripping us off.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Minecraft, I love building bricks with Minecraft Detective Gadget.
What? What am I missing here? Chicken Jockey? Wait, I actually know Minecraft, but remember I tried renting Top Gun for NES multiple times? I got pretty far in the game. In Jekyll and Hyde, it looks like it's impossible. Is the evil death bee from Invader Zim? Oh, God. I remember there's a meme about that. I know that NES Jekyll and Hyde game. Put a link in the video in Discord. Oh, to the video. I see. Omega Star re-upping the membership after 14 months, baby. That's the best AVGN episode? Wait, is there a Minecraft episode that people are talking about? Did AVGN do a Minecraft episode? That would be wild. Later episodes of South Park really get into the psychology, and Cartman is a classic narcissist and gaslighter. Ethan almost cartoonishly resembles Cartman. Wow, this is deeper than I thought, chat. I still don't get the Minecraft references, though. Moinoip with the 19 months, baby. Oh my god, with the bee emote even. Thank you. Minecraft AVGN episode stays rent-free in my mind. I gotta watch this. I didn't realize he was doing new episodes. I think I watched several seasons of the old AVGN, and I really liked it. Like, it made me want to play those games, but I know I would get mad if I did, so I don't. The oldest games I'll play, chat, are from like late 90s JRPGs. That's what I want, all right? Some of the old games are just trash. Some of the old games aren't even fucking games.
I'm wrong. I want to address something from Denim's correction demand in her letter. The letter claims I falsely stated that Denims herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denims caused others to do so. The letter also states, on March 11th, I acknowledged Denims had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denims called CPS. I have never implied that Denims called CPS. If my statements were interpreted as stating this, I want to correct the record.
Wait, it's a very old Mike Matei video. Wait, what is a very old Mike Matei video they deleted because It was such a bad video. Wait, were there other people on that channel? Were there people other than what's his fuck? Oh my god, why don't I remember his name? What's the actual nerd's name? Chat, it's out of my head.
Record and make it clear that I do not state, I do not believe that Denims called CPS. Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid. Let me also.
Okay, let's listen to this again, because this seems like a very disingenuous denial.
And feel free to correct me where I'm wrong. Matter either way. A response to her with some things that I want to just
Together for me.
I feel like we did, yeah, at the beginning of this. So anyway, I prepared a response to her with some things that I want to just say for the record, you know. And if she wants to respond, that'd be great. If she doesn't, then it really doesn't matter either way. But I'm going to read this to you, Denims, and I hope that you enjoy it. And feel free to correct me where I'm wrong. I want to address something from Denims' correction demand in her letter. The letter claims I falsely stated that...
James, thank you, Oral Ellipsis. Yeah, James is the nerd. James Rolfe is the name of the nerd. The nerd in question.
Denims herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denims caused others to do so.
Chat, if I get a guitar, if I can... I have to get my visa stuff settled first, right? But if I can get a guitar out here, I want to play the theme song to the AVGN. Like, I love that theme song.
The letter also
especially the part where the buffalo takes a diarrhea dump in his ear. That's the best.
On March 11th, I acknowledged Denims had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS.
What the fuck did he just say? That was a bunch of word salad, wasn't it, chat? Let's try to figure out what is his word salad. What is he trying to say? I think he just misused a word. I think he didn't mean to say denounced.
Denims' correction demand in her letter.
Okay, her correction demand, her letter, okay.
The letter claims I falsely stated that Denims herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denims caused others to do so. The letter also states, on March 11th, I acknowledged Denims had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS.
Is that what he meant to say? He's saying that her letter states on March 11th. Wait, what the fuck is this? Let me read this. This is like word salad. God damn it, it's word salad here. From Denims' correction demand in her letter, the letter falsely claims I stated that Denims herself filed the preceding CPS report and that Denims caused others to do so. The letter also states on March 11th, okay, so the letter states that on March 11th, I, Ethan Klein, I guess, acknowledged Denims had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. So the letter states that on March 11th, Ethan acknowledged that Denims said, hey, wait, why would she denounce herself? Wait. Oh my God. Denied? Is that what did he mean to say denied and he said denounced? Is that what I'm missing here, chat? I'm trying to be the Ethan whisperer here. I am the slop tube whisperer. That is Giardia garnished word salad. Oh my God. Ethan claimed both, says Rachel. This guy's so full of shit. Yes, those words were strung together. Do you think that's the correction, chat? Do you think that that's the Rosetta Stone? That's the key to understanding what the fuck he's saying here? Is if we translate denounced to denied? Ethan Klein acknowledged Denims denied herself or anyone in her community making contact. See, so like, here's the deal. Like, right, denounced herself doesn't make sense, right? If Denims made contact, if Denims called CPS and she was like, that was very bad of me, that doesn't help her. That doesn't help her, right? That you know, that's the claim that Ethan is making. Now, there's not like a legal, I don't think there's like a legal liability for that unless CPS, you know, decided that her claim was made in bad faith or dishonestly, or that she was, playing the system in some way, right? But so it doesn't make sense that Denims would denounce herself, right? I guess I could see her denouncing anyone in her community making contact with CPS and saying, hey, don't do that. That's not what we're doing. That's not what this is about. No one should do that, right? I've never claimed. Okay, anyway, chat. We're getting to the substance of his retraction, his retcon. I don't know what you want to call this. Right? His what did I call this in the did I have a name for this in the description? Clarifications. There we go. Yeah, I said clarifications, right? This particular clarification Denims said she would never call CPS, so I don't know, chat. It feels like he was looking for another word there, maybe. Really confused. Why did he change his tune? Wasn't he firmly saying that she was responsible? He's definitely he was blaming her for that. I don't see how. I don't completely understand what he's trying to change here. Also implied that she somehow caused or enabled others to call CPS. It's the brattiest reaction I've ever heard from a full-grown adult. I can't believe he's so close to in age. Denims tells her chat, don't tap the glass. Well, I think that Ethan's claim is that the don't tap the glass stuff that chatters are bringing up here, I think his claim is that that came after CPS was called. Is that right?
Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denims called CPS. I have never implied that Denims called CPS. If my statements were interpreted as stating this, I want to correct the record and make it clear that I do not think, do not state, I do not believe that Denims called CPS, obviously.
In before somebody in chat shows me the clip of Ethan Klein saying exactly what he just denied saying. Ethan Klein. Oh God, this one was bad too. He accuses, God, maybe we'll cover this tomorrow. He accuses Hassan of, like, I guess cheering on the actions of the Assad regime, and or saying he didn't care about the victims of Assad. And not only is this inaccurate about what Hassan said, but there's a clip of Ethan saying something very similar, saying essentially that nobody cares about Syria, and that's why he doesn't cover it. Wait, this is from Denims herself. After speaking to his lawyer, begrudgingly admits on his podcast that I did not call CPS or encourage anyone else to call CPS. In another incredible self-own, he cowardly tries to run away from the debate he invited me to. I'm just wondering if we have a clip of Ethan saying, like, he's denying having made the accusation. Okay, so this is just Mike clipping Ethan admitting Denims didn't call CPS.
I want to address something from Denims.
Yeah, this is exactly what we just watched. I'm curious if anybody's...
Would tell you until after the show, if I remember correctly.
If it's worth it. I mean, it would be.
Because the thing to do here, like if I was Denims, I'd be looking for what Ethan actually did say that sounded like an accusation. and maybe even was an accusation, and I'd be playing that back to back with his denial, right? I'm guessing that exists on some subreddit somewhere. Okay, I'm not seeing it. Maybe somebody in chat has it. Reacting to the entire iDubbbz content cop. Thank you. Thank you. Play something. I knew somebody would have it. I knew somebody would have it. Okay. H3 show 137, reacting to the entire iDubbbz content cop. Somewhere in the realm of 1 hour. 1 hour and 27. All right.
Internet clout and attention. I don't know.
Unlike this video, which reminder, fucking 3,000 views after 3 weeks, sir. Talk about snark-brained a loser. Why are you in Hassan's fucking office doing the Fortnite dance? Was that not for clout? Was that not straight like offering your...
Yeah, Bvoss says this is a legal retraction. This makes me think his solicitors, his attorneys, have told him to retract it. A lot of people are speculating that that's what's going on here. That's what we're seeing.
Self up to like the altar of the most obvious bait of all these fucking people who are frothing at the mouth about me on Twitter to come and support you. Please, bro.
I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention.
Bro, you're so smug. She did CPS, remember that? Okay, good.
Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
Oh, so it's personal. Okay. I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that. Clearly stated. Clearly stated, and he says he's friends with Denim. That was my problem.
Yeah. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend.
Do you? Who, like, are you fucking 8? Like, who has friendships like that? I don't even believe him. I don't know why he's claiming that.
127.30.
Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
Oh, so it's personal. Okay. I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that. Clearly stated. Clearly stated, and he says he's friends with Denim. That was my problem.
Yeah. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend.
Do you? Who, like, are you fucking 8? Like, who has friendships like that? I don't even believe him. I don't know why he's claiming that. I got a whole bunch of friends. They hate each other, but I got a... what?
But there is someone...
Is he saying Andrew Tate is his friend?
Oh my God, chat. This is a bit of a self-admission here by Ethan. One in chat, if you've got a situation in your life, or you've experienced a situation like what iDubbbz is talking about, one of your friends does not fuck with another of your friends, and you have to navigate that, right? Anybody in chat? I'm assuming, you know, just by my analytics that I'm talking to adults. I think it's pretty fucking common that you would have this situation unless at every turn where this happens, like, you eliminate one of your friends from your friend group, which I don't think most people do, but some people might. And, you know, if this is what you do, right, then your friend group is just going to shrink as your life goes on. I think a lot of people can relate to this, right? To what iDubbbz is saying.
Oh, Steiny.
Kind of fucks with both of them.
Yeah.
But separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not going to make you guys, like, meet up.
Reed Van Valkenburg says, yes, I also know Steiny.
And kiss or anything. I get it. You guys are in fucking... You're either my best friend who's deep-throating me to the base of my cock.
That was epic. What? That was epic joke. Remember iDubbbz? He's edgy and he says cool stuff, sexual stuff, edgy stuff. Oh, that's the old iDubbbz.
I mean, not as edgy as like my kids crawl around the floor eating dog's diarrhea, but you know, fairly edgy.
He's so funny and edgy. We love that imagery.
He also burps sometimes.
He does burp in this video, which is like, oh, he did the thing, bro. Imagine me still doing Vape Nash. That's literally what he's doing. Like, holy shit, bro. Vape Nash, y'all. Holy shit.
I'm sorry, is something that you did that was cringe somehow reflect on iDubbbz and make him cringe? No, Ethan, iDubbbz didn't make Vape Nash. iDubbbz didn't have the great idea to build a vape with 148 batteries that you could get the biggest hits off, but if you take a hit off of Ethan's vape, you're going to have to get yourself checked out for syphilis. That was you. That was your jokes. That was your idea. That is you.
Or you are Satan. You're the devil.
Oh, he said devil silly. He's back. He's so back. The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Edgy, kind of like Ethan talking about that 17-year-old victim of the Boston Marathon.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Look, there's edgy, and then there is like saying inappropriate sexual things about a 17-year-old. Ethan obviously.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty.
It sounded totally reasonable, actually. I didn't think it sounded coercive or shitty at all. We had a frank conversation where I was like, "What? Like, this is totally unacceptable. Like, I don't understand how you guys can like associate with this person."
We're all creators and we all are online. So for us to ask you to say something publicly is not that
Let me
weird.
pull up my text with her.
It's not me asking like a childhood friend that's not on the internet, like, hey, can you go say something publicly for me or we can't be friends? Like, it's a little different.
Now playing the world's tiniest violin for Ethan's hurt feelings. Chat, can I ask for an abacus check? I'm sorry I'm so bad at keeping track of this, but we are getting to the point where I think I'm behind.
Joshua Tell, super chatted $5. Ethan's tattoo. Denims is streaming. Ethan, make her stop. For me, for your kids. You will lose Hiller and the kids if you don't do this, Ethan.
Damn, Joshua Keller, thank you for the super chat.
See what this conversation with Anissa.
All right, so is this the part? Wait, the conversation with Anissa. We're looking for Ethan making the accusation. Do I have the right? Play something. Do I have the right timestamp? Am I in the right neighborhood to be able to hear him say the thing, which at least sounds like he's accusing Denims of being responsible for the CPS call? I almost feel bad about going over this, right, chat? Because it's like the implication of me even caring about, you know, whether Denims or somebody in her community did the CPS call, or whether Denims' coverage of the Giardia incident led to the CPS call. Like, I think that even if somebody in her community did make the call, I don't think that she's responsible. I think that the person responsible for getting CPS called on Ethan Klein is, in fact, Ethan Klein himself. Right? I place 100% of the blame for that situation. Oh my God. Butterfly, chat, when did the butterfly happen? The butterfly happened. What color are we going with today, chat? What color of butterfly are we doing? Here we go. I think I said that I wanted to do one that kind of matched rather than the contrast. We've been playing up the contrast in the past few days. Here, let me make the butterfly thing happen. Okay, there's Twitch on the there. That's what I'm trying to do. All right, somehow I gotta put in the clip like that, and then put in the butterfly. That's pretty good. I like it. Even every second without a butterfly is malpractice. I know. Well, look, I practice malpractice on this stream. If malpractice is getting distracted and not putting a butterfly in my hair in time, that's definitely something we practice over here. Or edgy, as in agreeing with past iDubbbz. Oh yeah, to the point where he made iDubbbz uncomfortable. We watched it. It was quick. Wait, what? Oh my god. My ADHD is weapons grade, chat. How did I miss that? We watched it. We saw he.
Oh, he did the thing.
The base of my. I'm gonna make you guys like someone.
Is he saying Andrew Tate is his friend? I don't even believe him. I don't know why he's claiming that.
No.
Someone like that. Clearly
Well, you
stated.
fucking nasty to me than the other.
Oh, so it's personal. Okay. Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS. Remember that?
Yeah, you're right. It was quick. Okay, so he starts saying she called, and then he corrects himself and says she did CPS. Chat, how the fuck do you interpret that? How the fuck do you interpret she did CPS? That's like saying she did 9/11, right? If I said Denims did 9/11, would you think that maybe what I actually meant was that Denims did not do 9/11, nor did she do a call to action for 9/11? Like, is there any chance that I mean what Ethan says here, right?
Contact with CPS. Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denims called CPS. I have never implied that Denims called CPS. If my statements were interpreted as stating this, I want to correct the record and make it clear that I do not state, I do not believe that Denims called CPS. Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid. Let me also address the point in the letter that I claim Denim caused others to call CPS.
I think that Denims did CPS, although it is a very ham-fisted way to say it. I think that that ham-fisted statement has got to either mean that yes, Denims called CPS, or that Denims caused others to call CPS.
Yes, I did not state, obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid. Let me also address the point in the letter that I claim Denim caused others to call CPS. I did not state, and I do not believe Denims made a direct call to action to her audience to contact CPS. Obviously, right? Never said that. I do believe, however, Denims, if you're listening, you are responsible for spreading and endorsing false statements that contribute to the fraudulent call to CPS. Okay, good.
Right now, one's of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention.
Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS.
What the fuck does that mean? What does she did CPS mean? Now, like, and you could tell that he was about to say call. He had to correct himself from saying, so obviously he knows that he doesn't actually think that she called CPS, right? And now he's stating in his clarification that he doesn't think that she made a call to action to cause others to call CPS.
That Denims called CPS. Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid. Let me also address.
I'm sorry, that is not moronic, idiotic, or stupid when you say Denims did CPS.
Probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention.
Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS, remember?
She did CPS, remember? How the fuck am I supposed to interpret that? Right? And that shoots away his claim that thinking that he was implying that Denims called CPS is moronic, idiotic, and stupid. That's not true, Ethan. You said Denims did CPS. One logical assumption of what you mean, although, like I said, it's not clear, it's kind of ham-fisted, is that Denims called CPS. The other thing would be...
Address the point in the letter that I claim Denim caused others to call CPS.
Would be that.
I did not state, and I do not be...
You said Denims did CPS, bro. What the fuck are we supposed to think? What the fuck does that mean? What does Denims did CPS? Chat, like I said, that's like something, if I said so-and-so did 9/11, would you assume that what I really meant was...
However, Denims, if you're listening, you are responsible for spreading and endorsing false statements that contribute to the fraudulent call to CPS. The evidence supports me 100%. Let's summarize.
If I said Ethan okay, let's not say it about Ethan, given the groups that have been blamed erroneously for 9/11 in the past. Let's keep it on Denims, right? If I said Denims did 9/11, oh god, another chat. There's just no. If I said that Waluigi did 9/11, all right, let's pick on Waluigi once, because he's way back there. Nobody talks about him. Nobody notices him. He's very sad. Let's talk about Waluigi, all right? If I said that Waluigi did 9/11, right? You would think that either Waluigi flew the plane into the towers, or that Waluigi was involved in the planning of the attack, or you wouldn't, like, I can't say Waluigi did 9/11 and then you ask me, like when it gets to lawyers, I'm like, oh no, I just meant that I think that Waluigi spread erroneous and false statements that contributed to the attacks on 9/11. Waluigi was saying that the United States should not have intervened in Iraq, should not have stationed their troops in Saudi Arabia, right? That does not equal Waluigi did 9/11, chat. The most obvious reading of that statement would be that Waluigi was on the fucking plane, right? Obviously, he's here now, so we can trust that he probably was not on the plane. But the secondary thing would be, that he was involved in the planning of the attack, right? In no way does me saying that I think that if I said Waluigi did 9/11, in no way would you possibly interpret that as Waluigi, blamed the United States, or criticized American policy, right? That's you can't. There's plenty of people, not super mainstream media stars or anything like that, but there were people who noticed the relationship between the 9/11 attacks and United States foreign policy. Can I say that those people did 9/11, or would I be out of my fucking gourd to say that? Would that be I think that's a completely unhinged thing to say. And so I think that it's completely unhinged for Ethan Klein to claim that him saying Denims did the CPS call, it means Denims is responsible for spreading and endorsing false statements that contribute to the fraudulent call to CPS, or supports the evidence, supports me 100%. Let's summarize. Oh my god, this is fucking ridiculous. This is so fucking ridiculous. All right. Sorry, Waluigi. For the record, chat, Waluigi did not do 9/11. But he might have said that America deserved it. I don't know.
2 days before the fraudulent call to CPS. Hold on, I got timestamps. This is the infamous clip, by the way, that we've all seen. But just to jog your memory.
And then
the infamous clip. You are acting like she's fucking Bin Laden or something. The infamous clip. The infamous Denims.
This and see what she says, and then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
But they called it before I even did this stream.
She's so stupid. I can't believe she actually said that.
He lets his dogs shit.
You guys know this one. We've watched it a million times.
All over his mansion.
Devi Cliff says, I just played BioShock Infinite. The faction Vox Populi was very offensive to me. I need to play that.
And he just
So on this day, March 1st, this was 2 days before the fraudulent call to CPS was made. Denims uncritically, that's you, played a clip of George Janitis, the human STD.
Hunter Les Thompson says, I would like to hear Waluigi's statement on this. Yeah. What do you have to say about this, Waluigi? What do you have to say for yourself? Is Waluigi still in frame? Yeah, okay, so I did correctly, the shot's halfway decent, at least. She did NATO Jack? His lawyer could say endorsing CPS? Ethan is full of shit. She never made that claim. Have we got a recent abacus? Again, chat, I'm just saying this because we're starting to kind of close it. We're getting closer to Ethan is a wall of tears for fears. Wait, the band? Steve Saturnation. Irene, I'm curious if you have explored the possibility of becoming a political asylum seeker in Thailand. I don't even know if that's possible, but it seems valid in my eyes. Yeah, I may have spoken on this. I don't know. And I probably would need to talk to a Thai immigration attorney to find out if such a thing were possible. Obviously, the other thing is that the situation in the United States is a fluid one, right? As far as the Trump administration and its authoritarian overreach and its suppression of various groups, including, dissident, including, people that don't agree with the administration, people that are regarded as the enemy of the administration or the enemy within, and various marginalized groups as well. So yeah, I never have haven't really thought of it too hard. I'd really need somebody that, understands the law here. If you interview Waluigi about 9/11, that's interviewing a terrorist. I would get in big trouble for that. Big trouble for that. All right, I'm gonna have to figure out like where we're at, chat. I feel like I haven't been doing. I've logged 114 out of 200. I feel like there's probably more that I'm not counting. If anybody's got a count of that, let me know with an abacus. I will see what I can do. Just adding things up. Because I want to make sure that if we do hit 200, that I do in fact give you 2 times the bonus content. See, I sent you a link to an asylum org in Thailand on Blue Sky. Thank you, Kaylala. An asylum org in Thailand, yeah. I guess it's worth checking out, right? Trans folks placed a trans flag on El Capitan. What is that, like the second highest peak? El Capitan. Ethan's giardia caused him to shit his tiny brain out.
A person whose Denim knows is clearly biased against me and a prolific spreader of misinformation. In the video Denims watched, George Janitis, the human STD, claims that there was dog shit all over my home, that I just leave it on the floor, that my house is just covered in dog shit, my kids crawl around in dog shit. He intimates that my kids either eat dog shit or get in contact with it with their hands, that my children contracted a parasite called giardia from the dog shit that is all over my house. One day, his house is covered in dog shit and he's neglecting children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously known to science from the feces. These were all statements of fact by your friend George Janitis, the human STD. Denim.
I finally understand that Ethan is calling Bad Empanada the human STD because like the last name kind of sounds like vaginitis, which is not an STD necessarily, although it can be, caused by bacteria or infection. Does he think that vaginitis is an STD? I never really thought about this, right? But he keeps on saying it. Ethan has done so many horrible things in the past year. I don't know how anyone could still be a fan. Information came from you, Ethan. Looks like the abacus wielders may have gone to sleep, chat. We might have to figure this one out on our own. If you want to see the part of the VOD he's referring to, there's a video in YouTube titled "The Time Denims First Discovered Poopgate." Yeah, I remember this one. This is a classic. This is a banger. Play something. This video. I love this video.
If you dedicate an entire segment of your supposedly serious podcast to like going over bad empanatic Instagram stories, you might just be spiraling into the abyss. You might just be the lowest point of your life. I just want to note as well that context for this is that is very important, is that Ethan Klein on his podcast outright openly acknowledged that he lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume...
So chat, just for the record, this is what Ethan's mad about, right? When Ethan says that he never said that Denims called CPS or made a call to action to call CPS, or I don't know what the other one was responsible, like when he's saying that she's still somehow responsible for contributing towards the CPS call, this is what he means. This clip, this moment on Denims' stream is the this is the foul. This is the crime.
He doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost.
Steve Saturnation, it may be fluid, but under this administration, I don't see oh yeah, you're right. The water. When I said it was fluid, what I meant is that even if Thailand or other countries aren't taking, refugees from the United States or aren't considering asylum claims from the United States right now, stuff Trump does in the future could change that. That's all.
Lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over his house.
Dude, how is it that like maybe once a week
Rachmaninoff says one day can one of the voting options be Ethan's disgusting threat against Noah Empanada and Hassan's Gaza fundraiser money. We did just cover that. We did just cover that, right? And it's upon further review, it doesn't sound like Ethan's actually. It's pretty vague, and like I said, he's pretty sloppy in what he says, pretty ham-fisted in what he says. But it sounds more like what he's saying is that he is looking forward to potentially going after money that Noah has crowdfunded, right? Rather than going after the funds raised by the Gaza fundraiser.
I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit.
So I made fun of him for that. And that's important context because I refer to that a number of times in the stories that Ethan Klein goes over. And I want to note first that Ethan Klein skipped over the first few stories that I made, because initially I posted 2 stories.
Wait, last time I heard about vaginitis, it was Hillary Clinton bullying Amy Schumer for having it? Those two don't get along? I don't even know what this is about, Davi, but...
challenging him to a debate. And then I posted a third story where I just like went for the jugular and said that he's a meek little bitch who's controlled by Healer, who's a terrorist, by the way. And on his podcast, he skipped over those 2 and went straight to the third one because he wants to fucking avoid the debate challenge. He's a fucking meek, cowardly little bitch who knows that if he actually has to address the facts and the arguments, he will get destroyed. And that's why he specifically avoids me and others. That's why he's talking about like, oh, Bad Empanada is an international criminal. Like he literally says that I'm wanted in multiple countries in this clip, by the way. He will make up fucking anything to avoid addressing the facts and the evidence. It's literally just ad hominems all the way down. So let's check this out.
This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giardia.
We already have Mold Mondays. Now we have Shit Saturdays.
need a different name. Shit Saturday. Shit Saturdays is too crazy. It's too crazy.
Shit sandwich Saturdays? I don't know. Scat Saturdays. There's Scatterdays. Oh my god, if only Denims, if only I was a chatter in your chat, right? If only I had time to do that. I would have suggested Scatterday. And I think Denims would have accepted that one.
Oh, Ethan, shut the fuck up, Bueller. So that's only one part of it. The next part is that Olive has diarrhea, which is it's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea. And Olive has this? Olive has this, yeah. She came to us with it. Okay. She had diarrhea, and poor baby. Ducky came to us with that too. And I just wonder why.
Steve Saturnation, thanks for the additional context. I wish you the best of luck, wherever your path leads. Yeah, somebody sent me a link on Blue Sky, which I've just opened up, yeah, like somehow the some of the DMs don't go to me unless I like accept them first. I didn't even know that was in my DMs, but I found a link now. So thank you for sending that to me, who sent it, and thank you Steve Saturnation for reminding me of that. That's I guess a possibility, right? Because that's kind of what I'm looking for, chat. Like, I'm looking for something similar. Again, I'm doing it again, chat. I'm pissing off the Vadis by talking about Thailand while I'm covering Ethan Klein. But this is my life now, and you're gonna have to accept it. And if you don't like it, watch it somewhere else. There's plenty of other people covering this stuff, right? But all I'm looking for is, what did they call it with temporary protected status, right? You remember how the reason the whole they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats thing came up was because there were Haitians in a city in Ohio that received temporary protected status based on the political situation in Haiti. I'm not trying to get, citizenship necessarily. I'm not trying to stay here forever necessarily, right? I am trying to mainly stay out of the United States, until the current authoritarian government is no longer in power. That's my, that's where my fear comes from. That is my need. And that is all I'm looking for. It doesn't sound, in other words, chat, I don't think I'm asking for too much, but I also haven't heard of any incidents of Thailand or any other country like accepting refugees under similar status as of yet. So we'll look into that.
Relatively, it should have found it already. But anyway, so she has diarrhea, so we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today, and well, Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth.
Wait, in the H3 episode titled Snark Called CPS, there's a whole section titled Denims Went After My Kids. Thank you, chat, for all these contributions. I'll play this. I'll keep playing this, but I'm going to look for that video. Another relevant video. Wow, so many suggestions here. Okay, Snark Called CPS. There's a section called Denims Went After My Kids. We'll look at that next.
He has diarrhea.
Stream Denims looking forward to more coverage on Turds Day.
Turds Day?
For real? And now I think this morning
Ew.
What can I do to not get it? Yeah, because I'm not trying to get it. It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop. Are you planning on that? Never. Not really. So then you're fine. But unfortunately, the problem is you just told us that your poop is flowing out of your mouth. It's like really? That's not what I said. That's literally that's what you said. That's what you said. I said. Well, anyway, so let me continue, please. Okay, I'm sorry. So because it can go on surfaces and stuff. So olive chew.
Wait, I wonder, is there a way to no?
Gotta go.
Sonny makes sense why he got it. Then once he starts having these crazy diarrheas like in the middle of the night, all day, all the time, he's having these crazy diarrheas. Then when he and Hila start having to get in there and changing his diaper, obviously you put him down, you wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas. And they put their hands in poop. So I haven't been diagnosed with it. Neither has Hila. Sonny went to the doctor today to get a poop evaluation, but I'm pretty sure he has it because the symptoms is like frequent.
They would hate to be. Imagine a snark.
In the middle of the night, I walked into his room, he was crying, middle of the night, and I was immediately struck by the foulest fucking. His whole room was.
I can't play it slower. It's posted on It's posted on Reddit.
Just wafting and the foulest diarrhea smell. I was like, here we go, So I open, and first of all, he doesn't want to get changed. He's in the middle of the night, he's tired. So you put him on the changing table, and he's thrashing like a fish out of water. And all the meanwhile, he's covered in viscous, or does viscous mean not flowing or flowing, or non-viscous?
Well, I think you have to phrase it like it either is highly viscous or low viscosity.
Which one is very flowy?
Flowy is low viscosity.
Yeah, so very, very low viscosity. I think you're, yeah.
Is that right? I always get those backwards.
Viscous,
so I'm myself.
having a thick, sticky consistency between solid and liquid.
The more viscous it is, the thicker it is.
Okay, so he had very low viscosity diarrhea. And he was thrashing all around, so you can imagine It was not an easy task. Right. Okay, again, change the diaper, I put him back in his sleeping sack. I don't want to put him on the ground because I don't want him to, suffer. So I carry him into the bathroom to wash my hands. And, I try to do a one-handed wash, which isn't good enough. So I'm pulling this hand, I'm trying to do two hands. Point is,
let's see, Davi's got a comment on refugees. Here, the USA is, by most legal understandings, is currently a democracy. Also, the USA is usually the country that accepts refugees unless you are very directly a political expat.
I washed my hands as best as I could. And obviously, after I put him down, I washed him again. Ela, on the other hand, she started having, and I don't want to out her butt.
Another relevant video for this is Dear Denims, you will lose.
Very foul-smelling diarrhea. So this morning I had diarrhea, and I'll say that it wasn't foul-smelling. Shut up, you love you. The thing is, they all smell the same. There's this similar foulness that it smells like, and now our other dog started farting, and it smells like this foul-smelling giardia shit.
Brother, you need to be in a bubble right now. Why?
It's not really contagious. Unless you're changing my fucking diaper. You're not gonna catch it.
You better be cleaning your hands really well.
I mean, Ethan, bro, you're not gonna throw hand washers. If any of you catch giardia, okay, I will give you $10,000. Hey, now you're gonna be licking the toilet seat.
Yeah, hell yeah, bro.
No, you guys will not be getting giardia. It's not like that. Okay. Also, but anyway, it's also not that serious. It's just diarrhea. Right. It's not that serious. And the thing is, like, you seemingly just perpetually have diarrhea. That's the thing. I don't know if I have it. I'm pretty sure based on the smell alone, Ela's infected.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get.
Okay, so jury's out on this one. Ethan at least claims that, Giardia, a child being positive for Giardia isn't like a huge, dangerous, obviously it's not great and not easy to take care of a kid with, that kind of diarrhea, but it's not, it isn't very rare. It isn't something that is going to be necessarily life-threatening unless you're dealing with somebody who already has, I don't know, nutritional insufficiency. Like, that would be the real concern, is that when you're shitting your brains out, you're not taking in a lot of nutrients, right? But yeah, I think she may misunderstand the gravity of diagnosis of Giardia on a infant or child, and also the how common Giardia is, which is fairly common, right? It's all right. So what is this one? Snark called Child Protective Service. Denims went after my kids.
Important resources on a case that they know doesn't need it.
Mm-hmm. And by the way,
he's just showing something.
By the way, is Palestine free yet?
Yeah, this is really helping the cause of Palestine.
When the guy came, he said, the first thing he says, "Hey man, I just want to say Palestine's finally free. They're free, guys." Now, first of all, let me address something. This posture is fucking insane. I don't think it's as bad as it looks. I was looking at it and was like, my posture is not that bad.
I don't care about his posture.
It's not great posture.
I don't care.
Yo. I whistle.
So the persona, the Quasimodo persona. Hey, I'm in paradise. Here's Denims talking about it. Was this just from today, maybe even? Which is, hey Gabe, what's going on, man?
By the way, like,
hey, it's a beautiful Friday.
Gabe, I almost feel bad for Gabe because it just feels like Gabe wants to talk to his friend Ethan. Gabe just calls in whenever, and like half of the time, it's like he's in the middle of fucking drama. I don't remember if Ethan's tried to ever pull Gabe in and be like, "What do you think about Denims? What do you think about Hassan?" I don't think Gabe is keeping up on this stuff, but there he is, just trying to have some fun with his friend Ethan, and Ethan's kind of occupied by other things.
Don't.
What
the? I could just tell from your tone.
But it doesn't. The fact that people just think that they can spread Nutella in there and call it a day, like melt some chocolate in there. You know what I mean? Like try.
Okay, well, I mean that's
like
fair.
Nutella is just a fucking spread.
Not like ice cream, creme brulee.
About. I'm not. It's a tiny fucking. It's like a pancake. A tenth.
Yeah, this place is awesome.
Right?
Is he complaining about crepes? Is that what he's doing?
Anyway, Gabe, I'm gonna play this clip.
Standing up straight.
Wait. Wait, he's literally trying to pull Gabe into this fucking drama.
He's just showing.
Wish I had 3 hands so I could hold 3. Anyway, Gabe, I'm gonna play this clip. Tell me what you think.
He's just showing the camera his phone. He's literally standing up straight.
Injury he sustained.
I'm literally not standing up straight, actually.
Okay, hold on. I know we are no Denims fans here, but let her cook on that one.
I mean, people don't know what literally means. I think everybody forgot what literally means.
Well, sure.
He is literally standing up straight.
He's literally standing up straight.
Injury he sustained in the disinformation wars. He had to spend long hours hunched over a laptop, ignoring his children and the poop they were eating for months to deliver that powerful content puke against the most evil man to ever live.
Her chatters are hilarious.
So they've been going with that basically for a long time. Oh yeah, Ethan's kids crawl around and eat dog shit in their house. And then Denims hosts this and see what she says. And then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services. And I'm sure she's going to defend it. She'll say, well, maybe they shouldn't, maybe they're, whatever. You can imagine what she'll say.
Piker.
Also, he literally makes fun of Mike from PA about weight all the time. That's not relevant to his arguments either. Yeah, I mean, I don't even make fun of people's weight. I've never made fun of people's weight.
Not all the time, twice. But he is a disgusting mess of a human being. I mean, visually, he's repulsive. He's got to be one of the most visually repulsive people. And that's not a commentary on his weight.
Looks like, to me, her chat started saying CPS while watching Ethan's video before Denims was finished trying to keep her vomit down. Davy, you could probably make a claim. Well, here, let me see if I can read this. You could probably make a claim for being trans as a targeted group, but you need to find a government that accepts that and is also supporting. Oh my God, my window. There it is. It's also supporting asylum seekers, especially from the USA. Yeah, and I'm guessing we're like I don't from what I know, Thailand's not there. Now, the one thing that I found that's really interesting, though, is that from what I've seen so far, Thailand, in terms of official records and such, seems to recognize gender as being different from sex, right? And it would make sense if you know about, how gender works in Thai culture. And I was kind of surprised at that, right? That, like, the biggest thing that the Trump government has done to me personally is forced me to get a passport that does not accurately reflect my gender, right? They force you to adhere to whatever your previous whatever your passport said previously, right? So if before the rules were changed to allow you to change your gender on your passport, whatever it says there, or whatever's on your birth certificate, et cetera, right? And it is nice to know that Thailand does not look at sex and gender as being inherently linked, right? That's what just from something official that got printed out from somebody looking at my passport, which says what it says, and you'd be worried that based on the passport, like, it would incorrectly reference my gender, but it didn't. It did not. Whoever was putting this together put it together correctly. Unlike the State Department. Commenting opinions are not grounds for Ethan's attack on Denims. Wait, what is this, Davy? So you could probably make a claim for, being a targeted group, but you need to find a government that accepts that. Yeah, and I get that for a government to accept that maybe puts them in a bad place with the US, like, right? That there's a diplomatic price to be paid that maybe a lot of governments don't want to pay. in terms of supporting asylum seekers from the US. Also, the US could freeze any financial assets you have if you seek that out. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing is the US is kind of the big dog when it comes to, you know, the power wielding influence. Now that may be in flux, right? You know, US seems to be on its way down. China seems to be on its way up, but as it currently stands, there's not a lot of countries that necessarily want to pick a fight with the United States. You should have some guts and ask what Gabe thinks about Gaza. Oh my God. That'd be funny if Gabe put him on blast. Gabe calls in usually on Friday, so Ethan definitely can time things better. The Thai view on gender might make it harder to seek asylum there, as they might not see it as politically relevant to support asylum then. Yeah, I don't know. I guess the only way to find out is to talk to an immigration attorney, as far as I can see.
It's just a statement of fact. I mean, this is empirically tested and proven. He's so vile that when he touches women, they physically recoil. We've seen it.
Literally, yeah.
They literally recoil, and he goes, ah!
Yeah.
We never showed that edit, huh?
What is Ethan doing? Jeez.
Did you hear this? Zach made a mic from PA.
Oh, this is so great. This is so great. This is so amazing.
Excuse me while I punch this guy.
I think I did last time I was here. I love it.
While I pump this couch.
Brains consumed with Marxist clout. God, Zach was really reaching for that one. Brains consumed with Marxist clout. That's why people claim to be Marxist, chat, is for the clout. You know the clout that you get from Karl Marx? You know how that just instantly gives you clout? You're like, well, I'm a Marxist, and then all of a sudden everybody turns around and takes what you're saying 100 times more seriously. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, it's the opposite.
Let's finish this clip, yeah, and then... So let's see how Denims handles this.
I do make fun of people's posture. If you're making an active decision that, like, you don't give a fuck about your health, or
this is a pretty wild take. If you have bad posture, you're a bad person. Bad posture, bad person. That's an interesting take.
Okay,
yo, people with scoliosis are the worst, man.
This comment from Jeanette, I have to read it. It's too funny.
Go ahead.
What the fuck in the 2012 Kohl's shirt is that?
I don't want to be this one to say it, but I have to ask her one.
Jeez, I mean, that makes me think that the person complaining about me talking about my hair, probably not an Ethan fan, right? Given how much side chatter Ethan's community has to put up with, I don't think it would be from them.
Question, and
let's try to get past this.
Just one, you know.
To be fair, that's a new one. We haven't seen that one yet.
It's Giardia, chat. We haven't seen her in forever. I miss Giardia.
That's true.
It's a new brand.
I mean the style.
It's a new brand.
She usually wears like the denim jacket from Lululemon. That one is broad.
Interesting fact. Giardia's glasses may or may not be made with some of Ethan's poop in them, right? I can't confirm this nor deny this allegation, but there's some chance that is a that they just put like a resin on top of the poop to make those glasses. I don't know though. It does look a little bit like Giardia diarrhea, doesn't it? The color, you know, the mixtures of the color kind of similar to the foam that you'd expect to see, the like light green foam on a Giardia shit. The dark green, you know, liquid part, the light green foam. Yeah, it kind of looks like it.
2012 archives from Kohl's, as Ela mentioned. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm gonna Giardi's like, I'm gonna dunk on Mike from PA. He looks like he's dressed. He looks like he bought his clothes from Kohl's, which is cheaper than other stores, meaning he doesn't have very much. Oh my god, a great joke, Giardi, a great joke. The joke that I'm trying to make is that he's poor. He's not a wealthy man, Mike from PA.
I just wish her the best, and I think variety is.
Back to Gabe.
I don't know.
Gabe doesn't care. Gabe literally does not want to get drawn into your fucking bullshit drama.
And that's an honest man, right?
That's
there.
based.
That's based.
That's honestly the best answer you could have given, Gabe, and I appreciate you for that. You keep it real at all times. Right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, baby.
Your posture or your dog shitting all over the
Wait,
house.
she was deported? Actually, that's a good question, Joshua Keller. I am understanding that Trump did Trump cancel some of the temporary protected status from refugees from Ukraine. I don't know. I whatever. I think Giardia left before any of that happened. So I don't think it has to do with her immigration status necessarily.
To the point where your kids are getting Giardia.
Yeah, I never said the dog shit in my house. I never said the kids are eating shit. I said in the clip, which I can show you guys, but I said Sonny crawls around. He's an infant. He puts everything in his mouth. That's literally what all infants do. And I speculated if it could be related, his diarrhea. It turns out, by the way, that nobody had Giardia except Olive, which I have clarified on the show several times. Is this defamation? I mean, it's resulted in stuff like this results in the CPS coming to my house. It seems pretty severe.
Stuff like this results. So he is blaming her for CPS.
Just to repeat something that maliciously. But I'm more pissed that she said I'm a bad person because I have bad posture.
I mean, a podcaster, influencer, somebody that's on the computer all day with a bad posture, I've never heard of that. Like, seriously?
Bad posture, bad people, man.
Also, I find it.
She wants to do eugenics against people with
Chat, I don't like to have to talk about this too much, so I'll just mention it really quickly. But if you haven't liked the stream yet, it's something that actually does help out a lot. It helps out bringing more viewers in. It helps me. It helps you in terms of making the chat more interesting. So, we're at 66 likes out of 100 right now. Let's see if we can get to 100 by the time we pivot to bonus content.
Scoliosis, I understand.
This Ozempic talking point is insane. Like, all of these activists call, like, they talk about Ozempic Ethan forever, and there's someone who is on Ozempic. If Ethan
wait a minute, chat, do you remember earlier when we were talking about the potential Jekyll and Hyde situation? There was a speculation that maybe since Ethan acts so much like Donald Trump, what if Ethan Klein was Donald Trump, right? Just in a Jekyll and Hyde type dealia, a Jekyll and Hyde type situation. And I speculated earlier that there might be a vile, foamy liquid involved in the transformation, but I didn't even think of what Giardia just said.
Like, all of these activists call, like, they talk about Ozempic Ethan forever, and there's someone who
Ozempic.
is on Ozempic. If Ethan wouldn't be on Ozempic, he would tell you for sure, because this is so life-changing, actually.
But even if I was...
Wait. So she's saying I'm on Ozempic, and I know that people, like, I would tell anybody, so therefore Ethan would tell you if he was actually on Ozempic?
They using it as a pejorative.
Yeah.
And that's just,
the problem.
That's
as
really fucked up.
As an insult.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes, it is a fucked up thing to... talk about somebody being on weight loss medication as a pejorative. That's true. But you know who the last person I want to hear that fucking argument from is?
Yeah, as an insult.
Like, you're a
Here, let's see if we can get to him.
to take Ozempic to lose
Which is
weight.
this same...
That guy right there. That's the last guy. That's the last guy that can fucking complain about, weight loss medication being used as a pejorative.
Argument people have made in the past about taking psychiatric medicine.
Right.
Like, oh, you're taking pills, bro. You didn't figure that shit out yourself. It's actually.
And before somebody in chat comes up with a clip of Ethan making some fun of somebody for taking, you know, for taking like, you know, some kind of psych med, right? And I'm sure that has happened.
Actually the same, but somehow she would be like, oh, I would never make fun of someone for taking antidepressants, you know, God forbid. The Ozempic stuff doesn't bother me.
Immediately after poor shaming Mike from PA for possibly buying clothes from Kohl's, we're going to go into being really concerned about, like, you know, these activists are fat shaming people by turning the you know, the weight loss medication they may or may not be on into a pejorative.
You know, because I don't care. Like, I lost weight and I'm fucking stoked about it. The part that I don't like is just in general how people are using the taking of Ozempic to kind of, to hate people. They're turning this life-changing drug into
80% of the people taking Ozempic don't need it. Yeah, I mean, in the United States, if you're not getting it specifically approved through, you know, for as a for conditions related to weight, right? It's very expensive. It's very expensive, and a lot of the people that are on it and are paying the ridiculous price for it are, you know, people that don't necessarily need it. I wonder though, like, right, Trump talked about Ozempic being so much cheaper in the UK, so expensive in the US, right? Could that have anything to do with the price of Ozempic?
to a stigma that makes you seem like you're weak, that you're
I can't
pathetic.
believe like people on the left would be doing that, you know? I feel like I could expect that from people on the right, with like the kind of brain rot you can expect on the right. Like, no, you know, same with mental health care.
I've been pretty disillusioned with the left.
Yeah.
Dealing with all this. I see like just how shallow they're not better. They do the same shit. In fact, once the whole like anti-Zionist.
So you can sleep better at night knowing you're a piece of shit by thinking that the people that are criticizing you for being a piece of shit are not perfect themselves. Wonderful logic, Ethan. Wonderful logic.
Came up. They started saying the same exact things.
Mm-hmm.
The same exact things. And it's like, oh man, okay. Anyway, go on.
Wait, is this true? Fine to you, says Reed Van Valkenburg. But interesting Venn diagram between Ozempic enjoyers and ChatGPT enjoyers. I've never thought about that.
That's the image of someone who is not well.
It's so funny. My grandma had bad posture, that fucking bitch. My grandma had terrible posture, man. She's the worst.
So unwell.
Golly, you should have seen her hunched over. I was like, I hate this woman with her bad posture.
We're lucky our neighbors love us.
She does not take care of herself.
Wait, what? Wait, what, Denims? Wait, what? You guys didn't know about this? Yeah.
Wait, somebody was saying at 1:31 they're reading donos, and there's something happens here.
Absolutely.
F you, Elon.
All day.
Yes. Forever and ever.
Yes.
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 Just to touch on, I appreciate your obviously, like, this is probably the most fucked up thing that these people could do. And it's put me and Elon in the headspace of just, the gloves are off at this point. And you guys will see the effects of that as we move forward through this. But I make no apology. And I will do everything that I can to hold any of these people to justice in any possible way that I can. And that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to be happening. And If you guys have any other clips of Denims saying that our kids, anything about our kids and the dog thing, I would love if you guys can compile that for me.
Okay.
Just in general, if there's anyone in the audience, because I don't want to miss anything. So if you know of any, or if you want to help us look, you can send it to us, what, on Discord, Dan?
Or throw it up on the Reddit.
I mean, if you throw it up on the Reddit or something.
Reddit, okay.
Yeah. It's probably
yeah,
the
let us
easiest.
know, because I'd love to sue her for defamation, amongst other things.
Another 50 just came through. 50 British pounds sterling.
There we go. There it is. All right. So I don't know if there's more to glean from Denims came after my kids. Here's White Claw Gabe again.
It's not what their health is.
Thank you, Gabe. Gabe, thank you for having more moral clarity than these people.
Problems, but they're good at heart. That's what I
Wait, did they get him to opine?
people, but
No. Can we let Gabe go? Poor Gabe.
Gabe, what are your thoughts?
Thoughts, Gabe?
well, people that take care of their posture, you know, they're good people, but sometimes even good people feel unfortunate with their health. You know, if they have poor posture, but they're a good person, it's what's the person that's in is good or bad. That's all. It's
Well, that we can agree with Gabe about. Yeah, absolutely, Gabe. Absolutely.
Thank you for having more moral clarity than these people.
problems, but they're good at heart. That's what I think.
That's right.
That's
Just to
exactly.
summarize-
Posture doesn't make you a bad person, but also, Ethan, it's incredibly hypocritical of you to, try to criticize Denims for making fun of your posture when you are constantly shitting on Mike from PA, and I'm sure tons of other people too, for intrinsic things, right? That's, you're the last person in the world I want to hear that. I want to hear that shit from, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're like
Who is she?
Hollywood royalty.
Oh yeah, I remember her from Sopranos.
Hey Lala, I think Netherlands is offering asylum for U.S. citizens that are trans as well. Well, Davi's making it sound like that if I were to get asylum, that would attract the attention of the administration, right? And that one of the ramifications of making that claim would be for them to freeze my assets. And so, yeah, I got to be careful with that. I mean, it's great that countries like the Netherlands are stepping up and offering asylum, but unless they're also offering a stipend, I still need to figure out a plan, because that's a good point from Davi, that the administration is incredibly petty, incredibly vindictive, and that simply something like claiming asylum would very likely get their attention and allow them to take an action like I don't know, what, freezing my assets, would that be debanking, or would that just be like seizing bank account? It's not like I have assets, Chad. It's not like I have like investments and stuff, but if they take my bank account, I'm kind of fucked.
Yeah.
Wow, what a legacy.
Wow.
That's so cool. I love, I'll admit that I'm not super familiar with Big Nick's acting, because I didn't ever watch. And I think he might be my new bestie.
Yeah.
He was there.
That whole family is just
Yeah.
Well, that's how seriously we take gamer subs in general. I mean,
Oh my god. Okay, worthless, more worthless shit from Ethan. I'm gonna pee really quick, chat. I will be right back.
she demonstrates she believes his statements are false when she smiles and laughs during the clip. No, sorry. She believes his statements, his lies, his defamatory statements during that. She's laughing, smiling, and nodding during the clip, making sounds of agreement. She says, dude, how is it that like maybe like once a week I look into what Ethan's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit?
And with the shit being literal, like that's what I would say above and beyond what Denims says. What did I say the other day, chat? It's something like, it's always poop with this guy. I feel like that statement holds true.
In response to a chatter stating, We now have shit Saturdays. Denim says, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very dangerous when infants get the same sickness that adults.
Anyway, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
There's a lot of things you can get as an adult. You're totally fine. You'll be okay. No problem. A child, a small infant, has no immune system and shouldn't be catching anything. Another part of the clip plays in Denim states, no wonder this motherfucker is always sick. Yeah, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he doesn't care about his own. How is this happening? How is this happening? How? Clearly, Denims, you did not disavow, you did not disclose the credibility of Bad Empanada. You uncritically platformed and agreed with the statements that I was putting my kids in danger. Clearly, and Denims, you were clearly looking at your chat during the stream. Obviously, you're reading comments and you're looking at the monitor, including the numerous calls to action to contact CPS. And what did you do, Denims? Did you moderate the chat? Did you say don't call CPS? Did you do anything? You did not. And unfortunately for you, it's all on video. On March 7th, while reacting to the podcast episode where we revealed CPS visited our home, Denim states, here, I'll play this clip for you.
He's just showing the camera his phone. He's literally standing up straight.
Injury he sustained in the disinformation wars. He had to spend long hours hunched over a laptop, ignoring his children and the poop they were eating for months to deliver that powerful content puke against the most evil man to ever live, Hassan Piker.
Also, he literally makes fun of Mike from PA about weight all the time. That's not relevant to his arguments either. Yeah, I mean, I don't even make fun of people's weight. I've never made fun of people's weight. I do make fun of people's posture. If you're making an active decision that, like, you don't give a fuck about your health or your posture or your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting giardia, that's the image of someone who is not well. Wait, what? Wait, what, Denims? Wait, what? You guys didn't know about this? Yeah.
Denims here is regurgitating the claim and restating it as fact, actually doubling down. She says, well, you have bad posture. Of course you have dog shit on your floor, which let's not even talk about the logic involved in that one. But she goes, and a chatter says, really? Like casting doubt? That seems far-fetched. And she goes, oh, you didn't know about this? Yeah. That sounds like you are restating the defamatory accusation as fact to your audience uncritically. And this is after, by the way, we revealed CPS visited our home. So even after CPS visited, not only did you not denounce it, you doubled down on it, on the claim. You said, no, it is true. He leaves shit on the floor. Oh, you guys didn't know about this? Yeah. This was her
classic TTS comment. Wait, did I? Oh my God, I missed the TTS comment. Oh no, chat. Oh no. You shouldn't have told me. Now I gotta rewind it.
Like casting doubt? That seems far-fetched. And she goes, oh, you didn't know about this? Yeah. That sounds like you are restating the defamatory accusation as fact to your audience uncritically.
Aww.
And this is after, by the way, we revealed CPS visited our home. So even after CPS visited, not only did you not denounce it, you doubled down on it.
The fuck? The fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God.
But she goes, and a chatter says, really? Like casting doubt? That seems far-fetched. And she goes, oh, you didn't know about this? Yeah. That sounds like you are...
Wait, give a fuck. Standing up straight. He's just showing the camera his phone. He's literally standing up straight.
Injury he sustained in the disinformation wars. He had to spend long hours hunched over a laptop, ignoring his children and the poop they were eating for months to deliver that powerful content puke against the most evil man to ever live, Hassan Piker.
Also, he literally makes fun of Mike from PA about weight all the time. That's not relevant to his arguments either. Yeah, I mean, I don't even make fun of people's weight. I've never made fun of people's weight. I do make fun of people's posture. If you're making an active decision that, like, you don't give a fuck about your health or your posture or your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting giardia.
Sorry, NCC, it was TTS and Denim stream. And the clip that Ethan was crying about. Yeah, it was the classic. That was a kind of a classic TTS though. Davy, especially you, Irene, because you could legally be described as a political agitator, and they could put a hold on to inspect your bank account as long as they want. Yeah, no doubt. Like, right, if I make myself a target, you know, slings and arrows are to be expected. Why did I have to quote? I didn't need the Shakespeare chat. That I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be that person that just randomly throws in slings and arrows for. But what I'm saying, chat, is that, like, you know, yeah, that potentially seeking asylum would make me a target, and they can do stuff like that. Like they've shown their willingness to do that. They've shown their willingness that just criticizing the administration is enough for them to try to act like you're a fucking terrorist.
That's the image of someone who is not well. Wait, what? Wait, what, Denims? Wait, what? You guys didn't know about this? Yeah.
Denims here is regurgitating the claim and restating it as fact, actually doubling down. She says, well, you have bad posture. Of course you have dog shit on your floor, which let's not even talk about the logic involved in that one. But she goes, and a chatter says, really? Like,
yeah, I'm pretty sure the logic is that you don't care about, that you're not super concerned with health. But anyway.
Casting doubt? That seems far-fetched. And she goes, oh, you didn't know about this? Yeah. That sounds like you are restating the defamatory accusation as fact to your audience uncritically. And this is after, by the way, we revealed CPS visited our home. So even after CPS visited, not only did you not denounce it, you doubled down on it, on the claim. You said, no, it is true. He leaves shit on the floor. Oh, you guys didn't know about this? Yeah. This was her, dude, this was her what happened? Oh. This was actually her reacting to the episode where we talk about CPS coming to our house. Her response directly to us saying CPS visited was not like, oh, that's fucked up. Oh, why would they do that? Who would do that? I don't believe that this was appropriate. No, she justifies it by saying, I leave dog shit on my floor because I have bad posture. Oh, you guys didn't know about this? Yeah. That doesn't look good, Denims. That sounds like defamation to me. I'll continue. March 8th, the next day, which was after we revealed the CPS incident and stated we are exploring litigation against her. This is my favorite part, Denims, and I hope you're watching closely. Denims either deleted her March 1st and March 7th videos or privated them. She did this for a reason. If these videos exonerate her like she claims, why would she delete or private them? Instead, she would have owned me by sharing them.
Since chat, I think this is what a lot of people are pushing back on, right? This claim right here from Ethan. Now, if he's talking about on her Twitch channel, those videos automatically get deleted every so often, right? If he's talking about on her clip channel, that's not Denims' channel. If the videos on there get deleted or privated, it is because of the owner of the channel, much like a Hassan Industrial Complex channel, right? Owns that channel, even though it's Hasanabi's content, right? Denims is, I think a number of Denims clips channels run the same, right? I don't think that his claim that Denims either on Twitch or on her channel that she runs on YouTube deleted or privated. From what I've seen, it doesn't seem like that's the case. I think he's wrong here.
She deleted or privated her videos. It demonstrates to me that she has something to hide. After I publicly addressed the spoliation
Apparently the clip channel owner was getting harassed.
Issue on May 9th, I have not seen a single clip of Denims addressing the fact that she has erased.
Yeah, he created the fake chat to... Yeah, so the fake chat that he plays on screen while watching the Denims clip is a, you know, I mean, it's not like those are chats that did get the chats, they're not... Okay, so the chats got made in Denims chat, but what Ethan did is he went through and found all the chats that had to do with CPS, right? And then he, you know, photoshopped them together to make it look like that was her chat, to make it look like it was literally nothing but people just saying CPS, 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 right? And that's how he faked her chat.
Critical evidence, which further emphasizes to me, Denims, that you might have something to hide in there. And you could easily disprove me by, you know, just publishing those two broadcasts, right? That'd be easy to do. And I mean, I've already called her out for erasing evidence, and she did not respond to that, you know. Not looking good, right? Just prove me wrong and make it public. March 1st and March 7th broadcast, you know? In response to what appears to be a chatter implicating her in the CPS event, Denims responds with, quote, "Can you find me the part where I asked anyone to contact CPS or where I condone that behavior or just any clip?" My response to this is this, Denims. The clips are from your March 1st and March 2nd stream, 7th stream.
Anybody else find that strange? Ethan's talking about something that Denims said in response to a chatter, in response to somebody in chat. Now, it's not somebody in chat that sounds like they're part of the Denims community. It is, in fact, someone in chat that sounds like they're more sympathetic towards Ethan's side, right? And then Ethan responds to what Denims said to the chatter, and this is the operative part, as if Denims had said it to Ethan. Who was that account? Who was in Denims chat accusing her of shit? Chat, what do you think?
Or just any clip? My response to this is this, Denims. The clip, anyone to contact CPS, response to what appears to be a wrong and make it public. March 1st and March 7th broadcast, you know? In response to what appears to be a chatter implicating her in the CPS event, Denims responds with, quote, "Can you find me the part where I asked anyone to contact CPS or where I condone that behavior or just any clip?"
Okay, so Denims said this to a chatter, right? Denims said this to a chatter.
My response to this is
my response? But Ethan, it wasn't you making that comment in Denims's chat, was it? Was it? Because you responding to this is the kind of thing that somebody who was in that chat asking that question would do, right? If this statement that Denims made was addressed to you, then you would be the one to make the response. If not, if it was addressed to the random chatter, then it would be up to the random fucking chatter. Why is he now just stepping in and, oh no, let me make the response? You said this to a chatter. Let me respond to what you said to the chat. Who was the chatter, Ethan? What kind of sock puppets do you have going into people's chats to fucking agitate, to fucking drama farm? Like, what's going on? Like, look, here's the whole thing, right? Ethan, unlike Hassan, unlike Denims, unlike Noah Samson, unlike a lot of people, unlike myself, right? Ethan has a, you know, has employees, has a company, has a crew that, yes, does like research for him, does, you know, essentially helps him in these internet beefs and stuff like that, right? And look, there's been accusations of Ethan's subreddit acting as a de facto Kiwi Farms, right? You know, going and harassing people and doxing people, etc., right? The question I have is, what kind of ops, what kind of straight ops is Ethan's crew up to?
Is this Denims?
Chat, have we got some straight ops going on? I want to know. Have we got some hetero ops going on right here? I believe this sounds a little bit like, it sounds like you're running your business in a funny way, Ethan Klein.
The clips are from your March 1st and March 7th stream. You treated these false allegations as true, uncritically, continue to platform them, emphasize them, justify them. Your chat was urging you and other chatters to contact CPS, and you said and you did nothing. And then you erased the evidence. Are you sweating yet? I would be if I was you. And that's just half of it. Are you?
Am I really supposed to be amused by the fat love transition that they keep using? They're using like a meme picture of, like, I guess what love would look like if he was obese. And especially after you complained about a pejorative being put towards Ozempic users, right? Now we're going to do the fat love transition. Okay, whatever. Look, the biggest thing I'm attacking that transition for is not so much, being fat phobic or inappropriate or whatever. It's for being unfunny. All right. It's not fucking, hey, what if one of our crew members was obese? Oh, hilarious.
You regret refunding that money, Denims? You should be. You can ask again. I'm sure they'll come back stronger than ever. Not looking good.
Wait, what is going
Denims
on?
states, quote, I've never mentioned CPS once.
Is it AB doing the fat love transition? What's going on here?
That money, Denims? You should be. You can ask again. I'm sure they'll come back stronger than.
I think they're having an issue with their switcher.
Never. Not looking good. Denims states, quote, I've never mentioned CPS once. I'm pretty strongly against CPS because it's so underfunded and there aren't enough homes for people. I've never said to do this. I, in fact, say the complete opposite, which is don't tap the glass. Don't waste your time going and responding or commenting or even doing any of this shit. Well, that's very compelling stuff, but let's analyze it. First, you did not say that you are against contacting CPNs, nor did you ever tell your audience not to contact CPS because the allegations are false.
This is wild. This is fucking wild. It's one thing for him to hold her responsible if she, like, expressed concern about his kids, right? That's maybe inappropriate considering that what he said does indeed sound concerning, right? It's another thing, sorry, chat. It sounds like he's moving the goalpost though, right? After she says, like, don't do this, don't tap the glass, don't call CPS, right? You know, in other words, even to somebody who is understandably concerned about the story that he told, like, do not, you know, take action in this way, right? She's saying that. But now he's mad at her for what? Not, like, now her responsibility, like, just what I'm trying to say is, like, him trying to hold her responsible, his goalpost for what she would have to say or do to not be responding, it seems to be being moved.
Don't waste your time going and responding or commenting or even doing any of this shit. Well, that's very compelling stuff, but let's analyze it. First, you did not say that you are against contacting CPS, nor did you ever tell your audience not to contact CPS because the allegations are false. You only echo the points that we ourselves raised on our March 7th podcast, that CPS is underfunded and making a fraudulent call to CPS is a waste of valuable resources.
So now the only way that Denims is not responsible for the thing that, honestly, I think Ethan is responsible. I think telling that fucked up story about your kids crawling on the floor, eating dog shit, I think that's, you know, most likely what got CPS called on you. But now Denims is responsible for CPS. We're not only doing, like, guilty until proven innocent, right? Now the standard for innocence is if you Denims watched the Bad Empanada clip and you did not immediately say, these are fraudulent charges. I know that the Kleins run an immaculately clean house and that their children are amongst the best taken care of children on the face of the planet. You know, for not doing that, she's now responsible. Like, right? You made the clip. You said the fucked up shit. But now Denims is the bad guy because Denims did not, you know, make an illogical defense of you at the moment that she reacted to that. At the moment that, honestly, what she's doing, chat, if you want to understand, right, Denims reacting to that clip, and I'm saying this as a streamer, as somebody who kind of knows how this generally works, someone in her community sent her a copy of either the Bad Empanada video or the tape of Ethan, you know, telling that fucked up story. Either way, you know, it's got the story about the Giardia in it, right? And you can tell when she's watching it, she is floored. She is surprised. She does not know how to react. It's a ridiculous situation that she is, you know, that strains her belief, right? Because this just does not seem like a story that a fucking podcaster would tell on stream. And so her reaction is to cover her mouth and laugh. And somehow now that makes her culpable for the results of the fucked up story that you told, that paints your kids as being in a dangerous situation, even if they were not in any danger, as you claim, and that this was just an exaggeration that you made for comedic effect.
Second of all, where's the clip of you telling your audience not to contact CPS that you were referring to? Was it made before we disclosed the CPS call? If this evidence existed, then why aren't you sharing it? Instead, the only clip we have are from March 1st and March 7th, where you endorsed the false allegations that led to the CPS investigation. From the evidence we have, it seems that the first time you denounced the CPS incident was after, crucial, after we had disclosed it happened, and after we had said we were...
Denounced the CPS incident that you yourself, through your own irresponsible oversharing, exaggerating, or whatever the fuck that was. But no, let's put it all on. It's all Denims. It's Denims' responsibility to somehow save you from the consequences of your own fucking actions. That's wild. That is wild.
We're exploring litigation against you. Convenient, don't you think? Destiny Orbiter Denims.
Okay. Does chat know what's wrong with that? He just called Denims a Destiny Orbiter. Does chat know Does chat realize the gravity of that accusation? Now, obviously, haha, Destiny Orbiter, Destiny is a scumbag, Destiny is sex pestiny, like it's cringe to be an orbiter of his, right? There's that level, right? But understand, this was closer to the allegations against Destiny, and Denims did come up in that conversation, not because Denims was alleged to, was a subject of the unauthorized disclosure of videos or anything like that, right? Not because Denims is, like somehow confirmed to have been in a relationship with Destiny or anything like that, but because of Denims' experience as a orbiter. And chat, if Denims is a Destiny orbiter, then so am I. Okay, if that's our standard, that you fucking talk to Destiny, then I am a Destiny orbiter too. And you know how you can see how ridiculous this is, right? You would be calling a lot of people Destiny orbiters that are absolutely 100% Destiny's detractors, right? So the thing that went on between Destiny and I'm gonna have to I might have to look at this stuff again, right? But if I remember this correctly, it was that Denims had done some kind of content with Destiny, and I think I don't want to say anything that's going to get me sued here, and I'm not completely remembering this, but chat, if anything, Denims was like, somewhat a victim of his casting couch. Not that she, got on the casting couch, right? Not that she was, trying to, get with Destiny for clout or anything like that, but that she was kind of put in that position, right? Where there seemed to be expectations. Anyway, I'm not going to get too into detail because I can't precisely remember how Denims described the situation. But the irony of him calling her a Destiny orbiter is that she was somewhat of a victim of DGG, not a collaborator with DGG. That is a fucked up thing to say. I need to relook at this, chat. I barely remember this because I go through so much content, right? And it's like in one ear and out the other. But I remember during the whole Destiny allegations thing, Denims talking about her experience with Destiny, and like my heart, like, goes out to her on this. Like, from what it sounded like, she was put in a really fucked up situation, right? And it's not that there's any allegations that she had a relationship with him or anything like that. It's that I think it was something inappropriate that happened to her via Destiny. Does anybody remember this? I might have to go and look up some. I know she talked about. I'm pretty sure she talked about her experience with Destiny, right? And it sounded like she was kind of a target in a way. Like, it sounded like Destiny was trying to have. Was trying to use his influence to, get her into a compromising situation like that. But again, I don't remember it completely, so I don't want to say anything super 100% sure.
Only one of us has been to Destiny's house. Raise your hand.
He's basically implying that she had sex with him. That's fucked up, Ethan. That is fucked up. That is fucked up.
You've been to Destiny's house before.
See, this is the thing. Is like I talked to Denims. This was around the time that I talked to Denims, and we were in the kind of the same circles at that moment, right? And look, Denims has never been anything other than completely nice, completely appropriate, completely professional. To me, right? Denims, Denims just did not deserve what Destiny and his community put her through. I believe there was some level of harassment, if I'm not mistaken, right? I seem to remember her talking about some level of harassment. Yeah, she did not deserve this shit. And it was, after she had streamed like previously. She had left streaming, and then she was coming back to streaming, trying to reestablish herself at the time. That is when Destiny put her in this situation. It is so fucked up that he is in there. Look at that fucking shit-eating expression, right, chat? He's all but implying that she fucked Destiny. That is so fucked up. That is so fucked up. I'm sorry. It makes me mad. She didn't deserve what Destiny did to her, and she definitely does not deserve what Ethan Klein is trying to do to her here.
Not me. Denims, you at home raising your hand? Okay. Should be. Oh, brother. Denims also states, I think it's pissed him off enough that he's now trying to connect.
Wait, wasn't he going to reveal that she had done drugs in the past or had a drug problem if things didn't go a certain way? I don't remember exactly, Sarah. I mean, it was something. Yeah, he was definitely, threatening to reveal something. I don't remember if it was that.
Me to the CPS thing, even though I was gone. I wasn't streaming I didn't stream for 3 days when this happened. In the stream prior to that, I didn't make any comments about CPS. Like I didn't have anything to do with this. You are such a fool. Do you think that a judge is as dumb as your fucking fans? Let's analyze this once again. First, the statement that you made that you did not stream when the CPS incident happened is plainly false. We have the March 1st clip. This was 2 days before the call was made to CPS. 2 days. And you erased it. Right? I mean, take that in. 2 days before CPS call was made. And then she erased it. She says, I didn't stream for 3 days when this happened. That's a lie. It's a provable lie. Second, and I've said this before, whether you explicitly instructed your audience to contact CPS misses the point. You treated the false statements about me as true in your March 1st and March 7th stream. These are the false statements that led to the fraudulent CPS call. That is the accusation. You are incapable of actually interfacing with it because you want to lie to your fans to make it not seem as bad. But the problem with that, Denims, is that...
Wait, what did you talk about on Bradley Martin? Smuggling?
That's not going to work in court. People are not as dumb as you and your fans, right? And it's looking bad. It's looking real bad. Response to a chatter stating, quote, do you have any idea how traumatic it is to have the authorities randomly show up to your house at night, going through all your things, accusing you of crimes you didn't do? No one should be subjected to that treatment. Denims responded by saying, quote, sure, but we're talking about not cops showing up at your house. We're talking about CPS. Which anyways, to begin with, I don't condone. I've never condoned it, and you will never find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. Now, by the way, Denims, I don't know. I know you're childless, right? Do you think that CPS...
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Ethan. Look, you don't want anybody talking about your parenting. Not because you're protective of your kids, but because there are some real questions. Anybody that's this disingenuous in their accusations against people on the internet is going to be a nightmare for children to deal with as their parental authority figure. Can you imagine this, chat? Like having a dad like this? Look, I don't want to go there, but if you're going to fucking call her childless, I will. I will go there, Ethan. Because essentially you are flexing your status as a parent, which, given what we know about you from the show, is fucking questionable. Now, look, that's farther than I ever fucking go. All right. That's further than I ever want to go. All right. Because I don't know what I don't know. And I want to speculate about somebody's home life and their aptitude for parenting. But if you're gonna act like Denims is a piece of shit for not having children, what the fuck is this? Like he's like lecturing her for like this is like he's like, oh my god, you're 29 years old and you still don't have kids? What the fuck is wrong with you? You don't have a stable relation? What the fuck? No, fuck off, dude. This is not your place to say at all. God damn. And if you want to fucking do this, then I'm going to feel very little sympathy for you when your parenting is questioned, right? Considering that you are flexing your status as a parent, lording that over Denims as if she is somehow a bad person or is somehow deficient for not having a child, like, you know, prior to age 30. Like, what the fuck is that?
Coming, who has the authority to remove my children from me, is somehow less scary than the police showing up? You fucking ignorant moron, you pathetic loser, you weasel. You're not weaseling your way out of this, Denims. It's all right here in black and white, plain as day. I gave you the chance to... Oh, did I send her? Oh, I haven't... I don't know if I sent her. I don't think I sent Denims a retraction letter yet. We'll get there. One thing at a time. I'll give you the opportunity. Let's analyze
Joshua
this.
Kell, super chatted $5. I never really knew me dad. He was obsessed with some guy named Hank Pecker and his designer dog who cooked him chicken, or something.
It's a sad story. That's a sad story. And look, I'm seeing some people in chat saying that they grew up with a dad like this. Yeah, I grew up with parents that, look, I don't want to complain. I don't want to use my platform, you know, as a space to criticize my my parents' parenting or anything like that, right? But I do remember getting in trouble for a myriad of things that I didn't do, right? So this idea of, you know, a parent who's willing to make, you know, spurious accusations against their kid, right? Considering the way that Ethan behaves on the show, right? This is kind of near and dear to my heart, right? Love you, mom. Love you, dad. You're a better parent than Ethan than I would imagine the Kleins would be. You're better. I'm not trying to you know, have a go at my parents. I just, you know, like many parents, I think that they I think that when you're gonna throw punishments at a kid, you should probably be a little bit more sure that they actually did the things that you're accusing them of.
First, you're minimizing what happened. CPS has the authority to take my kids away from me. That is the worst thing that could happen to a family. Sorry, it's not the police. Not scary. Second, the point is not that you...
That is not the worst thing that can happen to a family, Ethan, as many of the families that have been torn apart by police violence can attest to you. That is not the worst thing that can happen. But no, that's not something that... God damn it. I'm just getting pissed off again.
Instructed your audience to contact CPS. The point is that you propagated the false statements that led to this incident, and you turned a blind eye to your chat, urging people to contact CPS. You stated. Also, the clips that they procured, by the way, is after CPS showed up at their door. Because, you know, I wasn't streaming on the days that this thing happened, and there are no previous clips of me talking about CPS being involved ever. Once again, you are ignoring the March 1st stream where you
Graves says, one time I thought I'd do something nice and tidy the basement up, and all these slippery silicone lifelike masks of someone, I found all these slippery silicone lifelike masks of someone named Hassan. Damn.
Propagated the falsehoods that led to the incidents 2 days before. 1, 2, call. It's not hard to understand. I know you want people, you're trying to... Just because you erased the stream doesn't mean it didn't happen. Unfortunately for you, once again. Second, we cannot get any of the clips of you discussing CPS prior to the fraudulent call because, anybody? Oh yeah, you fucking erased them or privated them. If your March 1st and March 7th streams exonerate you, then release them.
My father is kind of like a cringe anarcho-socialist version of Ethan. Damn, that's rough. But Davy, I understand to some extent.
Pretty simple stuff. Denim states further, it's not worth your time and effort to fucking keeping up with Ethan Klein's life in your personal time. That you're sitting there by yourself calling CPS. You're a freak and I don't want you here. If you think that's cool and fun, unless you personally know Ethan Klein, by the way, and you've been to his house, and you see that there's things happening that we don't know about, well, that's an interesting carve-out. This is really outstanding advice, Denims. Where was this energy on March 1st, by the way, as people were clamoring to call CPS in your chat? Why did you obsess about my life and propagate falsehoods that you now imply you knew nothing about? Why didn't you call out your evidence when they were urging someone to call CPS then? To date, I have not received an explanation for that. So to summarize, the only evidence we have of Denims telling her audience not to call CPS is after it happened, after we went public, after we threatened litigation, and after she deleted and privated her videos. Is this the actions of an innocent person? Her explanation was not that the allegations she helped spread were false. Rather, it was because of a reason we stated the day before, that CPS resources should not be squandered based on fraudulent calls. Let's also examine other parts of Denims' March 8th stream. Denims clearly doubles down on the false allegation that led to the fraudulent call to CPS. Many of these clips came after she claimed to have never supported contacting CPS. Denims stated about me, I am clearly distressed and unwell.
Develop new ticks, especially when he's very clearly mentally distressed and unwell, right?
Do you think that's a good comment to make? Following the revelation that CPS was called to my house by likely one of your fans? So is this just, doesn't this lies? If it's true what you say that I'm mentally distressed and unwell, wouldn't that justify calling CPS if you actually believe that?
There's something really off about all this fucking logic that he's throwing out here, right? There's a lot of entitlement. The presumption of truth is not where it should be. Like the fact that he's so entitled that he can make this statement of like, likely called by your audience, fucking pure speculation. Fucking pure speculation that he's throwing at her. He made a disgusting joke. I'm assuming it's a joke, right? I'm assuming that's not the actual state of his house, right? About a fucked up situation that his kids were in to an audience of, I don't know, at the time, at least 25,000 people. But no, it's Denims' audience, right? What does Denims usually pull? Like, I know she was at like 40,000 or so when she was going over the content nuke. That's about as high as I've seen her numbers. I think she's somewhere around like, 10, 12, 15K or so. You've got more audience than she does. The original audience that saw you talk about your kids eating shit off the floor, getting giardia from the dogs, right? That was to more people, most likely, than the number. And I shouldn't even have to defend this, right? It's on you, if you want to make this accusation, to prove that, like a Denims, don't prove a lot of stuff. Like, if you really want to make this accusation, Ethan, you got to first of all prove, which you haven't done, which people are only assuming because you're fucking rich, that your children are in no sort of danger whatsoever. That's not an assumption that I'm willing to make. That's not an assumption I can make with 100% confidence, right? I hope that you were exaggerating, that story for comedic effect, but I don't know. I don't know if you're a good, none of us know if Ethan's a, but he just like, he assumed because of his fucking entitlement, he makes this assumption that like, oh, well, of course we're good parents. Of course that couldn't possibly be the problem. And then the assumption on top of that, that it was somebody in Denims' audience that made the call, and on top of that, that Denims was, I don't know. There's just it's so brazenly disingenuous.
In response to Ela stating the CPS social worker, quote, wanted to look at everything. He was checking the house. He was checking where the dogs go potty because he heard there was poop on the floor. Our house is spotless. Denims is visibly shows that she doesn't even believe Ela when she says this.
Wait, her normal audience is more like 4 to 7K? Okay, so yeah, like she's got a fraction of his audience, and yet the assumption that it was her audience that made the call, right? Which even if they did, like I said, given the story that he told, I can't fucking blame them. Right? I don't want somebody's kids to get taken away if they're, not putting them in any kind of danger. But the person I blame for the fact that, that there was any chance of that at all is 100% Ethan Klein. 0% Kaffels. 0% Bad Empanada. whether he is or is not a human STD matters not.
This out.
That as well.
He
wanted to look at everything.
Well, the house is spotless.
He was checking the house and like, where do the dogs go potty? Because we heard that there's poop on the floor.
And the house is spotless.
Our house is so clean.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I have no words. I have no words, dude. Nothing to say.
You know, it's a shame that this is edited. However,
it's so funny because all this is just a fucking cell phone. The only person that should be embarrassed about this, the fact that Denims has this reaction, this incredulous reaction at Hila's statement of your house being immaculate. Right? The only person who should be embarrassed about this is you, because you have painted a picture, a very different picture than the one that Hila is describing right now. That's why Denims is having this reaction.
She erased the evidence. You know what I mean? I feel like I've seen this unedited, though. Does someone know where that? I feel like I've seen this clip unedited.
No.
But anyway, she smiles at the camera, then she says this.
I have no words. I have no words, dude. Nothing to say. Nothing to say.
What's funny? Can you please explain to us, Denims, what's funny about saying our house is spotless? To the CPS social worker who's looking for dog shit on the floor.
Here's what I feel like. I feel like Ethan thinks that he lives in an authoritarian government where he is emperor for life, and that anybody who makes who refuses to immediately snap to salute his ass and say, yes, Mr. Klein, of course your house is immaculate, it is the cleanest house in all of the world, is somehow guilty, right? This is the feeling that I get. The idea that it's Denims' responsibility when Hila says our house is perfectly clean to be in 100% agreement, or else she is somehow in trouble, right? I don't know where he had developed these authoritarian tendencies, but it does not bode well. It does not bode well for anybody under his responsibility. I will say that. Like, right, again, I don't like making, speculations about his his parenting or anything like that, because again, I just don't know.
Communist invading radicals.
But the more this goes on, the more I worry.
By the way, it's from your March 8th stream, Denims, after you knew that they had already visited. Clearly, you don't believe us. Again, if my children are living in a filthy house, as George Denitis, the human STD, described, and if you don't believe us, our house is spotless. In fact, that's such an absurd idea that you think it must be hideously polluted. Wouldn't that justify contacting CPS, Denims?
He's accusing her of the thought crime of believing that Ethan's house is not a safe place for kids. That's what he's doing right now. That is weird as fuck. Look, it's weird. It's weird when, a guy like Trump has these delusions, but he is the president. And in a lot of ways, he can make his delusions the reality. Ethan Klein is a whole nother case. He doesn't have, other than just his wealth, he doesn't have this authority that he seems to claim, right? I mean, I guess we can assume that, that his entitlement is coming from, just being, this is, the entitlement that rich people feel, I guess, but.
In response to Hila pointing out that the two of our kids are 5 and 3, Denims states, create any bad memory. Oh, no, don't bring that one up. This one looks very bad, Denims. This one is not good for you.
He agreed to
even just from an atmosphere, from an atmospheric, right? Like, I mean, you just look so fucking callous and dumb. It's fantastic.
I'm back next week
when the kids are at home, because he needs to fucking interview our kids as a matter of procedure.
But I was like, I really don't want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3. They don't understand this shit. So I told him,
create any bad memory for them. You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old. When we're talking about being
if you listen closely, it almost sounds like she's justifying the call as not that bad.
Able to remember, being able.
Yeah, she's guilty of thought crime, chat. She's guilty of thought crime, of considering that Ethan and Hila might be anything less than exemplary parents, right? She is guilty of thought crime.
To recall memories. It's like 4 is the cutoff. But even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past like 15. You have maybe 1 or 2 memories. Yes, you will remember. So everyone in chat here has a collection, like 50 plus memories of when they were 3 years old. There's a wide variation.
This might be the dumbest thing I've ever seen anybody say on camera. Into the camera. Confidently, straight up into the camera. And then if it's not dumb enough for you, she reads a study that immediately contradicts her statement and then pretends like she didn't read it.
You know, about the mean, across methods, cohorts, the average age of adults' earliest memories is 3.5 years old. You're not really forming memories at 3. And it's...
What world are we living in? You fucking imbecile. And by the way, I don't know if you know about words, but the mean age is an average. That means that some children, a lot of children, have memories below the age of 3. I know. Shocking stuff. You got to go back to neuro or psychology. You need to get that PhD back in shape on the psychology.
It's pretty rare to be forming memories, or like memories that you will keep, like at 5. Like I can remember maybe, I don't know, 5 things that happened to me, maybe.
Jimbo, do you have
What kind of fucking pathetic moron is like, this is what I experienced, therefore I extrapolate this onto everybody else that's ever lived?
Yeah, are we still talking about the CPS thing? This is, he's responding to Denims taking down her GoFundMe and refunding the money, saying that if she does decide to sue Ethan Klein, that she will do it on her own without crowdfunding. And he's taken this opportunity to do a number of things. The most interesting things, though, were some clarifications that Ethan involved that really sounded like it might have been based on advice by his lawyer, where he denies ever saying or implying that that Denims called CPS or that she encouraged her audience to do so, right? So he denies that, but that flies in the face of wait, which one is it? It's this one, right?
Remember that? Okay, good.
Right now, one's of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention.
Bro, you are so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay.
She did CPS. Remember that? That's what he said. And you know, he's trying to back away from it. He's trying to retcon it, possibly on legal advice, in order to avoid liability. That something like saying she did CPS. That's literally what he said. Like, and I made this example earlier, right? If I say Waluigi, sorry to implicate you, but if I said Waluigi did 9/11, right? Nobody in here is thinking that what I mean is that Waluigi said that the United States intervention in Iraq was wrong. Waluigi did not, made negative statements towards the United States bases in Saudi Arabia, right? These are things that the actual, the Bin Laden and company gave as reasons for the attack on the World Trade Center, right? If I say Waluigi did 9/11, I don't mean that he, had some of the same thoughts, some of the same criticisms of United States foreign policy that were expressed by Al-Qaeda, right? That is not a Waluigi did 9/11 situation, right? So how is he making this claim that Denims did CPS? How do you resolve that claim that he made with what he's saying now, which is that she did not call CPS herself and she did not encourage her chat? What does Denims did CPS actually mean? What the fuck does that mean?
How limited is your imagination, Denims? You know you're not the only person alive, right? There's like billions of us.
The idea how traumatic it is to have
stunning.
the authorities randomly showing up to your house at night, going through all your things, accusing you of crimes you didn't do. No one should be subjected to such treatment.
Sure, but we're talking about not cops showing up at your house. We're talking about CPS.
Which is much better. The CPS is much better than cops. Good point.
Anyways, to begin with, one, I don't condone I've never condoned it.
Not the issue at hand, but keep trying to change the topic there. Second, obviously, Denims is just minimizing the CPS incident by dismissing the psychological impact that the CPS incident could have on our kids, and by being like, well, it's not the police. Finally, while claiming she never encouraged contacting CPS, Denim blames Hila with negligently raising our kids by stating, I believe there's some level of negligence happening here. That's fucking interesting. Here.
I think it'd be more interesting if she denied that there's some level of negligence happening here.
These people, like, I think that there's some level of negligence happening here, and I think it's irresponsible. I don't think CPS should be called on them. I've never said that.
It sounds almost like you're riding the fence on that. Like, it almost sounds like you're saying, like, it's not that far-fetched, right? Some negligence is happening here.
There we go. She's responsible for fucking wiping Ethan's ass. This is what he's used to, chat. His crew is there to clean up his messes. His wife, in some cases, seems to be there to clean up his messes, and now he expects Denims to wipe his ass, put baby powder on him, you know, what is it? The stuff that's part of the lawsuit? Oh my God. Non-talcum baby powder, I guess it would have to be. What do they use now? Cornstarch? Anyway, safe baby powder, put it on his booty, and then pamper him back up. That's Denim's responsibility. Everybody's got to fucking take care of this guy, right? And if we don't, we're in trouble in his authoritarian mind palace. Chat, can you imagine playing Persona 5 and like all of a sudden one of the bosses, like one of the mind palaces, is Ethan Klein? Can you imagine that shit? What is it like? What is Ethan's mind palace like?
Some irresponsibility is happening here. Is that right, Denims? Like what? Like what?
Thought crime.
And if that doesn't justify a CPS call, then what does, Denims? You're trying to sit on the fence here? You're trying to have your cake and eat it too? Is that what's happening?
Shut up. This guy's so insufferable. This guy's 100% insufferable. Jetta Fake, thank you for re-upping your membership. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. I'm still drinking that talcum. Wait, what just happened? She's justifying calling CPS. Denims says she doesn't condone calling CPS. Okay, that's not the issue at hand, yeah. I think Denims tweeted the clip herself. There's a quick edit of Ethan making flat out allegations against Denims directly being. Wait, is that what I was watching, MF, where he says Denims did CPS? Do you remember Denims did CPS last September? Probably more around March. Wait, is that this? Are you saying it's September? Anyway.
Children, those people should have CPS called on them 1,000%. These people, like, I think that there is some level of negligence happening here, and I think it's irresponsible. I don't think CPS should be called.
How fucking dare you talk about my kids, you loser, you childless hack. You fucking waiting room. Jesus Christ, dude.
You sound like JD Vance, motherfucker. Childless cat lady, Denims, right?
Called on them. I've never said that they should be called on them, and I've never approved of it ever. I think it's embarrassing for Hila here to be like, this is so traumatic for the kids. You're trying to traumatize the children. It's like, dog, you literally, the vast majority of people are like are not remembering anything that happened to them at 3.
She's still doing that. She's saying that it's embarrassing that Hila is upset that her kids had to answer questions of CPS. That's embarrassing? And what you're saying isn't. Right. You saying 3-year-olds don't have memories isn't embarrassing. Got it. Holy fuck, dude. Holy shit.
It's just sympathy, right? It's just, she's just pulling like the IDF classic card of like, please, my life is so difficult. Please, everyone.
What? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Do you just need to remind people that she's Israeli to help people hate her more in your audience? Just to side with you for no fucking, besides you being plainly wrong? Hideous, hateful.
It's just sympathy, right? It's just she's just pulling like the IDF classic card of like, please, my life is so difficult. What? Please, everyone that is against us needs fucking awful experiences.
The CPS came to our house and talked to our kids. What the fuck is wrong? Does this sound like someone who's very regretful about... Does this sound like someone who's, you know, really troubled by what happened here? Or does it sound like someone who's doubling down by claiming that we were negligent with our kids? And does it sound like someone who's minimizing the impact of a CPS visit on a family? Pretty obvious which one. She goes, this is just like Israel. It's like, what? Here Hila goes again, just like Israel. Oh, sorry, CPS came to your house, cringe. Are you hearing yourself? April 23rd, Denims made another stream. In response to watching the clip of her March 1st stream, Denims states, quote, every time I have to see this clip and I have to hear Bad Empanada talking every time. I just imagine Bad Empanada saying it's all according to plan. Trust the plan. How giddy do you think Bad Empanada gets every time he hears this section?
What? Trust the plan? Oh, wait, is he comparing Bad Empanada to QAnon? Is that what's going on, chat? Chat, do we have any abacuses in the chat? No, but like I think all of our abacuses have gone to bed. All right, we're definitely at... I haven't checked up on the bonus content goal, but I think we're at least at 120. I'm not sure though. I'm just saying because we're like, right, if we're it only really matters if we're close to 200, and at this point, I mean, we're not that close, but we're not that far from 200 either. I would rather have a accurate count. I might just like look through if nobody's got like a record or a count of the bonus goal, I might just like look at stuff myself and see if I can add it up just to make sure that I'm not shorting you on bonus content if we do in fact get to 200. I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we're that close to 200, but I also don't feel like we're too far from it either. I'll just check in the background.
Over and over again. Let's watch.
More, perhaps he
Every time I have to see this clip and I have to hear Bad Empanada talking, every time, I just imagine Bad Empanada saying, it's all according to plan. Trust the plan.
Oh.
010110.
Wait, what's this from?
How giddy do you think?
Wait, I thought he was doing I thought Ethan was doing like a QAnon reference. What is the trust the plan 00001? What is this all? I don't know about this, chat. What is this? Somebody explain. It sounds like a meme. Somebody explain the meme to me.
Bad Empanada gets every time he gets to hear this section over and over and over again.
For a number of different reasons.
What do you think she means by that? What plan? You're saying Bad Empanada had a plan by putting out defamatory statements about my kids eating dog shit, and that plan presumably includes you reacting to it uncritically to your live chat. Is that the plan? Is the plan to spread a false narrative? Is the plan to spread a malicious lie, right? That my house is somehow covered in dog shit and my kids are crawling around and eating it. Is that the plan? It seems like that's what you're implying the plan is. You seem to be endorsing that plan. You seem to be stating that Bad Empanada was right and his plan is working. So was the plan to have someone fraudulently contact CPS to have them take my kids away based on false statements about me? To me, that seems like the plan you're approving of, Denims. And once again, if you have an alternative explanation for this clip, I'd love it. Or, you know, you could just erase the two deleted streams that you exfoliated, you freak. You criminal, dude. Is that criminal? I think so. Or maybe it's a civil crime.
I don't think so.
Not criminal.
Shut up.
Sorry, I don't want to put you in jail or anything anyway. Debtor's prison isn't a thing, so don't worry.
Okay, chat.
What did you just say?
Debtor's prison used to be a thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Victorian era.
My count is...
Don't worry, I'm not going to send her to debtor's prison.
Right, I don't think you will be.
Because it's...
My count is 122. All right, so that means we secured at least one piece of bonus content. I think that's where we're at. I hope I'm not shortchanging anyone here. If I am, let me know who's winning, what's winning. What's the topic that you're likely to see for bonus content? It's like Emma Vigland. Emma Vigland by a country mile, right? Second place is a a tie between LGBT slang in Thailand and slop tumors deny Hassan's detention, right? So that's where we're at right now. Make sure if you've donated that you know that you can let me know where you want me to put your donate or what you're supporting with your donation. If it's one of these topics, you can let me know in the chat, and I will be happy to add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, just like I did for Emma. Oh God, Emma's even more ahead. Look at that. Emma Vigeland is the only thing that I've taken down like a donation for, and it's an extra 10% for Emma Vigeland. So yeah, commanding lead right now for Emma Vigeland. If we do hit 200, we might get a second topic. Right now, it's looking like a very close tie between LGBT slang in Thailand and slop tubers deny Hassan's detention. So that's where we're at right now. We're closing in on the end of the regular content. Got like 15 minutes left here.
It's just, they don't exist anymore. Doesn't look good, Denims. You know. Let me also address what was said on March 11th, that Denims' lawyer referred to in his letter. In response to me noting Denims appeared to have deleted her videos from March 1st, Olivia stated that Denims should denounce the CPS call. In response, I said, after being like Ethan's the worst person in the world and watching Bad Empanada, being like, yeah, his kids crawl around and eat shit, and her whole entire chat being like, call CPS.
What the fuck? Ethan has Tourette's, not a financial advisor, not a drug user, smoked crack only once, is Jewish, pays employees, competitive salary, not slaves. Ethan is currently joking. Wait, what are they flashing this on over?
The worst person in the world. Deleted her videos from March 1st. Olivia stated that Denims should denounce the CPS call. In response, I said, after being like Ethan's the worst person in the world and watching Bad Empanada, being like, yeah, his kids crawl around and eat shit, and her whole entire chat being like, call CPS. Thank you for all those disclaimers. Thank you for putting that. We should have had that up from the beginning. His kids crawl around and eat shit, and her whole entire chat is saying to call CPS. But she says, obviously, don't call CPS. To clarify, I have no evidence that she ever told her audience not to call CPS, despite what your lawyer's letter said on March 1st. Why don't we have that evidence? Because you erased the video. Now, why would you do that? Why would you do it? I only have evidence that you denounced the call on March 8th, which was after we disclosed the CPS incident, and after I had explained that I was exploring litigation. In response to Olivia providing the insightful comment, wonderfully insightful, empathetic comment, since when is this our demeanor when we're talking about child abuse? I responded with,
play something. The button wasn't enough, so they made signs to make whatever Ethan is saying okay. True.
That's a really good question.
Disclaimer. Yo, this one's good. Play something. Disclaimer. I am a victim.
And I still stand by that.
No. He is the victim. He's the only victim. There can be no other victims. Only Ethan. Only Ethan's grievance are valid.
Why are you laughing and giggling and enjoying? Like, let's assume it's true and you're actually horrified. So what's funny? Her reaction. The truth is she knows it's not real, right? Otherwise, why would she be giggling and yucking it up and having so much fun about it and talking about, oh, it's all according to the plan. Olivia continues with, exactly. If it was real, she would. She knows you take care of your kids.
Ethan wishes he could be the Kendrick in this situation, but he is actually the Drake. Yeah, other than the A minor thing. I'm not going to throw the A minor at him, but other than that, sure.
Giggling and doing bits. Right. Doesn't add up.
Since when is this our demeanor when we're talking about child abuse?
That's a really fucking good question, you know? Like, why are you laughing and giggling and enjoying? Like, let's assume it's true and you're actually horrified.
Yeah.
What's funny?
Yeah, I think that if...
I mean, her reaction, the truth is she knows that it's not real.
That's exactly, yeah.
If it was real, she would
She knows
upset.
you take care of your kids.
Yeah. She
wouldn't be giggling and doing bits.
I think the water really scrambled our... I'm gonna, Dan, don't stand up. I'm gonna unplug and replug my H.
Unrelated. Now I'm interested, though.
It's another mess that your crew has to clean up for you.
You had spilled water on your laptop.
So another time that Ethan needs his ass wiped.
Right, the water, and of course, further proof that I'm.
And another refutation of any sort of claim of that the United States capitalist hierarchy is any kind of meritocracy, right? It's, if anything, it's a reverse meritocracy. The people that are in charge, the people with the capital are the least competent among us, not the most competent.
Fit parent.
I'm confused watching this clip back because why are you doing that sniffling thing?
Jeddah Fakey, I want a judge to tell people can mock him. That sounds like a Sam Cedar. Like, I'm allowed to mock them on the internet.
Oh, I was on drugs that day.
Maybe if we had some sort of like disclaimer that could explain that or make it clear what is going on.
Oh, right. Other than the Boston vid, yeah. Technically.
The sniffing thing, I was able to, thankfully, curb a little bit. It was the worst, most annoying tick I've had maybe in like my whole life.
Oh. I saw a little, nope.
Pays and
not that
poise.
one? Nope.
Not a drug.
Well, that one kind of
Crack
applies.
ones.
Okay, so now I know that. And then maybe is there some alternative explanation for the sniffing?
There's nothing funny about poop. I've been told that that's true once you become a parent. I've been told by my sister, right? We used to have this thing where we would always laugh at, like, we would always make like immature poop jokes to each other. And she would always tell me, you know what's always going to be funny? And I'd be like, what? And she'd be like, poop. And then she had kids. And then she cleaned diapers. And she never made poop jokes after that. So, yeah.
I have Tourette's syndrome. I could volunteer it. Maybe it's better if it's written on the screen, though.
There we go. Okay.
That all makes sense.
That cleared
To
up.
summarize, I did not state that Denims made the fraudulent call to CPS, and I do not believe she made it.
Wait, can you put that back up, Lena? The Tourette's one? Oh, no. Yeah. I've never really registered the emojis that are...
They're sad. It's sad. Why? I'm fucked up. Look at me. I'm all twitchy. I'm a mess. People think I'm on drugs.
Right.
People are calling CPS.
Right, yeah.
That's sad, but I don't think your Tourette's is sad.
Yeah.
Well, you know who does? Nate, who made this. So, really tells you something about the guy, doesn't it? My best to Nate, by the way, on paternity leave. What a guy. What a great guy.
What a guy.
Love.
What a father.
He's going to be a great dad.
What a father.
Yeah, he is going to be. Oh, Ila's here. Hello.
Oh, hey. Hey.
You got me food?
Yo.
Is that an Israel thing? Fuck yeah, I want it now. I was just roasting Denims.
Oh God, Chad, I forgot about my shame from yesterday.
Is this? Oh no, shot. You got me a shawarma and a pizza.
I need to get a new bag, chat.
Yeah.
But it's like new age. It's not...
New age, she says. Hold on, give me a sec here, guys. Denims, stand back and stand by.
I didn't know, but this Israeli chef.
I don't understand, chat. What is the deal with Ila coming in? Is this happening like whenever I don't know, drama that gets brought up that she's mad about that she comes in? Anyway, chat, you can see that she's all decked out in Adidas gear, and it reminded me of another time in my life, right, where now this is, I don't even know if this is official Adidas merch, right? It kind of looks like it's a cut up tracksuit that's been sewn together into a vest, and it's got an interesting zipper here, right? But there was a time I believe that time was like 2014, where I was constantly in the gym and I was constantly in Adidas gear, and like just really, I mean, like, I don't know. I had the sweatpants that kind of look like the tracksuit pants, but they're like the wide leg pants, right? They're the baggy pants, right? And then I had a couple of Adidas shirts. I don't know. I had way too much Adidas gear. That being said, right? Like, so as much as I want to dunk on Ila for this look, I can't, because it was a time in my life. The only thing that I can that I found that actually made it over to Thailand, though, that's Adidas is actually my backpack. So I'll be replacing my bag soon so I can be Adidas free.
I think it's a Yal Shani. He's got this place, Miznon, and I didn't know there's one. Don't put the pepper in me. I think that's welcome.
The fuck is he eating? He's eating that's a shawarma?
I believe. Wait, sorry.
Wait, that looks like a burger. What the? I don't know. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what he's eating.
I never stated that she made the call, and I don't believe she made the call.
No, he's going over again his disclaimer again, his clarification. Wait, let's go over this one more time. What did he say?
I don't believe that Denims made the call to CPS, and I don't believe. Wait, sorry. I never stated that she made the call, and I don't believe she made the call.
You're reading what your lawyer wrote you, apparently. Well, it's a little different than what you said here.
Both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention.
Bro, you're so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay.
What the fuck does that mean? She did CPS. How do we resolve that with?
Give it up for lunch.
I don't believe that Denims made the call to CPS, and I don't believe. Wait, sorry. I never stated that she made the call, and I don't believe she made the call. Nor did I ever state that she made a direct call to action to make the fraudulent call.
But somehow Denims did CPS. Chat, like I said this before, if I said Waluigi did 9/11, is it possible that what I mean is that Waluigi wrote an article in Newsweek magazine criticizing U.S. foreign policy, criticizing U.S. intervention in the Gulf area, right? Could that possibly mean that? Could it be? Could that be Waluigi did 9/11? Or if I say Waluigi did 9/11, are you thinking that either Waluigi was on the plane or that Waluigi did the planning? Right? When I say Denims did CPS, is there any fucking chance that what I mean? Is there any way to resolve that with what Ethan just said? He is straight up retconning his own words. He is changing. As he's accusing Denims of like retconning what she said. You know, like mentioning that she said don't call CPS, but no, actually she said that after the CPS call happened. You know, we have once again the king of projection, Ethan Klein.
Wait, sorry. I never stated that she made the call, and I don't believe she made the call. Nor did I ever state that she made a direct call to action to make the fraudulent call. Nor do I believe this to be the case. I do believe Denims contributed to the.
When he says the fraudulent call, it reminds me of every time Trump says like the Russia hoax, or the Maryland man hoax, or the, like, you know, all the shit that he says. Oh my God, the peaceful protester hoax, right? It's like, you know, the fraudulent CPS. He's got to get that in there. The fraudulent CPS call.
Nor did I ever state that she made a direct call to action to make the fraudulent call. Nor do I believe this to be the case. I do believe Denims contributed to the fraudulent call to CPS by uncritically watching George Denims and Human STD's video containing false statements about the state of my home and how I raise my children, repeating those statements, endorsing those statements, minimizing the impact of CPS visiting my family.
It was so
the only way I can know for certain that Denims did not by the way, Denims claims she told her audience on March 1st not to call CPS. There's one way for her to prove that. Yet she refuses to release the stream or the March 7th stream because she either deleted it or privated it. Now, Denims also refused to address whether she deleted or privated these streams and why she did so. There's only one conclusion I can reasonably draw from this. She doesn't want us to see it. Instead, she's
she's usually there on Fridays, but sometimes she comes in when she gets worked up and Ethan's Hasbro isn't good enough.
Writing history based on deleting or privating relevant evidence. Denim, all you got to do is one thing. Release the tapes. Otherwise,
he's reading stuff his lawyers prepared. It certainly sounds like it. Certainly sounds like it.
Open a crowdfunder. Reopen your crowdfunding. And that's all I have to say about that.
Really?
Yeah. So there it is. And by the way, on top of all that, this fucking horrible human being has the balls to sit in front of a camera and say she's suing
Are we really sitting here talking about Denims' balls? That's
me for defamation.
You're gonna give a cis lady dysphoria, Ethan. Stop it.
Let's just see, Denims. Let's play this game. I told you all to the camera. When CPS came to my house, the rules had changed.
What rules?
What rules, you son of a bitch? I told you all the rules had fucking changed. We're gonna find out soon what that means. You despicable human being, you vile fucking freak.
Good luck, Ethan, because you're gonna fucking need it.
I appreciate it. I feel like that was I feel like he said it this time in good faith. That was like he starts break a leg type of thing, right?
I mean, he is your friend now.
Oh yeah, so Denims now wants to call in because I offered for her to call in a while ago.
Oh yeah, what was with this? This really happened, right? Denims was Denims. I think Denims was trying to call in.
And when people do this, I'm always like, okay. She waited like 2 weeks and it's like, okay, I'll call in. It's like, okay, whatever. I feel like she's obviously scheming. I don't think she would.
Yeah, he's transvestigating Denims.
There to stand toe to toe with me. She says I'm scared of her after I just debated Hassan and Sam Cedar. It's like, please.
Well, I don't know the timeline exactly, but Anissa reached out at one point to tell me that she wanted to call in, but I think I wasn't able to tell you until after the show, if I remember correctly.
Oh, so you're saying she did offer in the moment?
She did offer to call in. I don't know how.
I don't think it was in the moment.
Yeah.
Oh no, it wasn't in the moment.
It was like a few days later. Or something.
It wasn't in the moment. It was a few days later. I think it was on your Instagram story that you said it first, right? Or maybe.
So here we go. The crew debunks Ethan in real time once again.
Maybe it was on the show. I'm not sure.
Anyway,
I personally don't think that you should, because I think, you should just allow your lawyer to do the talking at this point. But apparently that's not that's not a problem. So I don't know. It's up to you if you want to do it or not.
Queen of
My prediction: he doesn't sue Noah. He doesn't sue Denims. He doesn't sue anyone because he has no case.
How do you really think she's gonna call in and perform?
No, I think you could engage with her and it would be fine. It's just at a certain point, isn't it?
Yeah,
it seems like we're past the conversation stage.
I agree. I do agree with you in that sense. But let's watch the video and see. We can all decide together. Whoopsies. Show at any time. I welcome you, please.
Wait, beeper noise? Are they doing that on purpose? Are they like trying to? Is that a reference?
Once again, Denims, Idubs, Anissa, any of you guys want to call into the show at any time? I welcome you, please.
For the purpose of litigation, I'm not gonna fucking make you guys listen to me again. I just say I'm down to talk about it on stream. I'm down to talk on stream. And he responded saying, call in, or is cowardice an inherent quality of being a Twitch leftist? I am actually convinced that he is too terrified to talk to me. I reached out to Dan. I had a friend reach out to AB. I tried to reach out to him, but his DMs are closed.
Let me just bask in that.
I don't know. If she reached out to me, I did not receive that. I'm not saying that she didn't.
We're pretty easy to get in touch with when someone wants to. Also, if she tweeted it, we would have seen it. She's like, hey, I want to call in. Then like it would be on our subreddit immediately.
I mostly communicate through email. And as far as I can tell, I did not receive an email from her. If she contacted me somewhere else and I did.
Note to self, if I ever need to contact Dan, do it through email.
I apologize. But like AB said, we got the memo. We got the memo.
Did she?
We know you're rearing and ready to go.
Did she page you, Dan? Did you check your?
I didn't. I didn't get anything on my pager. No. Yeah, I still use a beeper.
And I sent an email ages ago and no response. You want me to call in, but you don't want to reply to any of the requests?
Okay, whatever. Listen. At this point...
I'll check again. I'm going to search my email right now.
Is that what they're doing? They're making... That's a pager joke?
At this point, you're such a despicable human being and you're so cooked, by the way. And after you've already, like, completely backed down from your bullshit legal threats and refunded and disgraced your GoFundMe, I feel like you're already thoroughly owned as possible. And at this point, I'm just going to let you... I feel like I just want to let her... continue to play with a shovel and dig her own grave. Yeah, I know. The idea of me being terrified of Denims is... Bro, I just debated Sam Cedar. Isn't he like the Undertaker of debates?
I don't know. Let's ask your dead career.
Apparently. Sam Hamas did some good things, Cedar. Once again, Denims, Idubs, Anissa, any of you guys want to call into the show at any time? So, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence if it's worth it. I mean, I think it could be good content, right? I do think she's going to try to do some dumb shit like bring it Bad Empanada on, which is fine. Like I said, I don't...
Emma Panda guy.
I'm not going to run away from that. I'll prepare for that too, you know what I mean? But I don't really... That's not the conversation I'm trying to have, right? Because Bad Empanada is not interesting to talk to. He's just a total freak. I heard
You would get destroyed. Look, he's not a nice guy. That's true. But beyond that, that's never stopped you from talking to people before, right? The reason you won't talk to Bad Empanada is that he is well versed on the subject that you know fucking nothing about, and yet you try to pretend to be well informed on. If you talk to Bad Empanada, you would have to defend your shit take on the double Nakba, right? This is a conspiracy theory. This is a, I would say, historical revisionism that I would put along the line of the claim of double Holocaust, right? It is utter, in other words, it is utter bullshit. It is 100% revisionistic.
Tried to debate someone, and he pulled up porn on his computer to get him banned on Twitch. That's how insane Bad Empanada is.
He donated to my charity. I think it was like $5.
$5?
And then he came back later and said, don't forget to use this as a defense for the next time you cover your boss doing whatever.
His donation for $5?
People are so funny.
No, he came back later to say the stream overall. To don't forget to use it as a defense. Preemptively, he was
okay.
using
You
that.
don't need to.
Dead career. Yeah, that's what I say about a channel streamer that has half of their former concurrents. That's where Ethan's at right now. He's on the downward trajectory at the end of his career and has to do things like, farm drama with iDubbbz and Anissa in order to get anything approaching the numbers that he used to get. So yeah, Ritwick, I will stick with that, right? 100 viewers, twice the viewers that I used to get. Ethan's viewership, half the viewers that he used to get. Oh wait, sorry, Ritwick, how many viewers do you have on your stream? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm the most generous person alive.
Are you?
I'm sorry, Dickwit.
Alive?
At this point, I've got to be up close to $10,000.
I don't think that would make you the most generous person alive.
One of them.
It's not an insubstantial amount of money.
One of them.
One of them?
Like top 1%, maybe. In the whole world, if you count the whole world.
I don't know about that one.
Okay, fine. Top 5%.
Okay, we can compromise on
top 5%. Most generous.
5% is everything. Hey, speaking of 5% is everything, this is total non sequitur, but have you been seeing that Joe Rogan is apparently like becoming a Christian?
5% difference.
No,
oh my God, we beat the content, chat. We beat the fucking content. It's done. Content is done. Look, okay, so I have reaffirmed that I think I'm pretty confident in this 122 out of 200 as our current number on the bonus content. That combined with the 50% showing that Emma Vigeland has in the poll today, combined with the extra 10% that got donated, I don't even think, yeah, look, she's ahead, chat, by 43%. All right. LGBT slang in Thailand is in second place, but right now, it doesn't look like it matters. It's not important because we're at 122. So yeah, we're like 78 from 200. And Emma is 43 ahead. I think I'm just, unless somebody, if anyone, this is your last chance to, if anybody wants to try to change the bonus content poll, right? BE is like the Joker lived long to become the hero. That is true. That is true. Yeah, so let's get into this. It's a Vanguard video, not Cardvite Vanguard. Wow, Vanguard. Somebody should tell the Vanguard that for whatever reason, something else besides them comes up first.
Well, it's hilarious too because they're so.
All right. Vanguard and Emma Vigeland, let's go. And anybody who wants something else, speak now or forever hold your peace. If you've donated, if you intend to donate, and you think you can change the nature of the poll, reminder that Emma Vigeland is ahead by 43%, and that we are 78% from the double bonus. In which case, we get to watch Emma Vigeland on TYFT's downfall, as well as LGBT slang in Thailand. Ooh, I gotta move myself, don't I? I'm in the way. Look at this, chat. It's my narcissism of. Okay, we're back. Okay, we're back for real this time. We're back for real. Thank you, those of you who had faith that I was not just gonna leave you. I was not gonna take the money and run. I am not Keffels. All right, last I checked. Although, yeah, there's a connection there, right? We, actually did used to be friends back in the day, but I am not Keffels, and I did not take the money and run, and I do, in fact, intend to make good on my promises of serving you with the bonus content that you earned by hitting 122 on the bonus goal. All right, that's good for one bonus item, right? 100 gets one bonus item, 200 gets two bonus items, 300 three bonus items, etc., etc., etc. We are back. We are back. I don't know. Like, look, anybody who dropped off, it's your own damn fault. It's your own damn fault. You didn't have faith. You thought that I was gonna scumbag you, like, right? Like, be like, oh yes, donate money for the bonus content, and then when it comes time for the bonus content, I'm just gonna be like, oopsie, stream over. No, I wouldn't do that to you, chat. We're gonna watch this, okay? So hopefully everybody's found their way back now. This is Emma Vigland talking to Gavin on the left, Zach on the right of the Vanguard, talking about. Wait a minute, she's challenging Jink and Anna to a debate? Wait, I didn't know about this. This is news to me. All right, chat, now I'm interested.
Like, desperate.
Good choice, voters, by the way.
To make allies.
As much as I want to see that Butlerian jihad from Tabernacle against AI. Oh my god. Oh wow, it can go into, as much as I'm interested in seeing that, oh my god. Sorry, shit's not like. There, put it over here. Put it over here. Yes, boom. Yeah, as much as I'm interested in teaching you about LGBT slang in Thailand, looking into the slop tubers denying Hassan's detention, giving Dan Saltman unnecessary attention, and Cavernacle's Butlerian jihad against AI, this is an interesting topic. So once again, chat, you've chosen well.
With all these bad actors on the right, people
who won't talk to Sam. I mean, Sam and I have. Sam said
drifter.
Privately. Sam said publicly.
Yep, many times.
I gotta know if the Vanguard ever ends up watching this. I gotta know who edits for you, right? Because I see a fellow DaVinci Resolve user.
Love to have a conversation.
Now, I would love to talk shop.
I think that it would be productive. I mean, again, if they're willing, I'm not going to go out of my way. But my point is just like, have a conversation with somebody who has an equivalent kind of viewership that is on supposedly your side, who is saying that we don't agree with how you're doing things, as opposed to Charlie Kirk or Tucker or whoever they've been talking to.
The Vanguard will be there, sir.
You brought up how, the left.
I know all these transitions.
We've got, people, they're drawing, a line.
I think they still edit. Well, yeah, but I'm wondering who. Is it? I think it's Gavin. That's just my headcanon, chat. In my headcanon, Gavin busts out the DaVinci Resolve and edits, but I don't know. It could be Zach. They could maybe they trade. Maybe they both edit. I don't know.
Wherever they can get them. Obviously, Andrew Cuomo's playing for his chips, Bernie Sanders, AOC. Gavin and I, we wanted to get your thoughts about this new hot take that's emerged on the left. We're always talking about it. We're like, man, the left, we need to win more voters, right? Zoran has this strategy where he's going to go after people who, they're not really, into voting. Maybe they're disenfranchised. Maybe they don't believe in the system. Bernie Sanders wants to go after Democrats who don't feel like the party is, actively engaging with them enough. This guy wants to go after the people who fucking hate us. And I want to know if you think this is a good idea or not.
Oh boy, let's do it.
Literally start people for two.
Shaky Gurga. Can I get some shaky Gurgas in chat? Twitch chat, are you alive today? I don't know what happened with Twitch chat.
3 months at a time.
We were doing so well, and then we just fell off a cliff.
And you're going to declare that you're going to steal their land, and you're going to declare that you're going to ethnically cleanse them, and you're proudly doing a genocide, and you're proudly supporting a genocide. Okay, Tucker Carlson, call me. Candace Owens, call me. Marjorie Taylor Greene, call me. Okay, right wing and left wing, let's get.
Oh, good for Gabby. Good luck with those migraine issues.
Get together and stop this. Even if you don't care about
it's Gavin. Zach has said as much. That's what I thought. Look at that. Look at that. Without even knowing. I'm like, oh, I bet Gavin is their editor.
Palestinians. Why? Are we going to let him take another $300 billion from the American people for greater Israel? No, I'll work with any right-wing populist. I'll work with any left-wing populist. I'll work with anyone to stop this. What would we have done? I would hope to God that if I was around in the 1930s and 1940s, that I would have said, I'll work with any right-wing populist and any left-wing populist and anyone. I would have just joined the Nazis.
You would have just bring on those Strasserites, right? You know? Bring on the Nazguls. Why doesn't he have a conversation with Infrared Haas then? If this is what he's saying, then like bring on fucking Jackson Hinkeldink and Infrared Haas. Bring on Caleb Maupin and you can have him regale you with stories about being spanked by members of his political organization, right? For I don't even know, chat. I don't even know. This is so wild. I'll have a conversation. If I was in the 1930s, I'd be really interested in having a conversation with right-wing populists, right?
If I was around in 1930s, I'll tell you what I would have done. I would have just joined the Nazis. What's your reaction to that?
Gosh. Okay, I mean, I guess the historical part that is frustrating is that the Nazis were a part of a coalition that killed and targeted the communists.
Seriously, how dead is Twitch chat tonight? What is going on? I'm starting to get worried. There's something like, dude, I don't want to become conspiracy Irene, right? But there's something weird about Twitch's whole fucking social sphere. There's something really weird about it.
In Germany. So that would kind of be more of our historical placement. Not saying I'm a communist, but like within the domestic context, we're further to the left than the majority of the Democratic Party. So this is not the coalition that Nazis would be building, right? And then I want to zoom out even further to just like the overall
Twitch went to bed. Twitch never goes to bed.
Of
that's why it's Twitch.
I'll say Cenk has been, somebody who's advocated for Palestinians, and that's great, right? Like I think he's been a good voice on this particular issue recently based on what I've seen. So I don't think I have a ton of gripes on.
At one point I was in a Facebook chat with Caleb Maupin. Caleb Maupin, to my understanding, was not like at some point he was okay. Stream died on Twitch for a bit, so I came out here. Yeah.
On I think he's emphasized the two-state solution.
Wait. Is it still dead though? Can you check and make sure? Maybe that's it.
Which is not ever going to happen.
I'm not trying to tell people to go over to Twitch, right? If you're comfortable watching me on YouTube, watch me on YouTube. Honestly, low key, the super chats, the super stickers, the getting yourself a membership or gifting membership, all that stuff on YouTube pays me a higher percentage than it does on Twitch. I don't like to say that because I feel like that dispirits the Twitch, cohort. And I really do want to encourage building something on Twitch. I think it's useful to have multiple platforms, right? But I mean, the best way, to support me is either on Throne, /nocommentchick. I've got the Thailand Visa Fund going, or on Patreon, right? In terms of the most of the donation getting to me, but I don't do this because like I want people to donate however they're comfortable. I want them to support the show however they're comfortable. Some people aren't even in a position to be able to support it financially, and I want to encourage them to hit that like button, or maybe even if they have Prime, they can support me. They can put money in my pocket on Twitch by signing up with a Twitch Prime at no cost to themselves. But yeah, I want to make sure that everybody knows that, you know, like any kind of support is appreciated. But yeah, I do see some utility in building, you know, separate platforms on Twitch and YouTube. And I will try to, if I can, chat. It should be easier now to incorporate more things like shorts streams and maybe even some TikTok streams, right? I've thought about I've thought about Kick, and I even like tried out a few streams on Kick, but it was not good. It was not good. I was getting a lot of bigots in those chats, and everything I've heard about the culture on Kick since then is, so I probably won't be building a platform on Kick or on Rumble or anything like that. But yeah, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook. I don't know. Wait, no, I think Facebook's only good if you like, if you're like juicing it with ads or something. With YouTube, you can rewind. Yeah, that's a really cool thing about YouTube. It lets you rewind. Twitch used to do that. There used to be a way to do that. My phone number needs to be verified. Oh, on Twitch, it requires you to be verified. Yeah, we had some serious problems with harassment back in the day. And I'm not just talking about trolls. I'm not just talking about like annoying assholes who show up and say inappropriate things in chat. I am talking about some sick fucks straight up doing ops on Twitch. So that's why I always get nervous when I see numbers all of a sudden go down, because I experienced that before when my community was like targeted by people doing harassment with alt accounts.
One state with just Israelis, or one democratic state from the river to the sea. Those are the two options that are on the table. But other than that, Jank has been an advocate for the Palestinians, and I think that's a good thing broadly. But the idea that we only have the option of working with Marjorie Taylor Greene or Tucker Carlson, both of whom are virulent anti-Semites and also Islamophobes. I think that there's like a tweet from Marjorie Taylor Greene from just a few years ago saying that either Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib should be deported because they decided to support the Palestinians in Gaza who were experiencing violence at the time. When you see something like that, you have to question the sincerity or the reasoning and the motivation behind that person's advocacy on a particular issue, right? And that motivation matters, because outside of like a surface level debate that you're going to have on a media platform, coalition building requires sacrifice and shared interests and working together on behalf of broad goals that include the liberation of all marginalized people and making people's lives better through taxing the rich and confiscatory taxation and creating broad-based social programs. So it seems to me that his evaluation of the left is based on this reflexive anger that many people on the internet are expressing skepticism about his desire to have conversations with some of the most virulent racists and anti-Semites and Islamophobes in the country, and then saying that that's a failure of strategy. I cannot understand the position that he takes where Jank lost his primary race handily in the race that he ran.
Less than 5%.
And we were all raising our eyebrows about it at the time. But if that happened to me, it might humble me a little bit, like from saying what's going to win elections and what isn't. But not him. So I guess, you know, that's it. To me, it just seems like he's bummed out that his new kind of media strategy isn't working, and he's conflating that with what leftist activism is. But they also, what's so weird is that they also have a dislike of activists. You know, they've talked about this openly about how leftist activists are hysterical,
holding the party hostage,
or holding the party hostage, or too far, or going too far, right? But he's also claiming that his version of activism, which isn't connected to like
which is giving like which is supporting Rebellion PAC, right? Which is giving money that some of which is going to be taken up by Brianna Wu. Maupin. Yeah. Maupin's worldview, often called NASBL, is to combine socialist style economic policies with conservative social values. It's like doing fascism. Yeah, it's like the MAGA Marxist, right? It's like in fact he was part of the what did they call themselves? Like patriotic socialists or MAGA communists, right? He was part of that whole group until they kicked him out because of the spanking thing. But yeah, from what I've heard, I'd heard people say that Caleb Maupin, there was a time when Caleb Maupin was actually not bad, right? Way back in the day.
Unions, God forbid, social organizations, institutions that have done this kind of work before, strategy on a state level or federal level or whatever, local level.
Real activism?
Oh God. I mean, yeah, I mean, that stuff to me just is like a scam. I don't know what else to say.
It is 100% a scam.
People should not be giving
Now Maupin dropped communism. What does he call himself now?
money to that kind of thing. I mean, and how are we getting super PAC? How are we advocating giving money to super PACs when we're talking about getting money out of politics? These are the kinds of things where like, what Zoran Mamdani is doing should be the model if this is your sincere belief. So
Cenk himself said he would take super PAC money when he had his run for president too, which is crazy. It's like, why would I trust you with this mission then?
So the point is that then you see it right there. When I became a fan of the show, I had thought that would be a principle that Cenk would have, but clearly he doesn't. And then when you reveal those lack of principles, what do you know? People leave your audience, and then everyone's to blame but yourself. So the self-serving conflation of TYT's business strategy with leftist activism or effective leftist activism is so egotistical that it's almost difficult for me to fully articulate.
Yeah, well, it's hilarious too because they're so like desperate to make allies with all these bad actors on the right. You know, people
who won't
like
talk to Sam. I mean, Sam and I have. Sam said privately. Sam said publicly.
Yep,
like,
many times.
Love to have a conversation. I think that it would be productive. I mean, again, if they're willing, I'm not going to go out of my way. But my point is just like have a conversation with somebody who has an equivalent kind of viewership that is on supposedly your side, who is saying that we don't agree with how you're doing things, as opposed to Charlie Kirk or Tucker or whoever they've been talking to.
Yeah, and also like I just want to make clear, you know, obviously Marjorie Taylor Greene is a terrible person and a bad faith actor. Same with all these ghouls. That being said, you know, if a Democratic lawmaker, you know, like Bernie Sanders, if he got together with, I don't know, like Rand Paul or Thomas Massie or even Marjorie Taylor Greene to actually like sponsor a bill to end the genocide, obviously we wouldn't come out here and shame him for working with that Republican. Like that has happened in the past. I think Ro Khanna did a bill with, Rand Paul about the, you know, Yemen situation a while ago. Like this has happened before. It's not like I'm against it. But Cenk wants to act like he's in power, like he's a senator. It's like, no, dude, you're just trying to expand your audience. You just want right-wing clicks. You just want these people's audience. That's what's going on. You're not some fucking diplomat. You have no say in the situation. So don't act like you getting on the phone with Tucker Carlson is going to do a goddamn thing other than potentially, you know, expand your audience and get you more clicks on your shitty show, which you failed to pivot into a right-wing show. But I just wanted to put that out there, you know, to be clear.
Yeah, Lizzie, and also considering how much MAGA communism hinges on the ideology of Dugin, right? Dugin being a huge ally of Vladimir Putin, and you know, Trump's foreign policy being surprisingly, well, maybe not so surprisingly pro-Russia. kind of fits too.
I do support a bipartisan effort to stop
Absolutely.
this war if it were to emerge. And also, I did want to ask you, Emma, because obviously Cenk, he had on Marjorie Taylor Greene on the Young Turks for an incredibly embarrassing softball interview. They were like, flirting at the end, laughing together. It was totally cringe. But I am interested, because obviously, you and Sam also have occasionally done debates with people and had on people from the right and pretty much all the time destroy them when that happens. How would you conduct an interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene, specifically if she did just put out a statement about like how we should not go to war with Iran, kind of virtuous?
I'd get her yelling. My big goal, if I were to engage with Marjorie Taylor Greene, would not be to try to talk over her or to lull her into a false sense of security. I would try to say things that I know will piss her off and then just let her react, right? Because I feel like that's the best way to cook Marjorie Taylor Greene in her own sauce.
Signaling, saying the things you...
But yeah, obviously that's not the way that Cenk engaged her at all.
Would theoretically want her to say, because that was the auspice under which she came under the Young Turks. We both agree. Let's stop this war. So how would you handle that? If would you want to do that? Like if you had the opportunity, would you platform Marjorie Taylor Greene? And if you did, how would you handle it? Because I don't think Cenk did it the right way at all.
Right. I mean, I think that's a great question. Like, I think if we had that offer, we probably would, but we would go into it saying, let's be incredibly adversarial. But that doesn't happen because that's an understanding that I think Republican politicians have. Most Democratic politicians don't want to come on our show either for that reason, right? I mean, I think not that we seek it out. To be honest, if we have a politician on our show, usually it's because they pitched it to us because I don't want to speak for Sam.
Wait, when people are saying, I'm getting this in chat, I think I heard somebody say it on the Vanguard 2, Cenk flirts with MTG. How literal is that phrase? Are we just saying flirts with Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, flirts with being friendly with her? Or are we saying, like, was he... Cenk is married, right?
He doesn't necessarily think those interviews are that interesting sometimes because politicians have agendas and our role is to educate.
Oh, Tim tried to trigger Emma, failed spectacularly.
The audience, and so that's why having authors or journalists on is more of our speed. But if we're going to be speaking to a right winger, which we occasionally do, but it's usually us going to Tim Pool or Sam going to PBD. Sam said this to me very early on in working with him, and it's kind of changed my perspective, is you got to go in there, and the only way you be effective is you don't worry about being invited back. And because they gish gallop, because also the opportunities for voices that are on the left that aren't captured by big money are so few and far between, it's really important that you go in there with an aggressive mindset of what you're trying to get across. And you're not capitulating and ceding to their framing. You're basically challenging their ideas because their audience doesn't hear it. Their audience never hears this kind of thing. So if you have an opportunity to speak to a right winger with a platform, it is incumbent upon you to challenge their ideas and to be aggressive in your challenging of those ideas. I'm repeating myself, but you get what I'm saying, because these opportunities are so few and far between with leftists going on those programs. It's a different tactic than I take, say, when I go on MSNBC, like I did 2 days ago, where I know a lot of liberals are listening. And I did this when I went on Pod Save America too.
Great appearance, by the way. That was great.
Oh, thank you. Like I was emphasizing in that interview, right? The fact that I liked Elizabeth Warren in the past. Not that I ever voted for her or that I thought that she would be in any way a better president than Bernie Sanders. But when I have a more nuanced perspective on that, or I say, oh, I encourage my audience to vote Democrat. That's one thing that they really, really care about. You build just a level of trust with that audience that is mostly just afraid of Trump, right? You have to go into that with that mindset of like, they don't want Trump to win. They don't want Republicans to win. Neither do I. So I'm going to build that common ground and then try to introduce them to more progressive ideas talk about the genocide in Gaza and how important it is, etc. So that's like, it's a different strategy based on different audiences. With a right-wing audience, you have to introduce them to new left-wing ideas, and you have to cut above the noise, which is also heavily financed on the right. And that means that you don't have to worry about access. You can't worry about getting invited back. I think Kyle Kalinske has talked about how he's changed his approach too, and based on new information, because he was more doing what I was doing, or what I'm advocating for with liberals when he was going on Joe Rogan's podcast. And Rogan, like back when Kyle was doing that, was not as extreme as he is now. So
No.
I mean, I think Michael Brooks would talk about that too, where he thought he was more into that kind of idea of speaking to them where they are. But now Rogan's in a different place. So my point is just like, with someone that far right, with someone that disgusting. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene is as racist as it gets. She is a Nazi, like straight up in our political context. Just because she's isolationist based on likely anti-Semitic views doesn't mean that that's somebody who we should bring into our coalition of media voices on the internet, which, to go back to your point, I forget if it was Zach or Gavin that said it, but like, that is so different than if you're in power and you have hard power and you need votes to get legislation across. Platforming is not working with somebody in Congress. Although if you have delusions of grandeur, that might be something that you think.
Yeah, well, Jinx certainly has no shortage of delusions of grandeur. I think, Emma, it's time for us to offer you our condolences, I believe. I don't know, maybe your audition tape got lost in the mail. I don't know if maybe your agent was really busy. I know you're busy.
My agent?
You probably get calls all the time. Yeah, I'm sure there's a Jerry Maguire back there somewhere working for you. Are
you kidding me?
But
I need coffee.
We were shocked. We were stunned that you weren't invited to be a member of this panel of left-wing voices to kind of rival The View. This new show, Her Take, over on the Valuetainment Network. It's a bold new talk show that brings together outspoken and dynamic women, sounds like you, to unpack the most important stories shaping our world with a more contemporary and balanced perspective than legacy daytime panels. Jillian Michaels, Anna Kasparian, some lady Amy Dangerfield, Lindy Lee, the most recent Why I Left the Lefter.
I was going to say, they're not exactly leftist voices, right? Jillian Michaels, who, I don't know how you get around calling Jillian Michaels conservative, right? I mean, and Anna Kasparian are as left as it gets on Her Take.
Some of the topics that
the spew, I love that,
covered so far, Emma, would be how Gavin Newsom has destroyed
grab my coffee.
Entirety of California. How trans people are really weird, and how there's way too many letters in LGBTQIA, and what even is a two-spirit anyway? Why are they just making...
Oh yeah, and how it's suspicious that there's more trans people now that trans people are accepted than there was before. Yeah.
Things now, is that a furry? We've heard a lot about how we've got to deport everyone. Well, maybe we don't have to deport everyone. Like, I'm pretty liberal. I'm just curious, had you come across Her Take before, and do you have any thoughts to share on Anna Kasparian's new direction as TYT kind of circles the drain? It doesn't seem like they're going to be in business for much longer.
Really? I mean, well, I wouldn't be. I guess that's not shocking to me. I haven't watched Her Take. I saw the promo. And I see the cast of characters. I don't know who Amy Dangerfield is, although I laughed because I heard it before and it sounds like Rodney Dangerfield, which whatever. But
I thought that every single time I've had to say her name.
I wonder if they're related. It would be interesting. Lindy Lee is such a lunatic that it's hilarious.
So annoying.
Like, I'm sorry, but you're gonna, well, here. Anna and I had previously talked about I'm sure she would frame it as like, I wanted to work with her. And like, that was definitely something that I was interested in.
Anna wanted to work with Lindy?
Or with me together before this happened, you know? And
gotcha.
so,
yeah, it's so interesting to imagine, like, had Anna gone in a completely different direction, where would she be now? Right? Like, remember when Anna... There was like, what did they, there was, when she would talk to Michael Brooks, right? It's almost like you could imagine a different track being open for Anna, had she not gotten anti-woke. I don't know if that's a possibility, right? But there was a moment where it kind of looked like she was going in a very different and honestly very positive direction.
Interesting.
This isn't jealousy. I'm just putting that out there, like, as to because of if whatever. I mean, if there's criticisms of me commenting on this, I'm just saying, like,
Anna would be okay if Michael Brooks hadn't died. I don't know. Yeah, the Anna that, talked to Michael Brooks is an Anna that I can't imagine going in this direction. But again, I guess I don't know what's going on inside of her head.
We had talked about working together previously, and she had kind of decided to go in a different direction last time I'd heard from her.
A right-wing direction, working for Valuetainment.
I didn't know what that direction was, and here we are some time later, and there you go. It's just like this simulated thing of that these are different perspectives.
So Anna appeared on the MJB show and on the Jacobin with Michael.
As if they're not like the exact same flavor of the same perspective is shocking to me. And I can't even believe that you could go into some sort of talk show arrangement with someone like Lindy Lee, or platforming her, who was in October dancing along or posing alongside Biden and Kamala Harris, being so enthusiastic.
Yeah, even if you're a conservative, even if you're a straight up right-wing MAGA chud, you should not be trying to build bridges with Lindy Lee, right? Like, it should be obvious that she doesn't. Lindy Lee just does not give a fuck, right? We never watched that clip, right, Chad? There's a clip of Lindy Lee. I can't remember who was interviewing her. But, basically she ends up admitting a bunch of stuff. I think the Majority Report went over this.
Enthusiastic, and now she's supporting the mass deportation under the Trump administration. Like, how do you not understand that this is exactly what TYT used to criticize back in the aughts about the influence of money in our media, and how there's these financial incentives to have certain opinions? Like, that's exactly what Lindy Lee represents in such an acute sense.
Yeah, just look at how cheap and shitty this is. Emma, you have had a far more, successful media career than we've ever had, so you would probably never have to tolerate. But look at this. Look at this shit. Just look at how fucking horrible and shitty this is.
Performative politics. You lead me right into another potential frontrunner. Although I hear he's.
Look, they're gonna set up a her take clip. I'm gonna take this opportunity to give you
Are you familiar with Lindy Lee, Brandon?
I'm familiar with her tweets.
This is a MR clip about, and this was amazing, right?
Right. So she is a former Democratic fundraiser. I remember she was big on the Hillary campaign. And when I say big, I don't mean they viewed her as big. From everything I know, it seems like they did not view her as very integral to any campaign or the Democratic Party whatsoever. But for her, she was big into the Democratic Party. I remember her fundraising for the Hillary campaign, because that's when she blocked me because of my support for Bernie Sanders at the time. And she was a fundraiser. She was big into fundraising for Joe Biden's campaign and then Kamala Harris's campaign. She was one of those stalwart Democratic faithfuls. No matter what happened, she defended it to the end. And then the election happened in 2024, and now she is on board the Trump train. She's full MAGA.
But the question is, you worked for a campaign. I didn't have a choice because I was a nobody has to work. You're not getting it. Politics is my entire life. What do I do without politics? So you don't believe what you're doing?
She's trying to point out you worked for the Kamala Harris campaign, and now you are getting on board the Trump train. How is anyone supposed to take you seriously? Yeah, right wing or left wing. How is anyone supposed to see you as anything other than a disingenuous, opportunistic grifter?
Are you like, should I become a teacher or something? Are you asking me to change my profession?
I actually think that if you're going to stand up and speak for other people as a surrogate, if you're going to work for a campaign, you know, and now you're going to come out with a book, like, you should believe in what you're saying. Like, if you didn't believe in it then, how are we supposed to believe you now?
My understanding of her explanation for this is that she was working for the Kamala campaign, you know, fundraising for the Kamala campaign, and she was doing so with like a guilty conscience. She was going through the motions. She was not, you know, she was doing this stuff, but kind of like, ooh, I don't like how woke this campaign is, and ooh, you know, like, right. I think that's her explanation, but again, it just strains belief, right? And look, if you really believe that Kamala Harris is too woke, the wokeness is the mind virus destroying the world, then you don't work on the Kamala Harris campaign. You certainly do not fundraise for her, right? And that's what she did right up until Kamala lost the election. And then the second that happened, she flips. She goes fully MAGA. This is the thing. People have been doing this for years and years and years. We have so many examples. Dave Rubin, you know, just the name that comes to mind first, right? But, you know, Anna Kasparian, you could say, right, is kind of on the road to doing this, right? But nobody's done it as brazenly, as obviously, and as quickly as Lindy Lee.
This is my truth, take it or leave it. I don't need you, Tara Palmieri. I don't need you to believe me. This is just my truth, and I have the receipts.
She still uses. That's woke MAGA right there. This is my truth. This is my lived experience. How dare you question me?
She's still using like the woke terminology of the Democrats because
no, everyone's woke now. Everyone's woke.
Such a recent MAGA.
Chat woke MAGA versus dark. Wait, what is it? Dark woke versus woke MAGA?
She can't help herself but use the terminology she's already, brought.
Anyway, that's friend of the VOD, Lindy Lee. Speaking of friends of the VOD, we just got a little visit from our friends at Echoplex Media, who it is always good to hear from. It is always good to have in chat. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamer. Good to have you here. I don't know if our streamer is still awake because Twitch streams that go this late, it's hard to show up in chat. But get some sleep, Dave, or whichever of the lovely people over at Echoplex is rating us today. Welcome, Raiders. We're in the middle of watching. This is Emma Vigeland talking to Silly and Billy of the Vanguard. That's Zach and Gavin right there. About Anna Kasparian's latest project, working for Patrick Bet-David's Valuetainment on their new show, Her Take. It's basically Timu Turf, The View. If you want to understand what this show is, it's got Jillian Michaels, it's got Anna Kasparian, it's got Lindy Lee, who we just kind of exposed as far as having no real beliefs herself, and we're just
herself up to learn. This is amazing. First of all, there's plenty of jobs you could get in politics that don't require you to work on a political campaign you don't even agree with, apparently. This is amazing stuff.
Yeah, no, morally bankrupt. I would like to say that I'm surprised by the kinds of people that get into politics for the Democrats, right? But I think you probably see the same kinds of personalities on both sides, just shameless ladder climbers, right? Like, I think the move over from Biden to Trump is like, let's be honest, like it's retirement plan. It's like, okay, grifting Democrats is a little harder. Like, the Democrats are a little smarter, especially like in the more elite live spaces. But I think people see the MAGA base as just like a bag of money with legs. They just go like, it's hard not to just want to dive in like Scrooge McDuck.
Right. But she's a fundraiser, right? So you would think she would have the ability.
That show is not going to do well, right? Let's check. Do you want to check in on Her Take? See how they're doing? Let's see, her take. First of all, can I find? I can find the show easily. Second of all, as far as subscribers, fairly new podcast, 24.4K subscribers. It's not bad. Now we are going to have to take it into account. This is a valuetainment production. This is a show with Patrick Bet-David behind it, right? So, they're going to get a certain number of subs just by the promotion through PBD and his podcast, right? And so, I don't know, is 24.4K that good for a show like that? I don't know. Let's take a look at their numbers here. All right. Ooh, okay, now this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. Look. So, I don't know. Can you see the lowest one? Yeah, you can. Okay, look at that. So look. Here's what's bad. Here's what I find bad about this, all right? Episode 1, 122,000 views. That's pretty good for a brand new podcast. That's really good. All right? Second episode, 73K views. Okay, I mean, you're falling off a little bit, but this was 2 weeks ago. This was 11 days ago. I don't know, is there a week between these, maybe? 11 days, 8 days, 7 days, 6 days. Ooh, there's not that much to... Oh, okay, I get it. All right, so what do we have 2 episodes, I think, and we have 4 segments. That's what we're looking at here, right? So yeah, we do have a substantial fall off here on episode 2. And then none of their clips have broke like 20K. So I don't know, pretty impressive numbers on the debut show. Slightly less impressive numbers on episode 2. I guess we don't have episode 3 yet, so that'll be the one that tells. Do they, do they continue to grow, or are they falling off here? But yeah, none of their clips are the clips are the thing that you'd expect to maybe pop off or go viral, right? Rather than the episodes. The other thing that's possible, right, Chad, is sometimes something does sit. Something gets posted, like their latest post is 5 days ago. Yo, chat, actually, I don't know. Look at this. Here's what's disturbing about this, all right? First episode 2 weeks ago. Second episode 11 days ago. No new episodes since then, right? I don't know. Did they film their first 2 episodes, like, together, maybe? But it's been 11 days since a new episode got posted, right? And then... after that, 8 days, so 3 days after their second episode, we post 1 clip. Day after that, we post another clip. Day after that, we post another clip. Day after that, we post another clip. And then at that point, we stop posting new clips. I think that they have a lot more content, right? That they could be promoting and that they're not. It kind of looks like, this may be premature, chat. This may be premature, but it kind of looks like maybe...
Welcome to Her Take, where we...
Maybe PBD has given up on this show. I don't know, chat. Time will tell. Time will tell, but I don't know why they haven't posted a clip in 5 days, and I don't know why they haven't posted another episode in 11 days. So not looking great altogether for Her Take.
Polling at like 5% possibly for 2028. Gavin Newsom.
We can't.
But this guy has tried. He's taken notes. He's tried to be somewhat critical of his own party. He's tried to reach out to the other side. He's tried to be antithetical to, everything exists in our silo.
And this is actually, a clip. I mean, they're not totally wrong about.
Crouchy says, to be fair, I don't expect Patrick Bet-David to put any effort into properly promoting and putting production value. It seems like he did some promotion. Like the fact that they're at 25K, subs, right, indicates there's some kind of promotion going on. And we know it's not promotion on TYT from Anna. Somebody said, I'm trying to remember, I think there's only one of the people on the broadcast is promoting the show on their platform. I can't remember if it was Jillian or if it was Lindy.
About Gavin Newsom here.
100%.
Right before they were talking shit on Burning and AOC and how they flew a private jet or whatever and how that makes them fake socialists. So it's completely fucking embarrassing, this whole segment. But
isn't this exactly the same media strategy that TYT is engaging in? I would not be shocked. I don't have any information on this. I'm just putting that out there, but as a hypothesis that they're talking to the same consultants.
100%, because there's actually a very similar show. It's some fucking
Peanut Butter David, yeah,
agency put it together. They say who sponsors.
Wait, Rave, where does that come from? Who said who? Where did I hear that from? Peanut Butter David.
When you watch it, but it's Russell Brand, Jillian Michaels, Dave Rubin, and some other.
See, that one sounds like it might have more of a chance to pop off than her take
that I'd never heard of, and it's basically the same shit. They call it Actual Friends, but it's a cheap, shitty show that they're trying to put together because they've had a focus group that tells them that kind of content tests well, and then it bombs because there's no authentic audience. You know what I mean?
Right. But I don't know. I'd say that Russell Brand, despite the freaking allegations, despite all the shit, that's coming down the line on Russell Brand, I would say that he's probably got more motion than anybody on her take. It sounds too cute, Peanut Butter. Yeah, it reminds me of the dude from BoJack Horseman, the dog.
Gavin and I were joking. It literally looks like it was a TV or like a web show from 2005.
It looks like Between Two Ferns, the Zach Galifianakis show. That's a parody of those things, but yeah.
This is about it led to smash.
It looks like public access is, I think, the words that you're searching for, right? The Between Two Ferns aesthetic. The Between Two Ferns aesthetic is a reference to public access television.
Grab crimes. It led to open air drug markets. And so voters by 2024 had enough, and they voted overwhelmingly to pass something known as Prop 36 to reverse some of the policies that were implemented as a result of Prop 47. Now, here's the problem, though. No one knows about this. No one talks about this, but I'm here to tell you, Gavin Newsom, in an effort to save California money, preemptively shut down 4 state prisons. There is no room to put any of these inmates in. Right now, state prisons are transferring criminals to county jails that are already overflowing. They're overcrowded. County jails have no choice but to just release inmates regardless of how much time they've served. So even if it's a serious crime.
Look, if I was Anna Kasparian, I would take one look at that set and I would be out the door. All right. She's worked on, say what you will about TYT, and I do every day. But Jink was actually on public access in the 90s, right? I think I've seen clips of Jink doing a literal public access show that looked very much like that background. Yeah, she should turn around. Like, this is not a step up in her career. This tells me that Anna Kasparian isn't looking for a step up. She isn't looking for career advancement. She is looking for a lifeboat. And she does not mind if it is a public access lifeboat with ferns in it.
Even if they've been sentenced to decades behind bars, they're being released after serving 2.
People are getting decades behind bars. They're just being set free, Emma. Did you know that if you go in Los Angeles, you can commit murder, but they're just going to set you free because they don't have anywhere to put you because there's so many crimes and so many criminals.
This
that's
was
the kind
a prison overcrowding in California. I remember hearing about this when I was a teenager because of tabloids. Like, it's why Lindsay Lohan wouldn't go to prison for her DUI, or same like Khloe Kardashian. California prison overcrowding is a long story thing. I don't know the specifics about what she's talking about. But
she's talking about how because of budget constraints, right? As they've ratcheted up the number of people that they're arresting, rent prices are out of control in Los Angeles. There's a lot of unhoused people, right? He keeps kind of working in both directions, right? He'll do something to get all of the homeless people off the street, but then when they put all of those homeless people in county jails, there's overcrowding in the county jails. So then you have people who did commit violent offenses. who are, oh shit, we don't have room in that jail. We have to remove people who just committed a petty offense, let that guy out so that we can have somebody who did like battery against his wife behind bars. It makes sense in that capacity. But when you portray it as they're letting all of these criminals out again, it's like dudes that had vagrancy charges, dudes that got drunk in public, like petty criminals, basically. But she frames it as people with decade sentences, which is not true.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I mean, I think it's unfortunate because crime we had a spike in crime.
Look, we got some questions in chat about Ethan Klein. I don't know if people are stuck in the earlier part of the VOD and unable to hear me here in the present, but I will entertain this. All right. The reason it's efficacious to talk about Ethan Klein as a representation of the liberal Zionist, right? Of the, hey, I'm on the side of the Palestinians, but ooh, those protesters, they really shouldn't say river to the sea. Ooh, that content creator, does he support Hamas? Does he support the Houthis? Right? That kind of shit. He is acting in the same regard, in the same way for that liberal Zionist movement, right? Which it is a movement. And it does serve a goal in the larger plan of Zionism, right? That is to kind of launder and soften the image of Zionism and make it something that's appealing to people who do not love to see, dead children on their timeline, right? Ethan Klein is there for that. But he is a negative stereotype of the liberal Zionist in the same way that Asmongold is a negative stereotype of the Trump supporting incel, right? So this is where Ethan Klein is my best friend.
2021, 2022, since
he is the rent payer.
2023, crime has been on the decline. I mean, even here in New York City, subway crime has been on the decline. Also as a result of, just basically, I think.
Richard, do you think Ethan has ammo though? Do you think his ammo is landing? Do you understand what do you think about Asmongold, Richard? I'm curious. Do you know the streamer Asmongold? Do you think that Asmongold is like advancing the Trump agenda? Do you think that his covering of everything that Trump does is like, yeah, based. Yeah, let me tell you about my dead rat alarm clock. Let me tell you about my blood wall. Do you think that's a good look for MAGA? Do you think that's helping? Do you think that's making people want to be like, oh, I want to be part of this community? Can I be part of the Asmongold community? Can I have a dead rat alarm clock too? Can I live in absolute squalor? Yeah, this is what Ethan Klein is, but with Giardia, right? Ethan Klein is the Asmongold of liberal Zionism, right? That's why I find it useful to talk about him. But yeah, we're going to be talking about him less and less as time goes on, because there is a ton of other stuff, especially political stuff, to go over.
I will say subway ridership is up, but crime has not increased, is what I meant to say, in this year so far, based on the data that we have. Even with congestion pricing, which has increased subway ridership and means that more revenue is going to the MTA. But it's.
Poor Richard is going to leave. No, he's got to write his almanac.
Fascinating, I guess, to see this focus on crime, this focus on incarceration, how not enough people are being incarcerated. I mean, that must be the problem. We incarcerate the most people per capita of anybody in the entire world. The United States is the #1 jailer of people. And yet, in human history. And yet her perspective is that that's not enough. We need to be teaching more people more crimes, and I'm sure there's some trauma associated with that. But look, we all have our own traumas. We've all experienced certain difficulties, and it's our responsibility as people on the left to not expand that into policies that are designed to break up lives and immiserate people, and further a carceral state that has shown that it does not have the effects that it says that it's trying to engender. I remember back in the day, there was a segment back when I was, watching TYTL as a fan, maybe before, I think it was before I even worked there, there was that mass killing event in Norway. I think it was Anders Breivik was his name. The name of the killer, I forget. I'm sorry if I forget the details, but the important point is that he killed a lot of people. It was a horrific attack, and he was put in a jail cell that looks a bit like a dormitory in Norway. And I remember TYT showed that video or the images of the jail cell. And even then, they were kind of making fun of Norway's carceral system because he has a TV, it looks like a dorm, right? And they were also claiming, or
I actually know the segment that she's talking about. I think I remember watching this back in the day, and yeah, thinking that, like, on one hand, you know, when I see Norway's prison system, I think that is what all prison systems should look like. You know, if you really want to rehabilitate people, if you're not just, you know, warehousing people vindictively, you know, that's what you want your prison system to look like, right? If you have like a bottom, you know, like a if rock bottom for, you know, right, going to prison, pretty much rock bottom for like kind of life experiences that you can have, like, this is one of the worst things that can happen to you. If the rock bottom is still humane, I think that promotes a more humane society overall. And yeah, I think it's more likely to rehabilitate people. I think you're more likely to, you know, have people come out of that and maybe be able to be productive members of society than, you know, some other places, prison systems, including some places not far from home. But anyway, chat, we won't talk about that right now. But yeah, TYT's reaction, there was a little edge of like, ooh, I don't know if this is, you know, gonna be enough of a deterrent against doing crime. If you can, you know, like, I think some people might want to get sent to jail if you can have like they were talking about at the time that the, you know, not only did people in this Norwegian prison have a dorm-like living space, I think they had private, I think each prisoner had a private room. They had a dorm-like space, you know, not a big space, very small room, right? But a room with a decently comfortable bed and a television and, you know, just like the, you know, normal stuff, right? But you also got access. They made a point of this, right? You got the video game system, not the newest video game system, but like, you know, essentially the equivalent of like a PS4, right? If PS5 being the new video game system, if you were in this prison, you couldn't get a PS5, but you could get a PS4, right? And they kind of zeroed in on this. I'm like, playing video games? No, this isn't any kind of deterrent.
Perhaps there was some implication that because his prison sentence was the maximum, which I think was a few decades, even that it's insane that he could get out after doing this mass killing event. And little did they know that, like, it's like a tweak in their judicial system, right? That you just have to reapply to. Oh no, Richard, I wasn't asking you about your, you know, who you're a fan of. I was just asking if you've heard of Asmongold, right? Because I think Asmongold is a good example of someone who's successful as a streamer and successful as a drama farmer, you know, you know, but at the same time serves as a negative example of MAGA, right? Asmongold is a reason you would not want to be part of MAGA, especially as a younger person, right? It's pretty cringe. Reincarcerate this person. This guy's never going to get out. But it was like a moment where I look back on that and I go, that's just a difference in perspective that doesn't have to do, I think, really, I would imagine, with the trauma that she's experienced. It was prior to that, or I don't really remember the timeline either way. It showed that they had some ideological belief that incarceration or
this is the hardest thing about covering drama, what she just did right there, right? She's trying to remember Anna's story about being victimized, and, you know, from what she says, Anna was assaulted at some point by two men, and she without without really having anybody to know this, she identified these two men as being unhoused, and has just sort of taken this experience as a permission structure to attack unhoused people, rather than her previous liberal progressive ideals of wanting to help people who were homeless. If you can cast them as dangerous, as criminals, then you can stop seeing them by just looking at two individuals, right? You can stop seeing the unhoused as a whole as victims, and therefore not feel bad about policies which deal with the homeless to their detriment, rather than trying to uplift them in any way. But it's so hard to remember this stuff, right? It's one thing if you're covering the news and you're trying to remember, like, what did Trump say in his first term about the subject, right? You could easily find the clip on that in most cases, right? If you're talking about Anna Kasparian and you're trying to remember, when did she say that she got assaulted versus when did she change her viewpoint on XYZ issue, it's hard to remember all this stuff, right? And if you're covering a decent amount of stuff, it really does become like in one ear, out the other. So yeah, as much as you want to kind of catch Anna on her bullshit, and there is plenty of bullshit when it comes to Anna Kasparian, it's not as easy as it looks.
Punishment is the right way to deal with people who have broken the law, who have committed crimes, and that they're not somebody who, it's not a show that's like committed to restorative justice or the
Asman is the first step in the pipeline? Asman is A, pretty fucking right wing, and B, a walking negative stereotype threat to any group that he represents, including conservatives, right? Asmongold is not somebody that you see and you say, I want to be like that guy, right? Hassan, for all of his faults, I would say Hassan is like an entryway to like a leftist pipeline, right? Because but when people see Hassan, for the most part, that's goals. In fact, for a lot of younger people, I think that's goals, right?
empirical evidence that suggests that would be the best way forward for people who have committed crimes.
Yeah, it's almost like there's no actual progressive analysis on the so-called progressive show.
Yeah.
I just think that with people like Ethan and Asmongold, it is already somewhat embarrassing to be their fan. And the more content that's done on them, the more embarrassing that becomes. The more that just saying like, yeah, I love, where do you get your politics for? Oh, there's this guy named Asmongold, right? The more people that know about the rat alarm clock, the more people that know about the blood wall, the more people that understand who the fuck this guy is, the more difficult it is to be like, yeah, no, check out this content creator, Asmongold, right? It's if anything, he's almost like the opposite of a entryway to a pipeline. He's like something that pushes you out of the pipeline, right? So, but yeah, I mean, like saying that, I don't think I cover him nearly enough. We got to cover Asmongold more. We got to cover the dead rats. This is important stuff. You're not a Hassan fan, so you're likely biased? Not necessarily. Not necessarily so. I don't agree with everything that he says, or necessarily like all of his tactics, but I can see how, somebody that is normie coded, is attractive, is visibly successful, and well informed is somebody that's going to kind of pull people into that viewpoint rather than push people away the way that Ethan and Asmongold do. Asmon LARPs is a Bernie supporter. So did Joe Rogan, actually. All right, so chat, that is the stream for today. I want to thank once again my Patreons. You don't know how much you mean to me. I really do appreciate the fact that there's people that support me separate from any of the platforms, right? These platforms are great. It's the way that I come to you every day with more content, but they can be taken away from me so easily. So yeah, thank you to my Patreons for supporting me off platform. If you support me off platform on Patreon at the $5 level or higher, I give you a fancy shout out. And there's gonna be more bonuses coming soon, because I'm finally at the stage of my move to a different continent, where I'm going to be able to concentrate more on things like the Patreon, on things like the members only Discord, and offer more benefits for memberships. But right now, the main benefit is getting that shout out. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moinoe. Shouts out to Crystal Severa. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Foul. And shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Let us see what is going on the Twitch. If anybody wants to, give me some heads up about what is going on Twitch, it's sometimes very difficult to figure out the ups and downs of my numbers on that site. So, if anybody ever notices me being talked about in any places or anything like that, I would love to have that information from you, because it's kind of hard to figure out, right? Twitch is a weirdly even more so of a kingmaker system than YouTube is, which what that means is essentially the more viewers you have, the more visible you are to more viewers. And we were on a pretty good upswing for a while. That seems to have changed recently. So I'm trying to wrap my head around what's going on with that. So if anybody has insights, I would love to hear them, as I try to figure out who we should raid. Well, that stream is over. Oh my god, chat, I stream so late. Look, we're gonna raid hopefully. Wait, what? Offline? What the fuck is going on? I don't know what's going on, chat. But stick around if you wanna be raided. And I'll try to find you somebody good to watch. Oh my god. Okay, I am truly... Soulja Boy is streaming? Is that real, chat? Is Soulja Boy a Twitch streamer? Oh my god. Same category? Is Noah streaming on Twitch by chance? Not seeing it. I don't even know if Noah's stream is still Okay, well, I have streamed entirely too late. Entirely too late, chat. Here you go, chat. The Yogscast is streaming.
Kirsty, it is I, the storyteller.
Hello.
Is that Lewis?
Della,
What would you like to do?
I'd love to dig up a body this eve.
Whose body?
O's, if possible.
All right, chat. I'll see you again tomorrow.
I will allow it.
I'm rating you into the Yogs cast of all places. I literally can't. Maya's Alvius Sanctuaries live. Yeah. I streamed too late. I streamed way too late. But much love to everybody. I will be back again at you tomorrow with some more content, hopefully with some more things prepared. Hopefully I'll have a little chance to get maybe, I don't know, some videos made. Like there's a lot of stuff that I need to do. Now that I've got my extended visa, I've got a little bit more breathing room to be able to get some stuff done around here. So I'm going to be looking to doing that. I will see you again tomorrow with more content. Hopefully we'll be starting the new stream format tomorrow where we're covering more topics, right? Hope you're ready for that, right? Moving quicker into more topics, covering more things with a little bit less depth. Still keeping up on the overarching like Hassan plot line, the Ethan Klein plot line, the TYT plot line, all that kind of stuff, but also expanding coverage into more subjects, more politics, more pop culture, more fun stuff, right? More diverse stream for you, probably starting tomorrow. Okay, the raid has gone out. The Patreon has been thanked. And yeah, I'll try to be getting on earlier too. Again, this is like, for me, like the morning for me, the early morning for me is like the afternoon for you. The regular morning for me is like the evening for you. And the, middle of the day for me is like the late night for you. So that's what I'm dealing with. That's when I'm streaming. And yeah, more updates on my life in Thailand. More, what else did I say I was going to cover? Oh yeah, video games. Try to do some of that and more politics, more of everything, chat. But for now, I gotta go. I gotta refresh myself. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Seriously. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for getting my content to more people. And thank you, Patreons, for being the heart and soul of this community, supporting me in a way independent of the platforms, which can easily be ripped away should they choose. So much love to everybody, and I will see you again tomorrow. All right, good night.